getting to the station, then you could get an Uber from there instead of
Yeah,
all
I
the way
mean,
from
like,
Manhattan.
and I've even been looking at taking it, like taking Amtrak up to Newark, and then taking the there. I always forget the name of it, but taking the Jersey ferry over.
Yeah, too. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've even been looking at that option as well, but I have a little bit of time because it's not till January, right? So,
Yeah.
but I have some time to figure it out.
Also, MTA has ferries from Manhattan to Jersey. You can jump on one of those and
Yeah.
come back to Manhattan in a ferry from the MTA, and then over in um, Seventh Avenue near the Javits Center, there's a station there,
Hmm.
MTA station that you could hop in and hop on the train and take you all to the other side.
Right.
Beautiful.
Eddie, Follow the Bradleys Fun just made it in there, and they are one away from 500 subscribers.
All right, cool.
They need one more.
All right. Did they drop their link?
I got it. I'll drop
Okay,
it.
yeah, drop their link and I'll jump on it.
Yep.
Sweet. Follow the Bradley Fun.
Jennifer from Embarkation Nation.
Welcome.
Hi, Jennifer.
There's their link. Y'all go show them some love.
Bradley Fun. Let me.
Oh, both of them in here. Both the nation peoples.
Oh, shoot. All right. I just subscribed.
All right.
Oh, no. Orlando, family, lifestyle, parks, Disney. Boo, Disney. Boo, Disney.
No.
Yeah.
I'm a Disney person.
Yeah, you need to win Powerball to go to Disney anymore. I'm so sick of that.
Essentially.
We went to Disney February of last year for 9 days. 4 adults at Port Orleans Riverside. 6-day admission tickets. Not including airfare, not including meals, not including some of that stuff. Just the tickets and hotel was $12,000.
I know it's insane.
In a moderate resort.
That's just crazy. Disney has priced themselves out of the normal family going.
I know. It's really irritating
what
the crap out of me.
Disney's supposed to be for the normal family to be able to go, and they've just priced out of it. I've been so upset with them for years.
I know. It's really irritating me, like from a travel agent standpoint, Bruce, really. Because these families calling me, because like here's how my agency is 70%, well, yeah, about 70% cruising, about 25% all inclusive, and a sprinkling of pixie dust, right? So I've sent a few families to Disney, but I really get upset at having to send those pricing. Like, I'm really getting upset at sending cruise quotes lately too, right? Like, I'm sending cruise quotes lately, and then I'm getting crickets from the people requesting them because they're just insane,
Well,
but
as you know, I took my first cruise in November. So, being a person that had pretty much gone to Disney parks worldwide every year for, I don't know, 20 years, over 736 trips. After that trip, it was so terrible crowd-wise. The entitlement of people. I had 2 people that were with me that were handicapped in scooters. People would crowd around them, box them in, wouldn't let them move, nothing. I have no desire to go back to Disney for quite some time.
Yep. It sucks. It happened to me.
Yeah.
On the it happened to me and not on the bloggers, but in the cruise before. People kept blocking me out, don't let me in the elevator. Once so the walker is like just saw a tank, and I kept folding it, make sure that it took the less space as possible. It was, I wanted to curse people out left and right, but I kept my
So now, what I've been doing the last couple of years, but again, this is just from a travel agent standpoint, right? As a travel agent, I get a free annual 3-day hopper ticket to Universal and a free 1-day, 1-park basic ticket to Disney. So when I'm my birthday's in October. Everybody in my family was born in October. My grandmother used to say it must have been a hell of a cold February, but in any event, so everybody's been born in October. So we always cruise in October, for sure, like no matter what. So every time I go to Orlando or whatever for a cruise in October, I go early and then I go to Universal on the free travel agent ticket and to Disney on the free travel agent ticket. But that's the only way I'll do either one of them anymore because they're just getting too crazy priced for what it is that they're offering. So,
yep. So the Disney ticket, you get one ticket per year. Is that what it is?
Yeah. So you get one day, one park basic ticket at Disney, and you get a 3-day hopper ticket at Universal every year. So, you know. And I expect it to go away. I expect it to go away. And I mean, like if next year or this year is the year that they're like, hey, we're taking that away, I'll be like, you know, what a shocker, you know, because I mean, the benefits of being a TA from that perspective have been dwindling for a very long time. So it's just a matter of time before they take that crap away from us as well. So
there you go. Somebody's finally talking some sense into Jennifer. So,
but I see it, right? Like the Universal ticket is way better value than the Disney ticket. I mean, you know, it's only a 1-park 1-day ticket, right? And I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. I'm grateful for it. I appreciate it. I really do. But it's not like, you know, it's not like you're getting like the full, you know, it's not like you can visit every single theme park, kind of like with Universal you can. And Universal gives you the hopper because you need the hopper in order to be able to take the Hogwarts Express between the two parks. So the last couple of years that I've used the Universal TA benefit, the first year I used it, I went to Volcano Bay as well, but I'm not really into water parks too much. So so I didn't do that beyond the first year, but I definitely go to Universal and Islands. So yeah, I mean that's the other thing too. You have to do the training every year, but I do the training every year anyway. So, you know, who doesn't want that really amazing certificate coming, you know, from Disney and you know, so that so you can hang it up there with the other 10,000 of them that you have on your wall or whatever. But yeah, I do the training every year anyway. I keep up with everything. So
I'm gonna do mine just so I can get my free ticket.
yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, I'm not like, get me wrong. I'm very grateful for it. It's definitely better than nothing. You know, I'm not saying anything about it as far as that goes. But it is only a 1-day, 1-park ticket. It's not like you can do the whole, you know, the whole thing.
I just have to set the kids down and tell them, look, Dad's going to Disney this year, and I guess you're not going.
Clock. If I told my set of twins that, I don't think there would be a JNS Adventures show anymore. I would just disappear because they would throw me in the water back here.
And there's sharks right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
You won't get to find Jeremy no more.
No, my 7-year-old twins. Yeah, they would overpower me.
So the nice thing about the Universal benefit too is that not only does the travel agent get that free 3-day hopper, but the travel agent can also request up to 4 additional 3-day hoppers at 50% off.
Yeah,
And that's a universal.
So the two, so the 23 year 50% off price is $220, which means it's $440 for full price. The last time I did it, like last year, I did it by myself. Beth was not there. She didn't come down till later. The previous year I did it, Beth came down. It was $180 for her ticket and free for mine. That was at 50% off. So I looked at it this year for 23 because I'm going to be down there on. I'm going to be on one of the MSC ships. I can't remember. It's a Sea something, right? Sea View, Seascape, Sea something, right? And then I'm going to be at a Marriott timeshare resort for a week, and then I'm going to be on Wonder after that. I'm going to be getting off Wonder while everybody on the panel is getting on Glory. But yeah.
Yes.
So anyway, I looked at it this year. So the half price ticket is $220. We're still trying to decide if we're going to do it or not. So.
Scott, you on Glory?
No, I think I'm on the Paradise. I got confused.
It's going to the next booth
Next
on,
year.
on 24. Yeah, next year.
Okay.
Not this year. I know I am in the Glory this year. Bruce is in the Glory. Mike, you're in the Glory. JNS is in the Glory.
Yep.
Cheryl's is in the Glory. Moonlight Adventures is in the Glory. Alice Lugo Studios is in the Glory.
Alice Lugo Studios. That's right. That's
She
right.
behind me already.
I looked really hard. Like, so this is what I.
Alice Lugo Studios is the headliner.
Yeah.
You're the secondary.
I tried really hard to find a way to get off of a ship in Port Canaveral, travel to Orlando International, get on a plane, fly to New Orleans, and still get on that ship, and it just was not happening.
If there's a will, there's always a way.
And
I was trying, Bruce. I mean, I ran every single possible way. I mean, it just isn't possible for me to get from Port Canaveral to New Orleans in the time that I need to get on there. But I tried. I even had a cabin on the Glory optioned, just waiting for a flight option to show the way. And then I was going to go all the way in on it, but just didn't happen.
How long of a flight is it from Orlando to New Orleans?
It's only an hour and 10 minutes, but the problem is that the flight times don't line up right for me to get there in time.
There's no flights that are like at noon or 1 or something.
No. I think there was a flight at like 10 and another one at 3.
Oh.
So that was the problem. But I tried so hard because I was ready to just say, the hell with the laundry. I'm just going to wear dirty clothes for another 7 days and go. But I am platinum, so I guess I could have sent stuff to the laundry when I got on Glory, right? So
right.
But
platinum.
I'm also almost Diamond Plus on Royal Clock.
Yep.
So
I don't know what. Alice is asking me a question to ask you, Scott. What if Master Drill? Oh, by the way, Scott W. Every time you put a comment on the chat, it comes out 6 times.
Yes.
Right.
I don't know what's that about, but
yeah, I was wondering about that, but
we lost somebody.
It's still the remnants of StreamYard's thing from last weekend or whatever. Because StreamYard was doing the same thing with mine for a couple days.
Oh, wow.
Right. So, Mr. Master Drill. Oh, Emily. We lost Emily. I had 2 mics, 2 Scots together, and now she threw it all off.
I saw you were doing that. You were
2 mics, 2 Scots.
I thought you were trying to get the Rubik's Cube right.
Right.
You know, and like from what I can see over Mike's shoulder, it looks like he is raging against the dying of the light.
Yes.
Because those shades definitely look darker than they did earlier. I know I'm obsessed with sunlight. I don't know why. All right, go with your question, Eddie.
Alice wants to know. Alice Lugo Studios. Let me. Hold on, somebody's back.
You got to get that right.
Yes, I definitely gotta get it back. Emily, you messed up my my Rubik's cube here that I had.
No, I want to
I
go.
know it's a whole Hollywood Squares thing going on here.
I have mics on both sides, 2 Scots on both sides, and now it's all. Well, what? Okay. The question is,
What
what?
customer called him and needed to do what he can't do for himself?
What you can do right now on that flight from Orlando to New Orleans? How about if a customer was to call you and ask you for that? What would you tell them?
Oh, sorry, impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to. I mean, I would have to look at it and say, you know, like they just won't line up right. You know, I mean, like, you know, I mean, trust me. I even looked at like, what is the last port that the Wonder is on, and could I just take my crap off the ship in that port and just fly to New Orleans from there? Right? Like, I tried everything, and it's just not going to happen. So I'm really super bummed about it.
Yeah.
But you know, there's always 2.0. Like, and here's the other thing too. Like Beth was saying to me, she had said to me, "Oh, by the way, we could fly to the West Coast. There's two options. One is from Seattle, one's from LA." She was like, "But either one of them actually gets us back into Tampa exactly 1 week before the Secret cruise."
Yeah.
And then she's like, and then you could just rent a car. She was like, I could fly home then. She was like, then you could rent a car and drive up to Orlando, stay a week, and then drive back to Tampa and get on 2.0.
Now that's an idea. Jeremy says, what about the first port on the Glory? Is it Key West?
Yes.
Wait,
It
no,
is.
it's no.
I don't
no,
know.
no, wait, that's
I don't
Paradise.
know.
Not on the Glory. No, not on the Glory.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
that's
not going to
Montego.
Key West.
That's Montego Bay, Jamaica. Is our first stop.
Yeah, in the Glory. Yes.
Yeah.
Montego Bay, then Grand Cayman, then Cozumel. It's the
Yep.
last port. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, the Glory's not going to Key West.
Yeah, it's just impossible for me to do it. So, but I'm really bummed about it. But there's always 2.0.
Yep.
That's
So,
right. That's right, Bobby. That's right. So,
Yeah, 2.0 is going to be lit too.
yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
So-
So, all good creators here too. So,
And like, here's the thing: the ports on 1.0, I'm already going to be at some of them,
yeah.
Okay.
right? And I'm already like, I feel like I live in Galveston, right? Because I'm already like Western Caribbean out, right? I've been to Western Caribbean so much in the last year, and now I've got Western Caribbean on Wonder, and then I've got Western Caribbean on Maravilla, you know, in January, and I'm like,
Yep.
and like Beth was like, well, why are you even doing that 11-day on Maravilla? I was like, because who has ever gotten to go to Mexico from New York? Nobody ever. This is like the first time a ship has ever gone to Mexico from New York that I've been able to get on. So I'm doing it. I don't care if, you know, I don't care if I've already been there a million times. I'm doing it. So
Very good. Very good. It's like we're going to Cozumel in November. Then in January, me and Alice were hopping on the Prima. Where are we going? To Costa Maya, Alice, Roatan, and Cozumel again. Good thing in June, we're going to Bermuda. But then the Tampa one, I'm glad we're going to Key West, Montego Bay, and Grand Cayman. We're going to be there for the second time. This time we'll know what type of excursion to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll see, from there. I just don't want to keep going to the same places, or repeat the same area. I do want to go back to the Eastern Caribbean. I want to go back to Puerto Rico through the cruise, and I would like to do the ABC Islands, Martinique, and there's a few other ones. I haven't been to Dominican Republic. I don't really care to go there, but if we make the ports there, then definitely. And Labadee, that's another place I haven't been to. So that's what I really like to look into the future. So we'll see how that goes. You know,
You're not missing anything in Labadee.
because it's a private island, right?
Yeah, but it's not. It's not like Coco Cay.
No.
Yes, Ross.
Yeah, we were at Labadee on our cruise. We got off the ship. We went over to the quiet beach. We were on the beach for 2 hours. There was no wind. It was hot. And we went right back to the ship. One of the things that we really didn't like about Labadee is the vendors. You know, you figure in a private resort they'd have some kind of control on the vendors, but they really don't. I mean, they are super aggressive.
You'll see it in some of my videos because they didn't even care that I was filming. I mean, you would think that they would not want everybody to see how they're acting. That people will come there and not want to go to their shops, but they constantly came up to me and bugged the crap out of me.
And I mean, Royal Security, you know, they're supposed to enforce it that they stay in a certain area, but there's local security is like, okay, whatever.
Okay.
Eddie, have you been to all the ports on the 2.0 Booze Cruise next year?
I've been to Key West. That's about it. I haven't been. I'm gonna be in Montego Bay and Grand Cayman this year with the Glory, and then I get to be there for the second time. Well, Key West, you know, I used to live in North Miami Beach, so I used to go to Key West a lot. You know, the last time I was there, I was hanging out with my brother. We went the whole day. We spent down there. You know, had a lot of Cuban coffee. Definitely has some Cuban food down there. You know, I know I want to hang around the port, but I definitely want to get some Cuban coffee, and definitely get me a Cuban sandwich, pernil. You know.
Yes.
And I want to have some of those croquetas and empanadillas and all that good stuff that Cubans make. So, you know, hang around the port because it's been a while since we've been there, and I know Canal and all that is easy to try on, and I definitely want to get some key lime pie from the wife, and definitely some virgin pina coladas I want to have down there, and takes a few shots by the mound of the colors that is 90 miles away from Cuban lights, you know, and
the
lights, yeah.
Yep.
So that's what
On our cruise, I would have to say, I think the best port that we did of all of them was San Juan. We didn't do much in San Juan. We went to dinner. We came back to the ship by way of the Walgreens, but we went to Raíces.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Puerto Rico is one of my favorite ports, like probably in like my top 3. So.
Does somebody have some music or something playing in the background?
Somebody's got something going on.
I don't know who it is. Not Bruce's.
Nope, not me.
Hold on.
Not I.
Not I. What's it sound like?
It's like a TV.
A TV.
Like news.
Oh, like it's.
It shows mute themselves. Okay.
I mean, I have my TV on, but it's on
Yeah, it's
Muted.
really low.
Emily, it's you. We'll hear the whole TV over here.
Now do you hear it? It's on 6. Now it's on 6. I don't think so.
It's okay now.
We don't hear it no more.
Before we could hear everything.
That's weird.
Because you got headphones on.
The only thing I hear right now is
Texas.
I was
whispering.
Oh my god.
She's not in Texas.
wait.
She's in
wait,
New
wait.
Rochelle.
Wait, I hear this too. What's that?
Mike.
All right, come on.
Mike.
You know, there's a mute button down there, people.
Yep.
Seriously.
But Scott, before that, what did you say your favorite port was?
I probably
Whoa.
in my top 3 ports is San Juan, Puerto
Oh,
Rico.
Guys, you got
Yeah.
a thunderstorm over here. Like it
Haven't
just
been
I
there
love
yet.
the
Puerto Rico.
house.
I know San Juan really well. I've been there a billion times. I know it really well. I go really far away from wherever the tourists go, and I just usually just find a really great plaza or whatever and just sit there and just
Yes, I heard.
blend. I mean, I don't blend in,
Of
right?
course.
Because I don't look Puerto Rican, but yeah. So I just go and I have a really great time and just sit there and enjoy myself. I love it. Such a great city. So
My bucket list when we go back is to go and do the Lechon Highway.
Oh yeah, bacalaitos, empanadillas, piononos, all that greasy good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Make sure you get yourself either a nice cold drink or a nice cold beer.
Is that where we get the unwrapped fruit from a bucket that Scott was talking about?
Unwrapped
Because I'm
fruit from a
going.
bucket.
Because I'm
Is that what you
going.
said?
no, it was a cream stuffed churro. All right.
Okay.
And trust me, I was just like, oh shit, Scott, what are you doing here, man? Like, you're
That
gonna
sounds good.
if you don't die, you're gonna be in the bathroom the whole time on the Mariner all the way back to like Florida, right?
Sounds like a good time.
I was like, but you know what? I listen. I have this refrigerator magnet, okay, that I got in St. Martin one time, right? Because I have lived by that philosophy long before I've had the magnet, and it is simple. It's got 4 letters on it. YOLO. Okay. So you only live once, man. YOLO.
Okay,
Right?
well, I'm going to San Juan in September coming up, so I might have a bucket churro.
No, I had that in Cozumel. I had that bucket
was
churro
bucket.
in Cozumel.
Oh, okay. I
It was
thought
totally
it
in
was
Cozumel.
it was San Juan.
Okay, but here's the thing. I have been to Cozumel more times than like I can even count. And the next time I go to Cozumel, which isn't going to be long from now, I am totally going in to the XO store and I'm going to look around a little bit and then I'm going to walk up to the cashier and say, where are the hugs and kisses? Because I'm here to buy them.
And they'll probably go, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do it just to see what the reaction is because I cannot walk past another XO store without wondering if they're selling hugs and kisses in there.
So for the booze cruise, we're going to get some cream-filled churros.
In Cozumel.
Cosmo.
Listen, it was just random, and that would have never happened had I not gotten the harebrained idea that I was going to walk from San Miguel back to the cruise ship. It took me 3 hours. It was amazing. I ran into so many great people, talked to them, had conversations with them. I saw so many things that I would not have seen. I mean, I would have seen them blowing by in the taxi, but I wouldn't have seen them the way I saw them when I was walking. Right. And it was amazing. It was such a fantastic experience. I could not ever replicate it again. It was incredible. So, and so what happened was it was just a quick downpour. So I would just happened to be where I was and I stood underneath this little kind of overhang and it lasted 5 minutes and the sun came back out and out of nowhere, this guy just walked right out. It was like a private beach area or whatever. This guy walked right out of it. And he was like, hey Migo, I'm selling this or whatever. And I was like, okay, I'll take one. So, and I took one and I gave him more than what he was asking for it because that's how I am, I tried to, because I feel like the dirty American every time I'm in one of these countries or whatever. So I gave him more than he was asking for it. I was happy to do it, and I was just like, okay, Scott, here we go. right? And it was amazing and it was good. And then like the next day when I didn't wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning having to, you know, run into the bathroom, I was just like, okay, you're living, you made it, you're doing good, you're all right, you know? So, you know, but again, it's an experience I had. I don't know if I would tempt fate again or not, but I did it and I survived and it was amazing. And, you know,
Now,
hopefully I have grandchildren someday to tell them a story about it. So.
now Mike, Clock. Now I have to specify, Mike Clock. In Labadee, is the hustling as hard as it is in Progreso, Mexico?
Never been to Progreso.
Oh my God, Progreso! Every steps you take, you got people in your face. Like
Yes.
I mean, they come up to you while you're eating, and try to sell you stuff.
Yes,
and they're in line. Like there's a line of people. It seems like, you know, you say no to one, you turn around, boom, there's one right there.
When
it's terrible.
There's a reason why when I go to Costa Maya, I only go to Maya Chan. Maya Chan is the only place I've ever been in Costa Maya that exact same Progreso experience is not happening.
Okay.
It also if you go to Roatan on Carnival, you're going to Mahogany Bay, right?
Right.
And there you're safe. But if you go to Roatan on any other ship and then you go to any beach resort that's offered, whether it be on or off the cruise line, it's going to be the same Progreso experience, right? They are going to pester the absolute crap out of you to the point where you're ready to just like lose your mind. Okay. So, so at Labadee, Labadee is basically like Mahogany Bay. It is Royal Caribbean's private peninsula on the island of Hispaniola. So, in Haiti. So you are not going to experience that at all. Although it always does disturb me that the entire compound is surrounded by triple layers of razor wire.
Nice.
And armed guards.
Yes, and armed guards. Yep. So that always worries me a little bit because, you know, but otherwise, it's a very beautiful. It's a very beautiful place. Now, I can say this about Labadee: if you're in a suite or something like that or whatever, you get to go over to this kind of like lagoon area, whatever. But if you're not, you have to face the ocean, and the beach on that particular part of Labadee is not like, basically. There's very few places in the ocean where it's just sand. Most of it's coral. So if you don't have some type of footwear, you're kind of, you know, in trouble. But otherwise, yeah. So last time I was at Labadee, I had a clamshell facing the ocean and a perfect view of the zip line. So, and my wife is a CPA. So what did she do? She said $100 a pop. I'm going to count how many people come down the zip line and see how much Royal Caribbean made on the zip line today.
Nice.
So, so I think at the end of the day, it was $4,200.
Nice.
Wow.
The interesting thing I found out about the zip line excursion is when you get on the truck to take you up, you actually leave the compound. You go outside the gates.
Yes, right, because they have to take you all the way up. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
They said from when you leave to actually getting to the when you leave doing your training video to the actual zip line, it's like 45 minutes.
Yep.
Ouch.
So speaking of Costa Maya, I'm going to provide a little piece here for the Rock and Roll Tribute Cruise. If we're changing the dates to November, first of all, tentatively. And if we do Western Caribbean and Costa Maya, I'm planning a private event for the Tribute Cruise at Maya Chan.
Okay.
So good old Bruce is helping me out with that.
Maya Chan is the most amazing place on the earth, and the people who run it are just incredible humans. Like,
You said
really.
my Chan's where? Cozumel?
Costa Maya.
Costa Maya.
Okay.
So it takes about 30 minutes or so to get there from the port on the bumpiest, most pothole-filled road you've ever been on in
Guess
your
I'm
life.
not driving my golf cart.
No, but it's totally worth it. The people are amazing. The location is amazing. Incredible. Yeah, I mean, just absolutely amazing.
Alice
So-
wants to know if there's restrooms available.
In Costa Maya? I mean at Maya Chan?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Restrooms, there's even a small swimming pool in there. I mean, they have I think her name is it Sarah or Mary or something? Anyway, she's been there for 100 years. She's the cook. She makes the most amazing, like, first of all, she like makes fresh tortillas. Like, she takes the dough, puts it in, smashes it, puts it on the flat top, cooks it, makes the most amazing food. It's absolutely incredible. All the staff that work there are great, but there is this one, there's this one waiter or porter, whatever you want to call him. His name is Luis, right? Luis is one of the most decent human beings I've ever met in my life. He is incredible. I have had so many conversations with him. I mean, like, really good, decent, like, genuine conversations with Luis. He is absolutely an incredible human, and I mean, everybody that works there, everybody that owns the place. The son is the people who own the place live in California, but their son is running it now with his wife / girlfriend. Her name is Julie. She's from there. They are absolutely, positively incredible people. Cannot say anything good about them. Enough good about them. I mean, honestly, just amazing. I go there every single time I'm going to Cozumel. In fact, this next time I'm going to Cozumel on Wonder. See you, Rihanna. I'm going on Wonder. We're going there, but we're only going to be in Costa Maya for a very short amount of time, but we're still going there. And then when I'm going back on Maravilla, and I honestly never knew this, but Maravilla is the only ship in Costa Maya that day, and it's there on a Saturday. And I looked at the schedule for like the entire year of 2024. There are no ships, or there's like a Regency Seven Seas ship or something like that. Like, there's like these like obscure ships and stuff that are there on Saturdays. So I sent my reservation request for when I'm going to be there on Maravilla in January of 24, and Mark emailed me back and said, "Sorry, we're closed on Saturdays." And I was like, "Mark, what the hell do you mean you're closed on Saturdays?" He was like, "We're closed on Saturdays because no ships are ever here on Saturdays because they're all Catholic." So I'm like, okay. So he was like, "Here's some places that you can go in the alternative," but I'm like, "No, I've been to all those places, and I'll be pestered to absolute death, to buy the same 7 necklaces and 4 hand-woven bags from China."
How many cruises have you been on, Scott? Well, everybody, I want to ask everybody in the panel, but how many cruises have you been on lifetime?
Well, don't start with me.
Why?
I've been on 56 cruises.
Wow.
How about you, Ross?
I've been on
Where's he
1.
frozen? One.
1.
Jeremy, how about you?
I've been on 7.
Yeah.
7. Right. That's like Rihanna. Got 0 down there, but going to be 1.
But on 2.
Bruce, how about you?
Wow.
Bruce is muted.
Oh, he's
Sorry about that.
Oh, there.
I've been on 15.
15.
15.
How about you, Eddie?
27.
27. Oh, my favorite number.
27 cruises.
Clock.
Clock.
10.
10.
Wow.
How about you, Em?
Em's
I
been
bet
on
two.
2. She said 2.
Two only. Yeah.
Yeah.
The last one was 2019.
Nice, nice.
I was on NCL.
And you?
Been on 10. I got currently 9 booked.
Almost 19. No, I've been on 34.
Awesome.
Bill of the Sea will be 35.
Nice.
16, yes, and everybody else in the chat.
And my very first cruise ever was on the Sovereign of the Seas.
Sovereign of the Seas.
Yeah.
Mine was on the SS Seabreeze, which is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean somewhere.
I was on the Oasis for my first.
Spoiled.
Cruising is fun anytime says 16. And Haven says 35. Land
That's
Cloud
my,
Adventure.
that's my daughter, by the way.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Land Cloud
said
Adventures is at 1. Jennifer's at 12.
A lot of.
Real G, welcome in.
Yep.
I don't know where she's at right now. She's somewhere.
Welcome in,
I think she's somewhere. She works for the National Multiple Sclerosis Society doing fundraiser events. So she's off somewhere doing a bike or a run or something for multiple sclerosis. So.
Ship to Shore Cruise News says I've been on.
Oh my gosh! I was thinking to myself, "Oh, where is Sean?"
I know. He's been in for a little while.
G'day, folks.
I mean,
How they hanging?
there's nothing better than being visited by tomorrow.
Yes.
What's the future?
Please tell me what the lottery numbers are right now.
Hang on.
Powerball specifically.
16.
Oh, I forgot to get tickets again. Gee.
There's no point in telling you now because Mike hasn't got a clue. Clocky doesn't have a clue. How they hanging, guys?
That's clocky to you.
Yep.
It's Sir Clocky to me. Thank you. How they hanging? How's things going? Controversial cruising? Well, nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too. Yes,
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
And you as well, Liam.
Thank you.
Sir Ross, what can I say?
It's just amazing when we are visited by YouTube royalty, I'll tell you.
Yes, I'm telling you. Yep, I agree, Bruce.
Bruce, stop talking about yourself like that, mate.
Bruce Wayne. Batman of Gotham City.
And then you've
How
got,
is
and then
it
you've got
going,
Eddie.
Sean,
I mean,
across the
seriously.
pond? How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. We just missed you at our live.
Actually, I have a question for Sean. Do you happen to know Pete?
Do I happen to know Pete?
Pete, yes. Cruising
Is he
with
the
Pete
one
at
who lives just down the road from?
Probably.
Yeah.
Or down the road somewhere. No.
Yeah. About 3 kilometers north of Willabarabak. Is that the one?
I don't know exactly where he lives, but I know he's where you are over the pond.
Yeah. Well, Pete's actually he's just near the Black Stump, where it's about 15 kilometers south of Take a Truck Along.
Really?
About northwest of Timbuktu West. Yes, that's right.
So you're friends with him then? You know, or you know of him?
We're best mates.
Ah!
Yeah, nah.
Oh God! Wait till I tell him.
Emily, I think he's pulling your leg or something.
Is he pulling my leg?
Yeah.
No, sir, I'm asking. I don't know. He might. Well, I don't know.
You say Pete.
Sean wouldn't do that.
No,
Who?
Clocky, I'd never do that. Seriously.
Sean would never.
He probably is.
Ever do
Sean's
that.
strictly professional.
Mhm.
So, Emily, which Pete you talking about?
It's Cruising Pete. Oh, he
Cruising
literally lives
Pete?
in. Is it Cruising with Pete or something like that? Cruising with Solos. That's his channel. Cruising with Solos.
Never.
Solos. SOLOS. Solos.
I know what you're sick, girl.
Right.
Solos. Yeah, with the Han Solo and the family. Yeah. Solos.
Right on Solo.
Yep.
Right on Solo. Exactly.
I'm sorry, Em, but
No, you don't. I know you don't know him.
with,
Okay, now
with all
just
due
asking.
respect, it's like me asking you, do you know Fred?
Right,
Yeah.
like Fred who lives across the street. Actually, my
Yeah,
neighbor
that's
is
it.
Fred. No, all jokes aside,
Oh,
I actually do have a neighbor and his name is Fred. So all jokes aside, yes, I do know a Fred.
So you do know Fred, right?
I do know.
He's the guy who lives
I-
across the road from you, right?
Literally. No, I'm
I
not
know
even.
him
I'm
well.
not,
Yeah, nah.
no, I mean, I'm not pulling anybody's leg, but the neighbor across the street, his name is Fred. So it's funny that you said that.
All right. Here's the
knows
thing.
Fred.
Let's just get everybody straight with everybody and everything, okay? Tell us the city and the state you currently reside in.
Ross. That's what
That
Ross
one.
is.
Okay.
Emily, you go first. You-
Why? Okay. Why me?
Because you're the girl
All right.
here.
No.
Ladies first.
Oh, ladies first.
That's
Does it
right.
always have to be ladies first? Does it always have
Then
to
why
be
aren't you
ladies
going,
first?
Eddie?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
no, I'll go. All right. So I'm in New York, technically New Rochelle, which is in Westchester County.
Awesome. Mike's a foreigner, so we won't worry about him. Ross,
Which Mike?
Mike and Rihanna's Adventures, not
Oh,
Clocky.
okay. Yeah, they're on the other side of the border.
Yep. Ross?
So,
Chicago, Illinois.
Jeremy,
Galveston, Texas.
Eddie,
Atlanta, Georgia.
Mustard Drill.
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Controversial.
Phoenix, Arizona.
We were going to live there.
No,
Really
you
nice.
don't. You don't want to go there. No.
Except now.
That was like
You don't wanna
45
go.
years ago. Bruce?
Ocean Shores, Washington.
Okay, now let's get out of the country. Mike?
Medicine Hat, Alberta.
Canada.
And
Canada.
Melbourne, Victoria. Now figure that. So we're from various places now. Now, Mike might say Victoria is a city in Canada.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, you have to be more specific about that, Sean. When you say Victoria could be a Canadian province.
Now, let me just straighten you guys out here. You know, I live in Melbourne. You Floridians will tell me Melbourne is in Florida.
No, Melbourne, Australia. Don't forget, Clarky, he's from Tasmania.
You skip me.
Yeah, he's from
I'm in
Tasmania.
St.
Anyway.
I
Leonard,
know.
Maryland.
He's in the back, out in the outback.
He's in Tasmania.
Yeah.
That's where he's at.
Come on, Clucky, where you from?
St. Leonard, Maryland.
See, it's outback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saying who?
St.
I
Leonard.
said it's
Oh, my
outback.
God. You ain't no saint. You're from Baltimore or something.
Is that like St. Michael?
I'm the only St. Michael.
Yeah, Tremont.
Excuse me, pronounce it properly. Saint Michel.
Depends on what I'm wearing that day.
I'm speaking French.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Oui, oui, oui.
Oh, yo tombé dans les patrontés. Méchant terrible.
Hey, be careful, or I'll get Alice on you.
Alice Lugo Studios. She's right here. My Fräulein is right here.
Hey, Bruce,
That's right.
Yeah.
did you get a haircut?
Yes.
Well, yes, I did. Thank
He
you.
got them all cut.
Are you trying to emulate Eddie?
Yes.
No, the better question is, Bruce, do you have a full length video of your haircut like Eddie?
Right.
No.
No. No.
Bruce looks like he's trying to re-enlist.
He is going back.
Well, I'm gonna let y'all know, but
News flash, guys. Eddie's haircut is going to end up on the Helping Hands for Cruising YouTube channel.
All
is that
right.
right?
Very nice. I like that. Thank you. And why am I going there?
Anybody has to have a reason.
Well, I don't know. You know, I just want to be prepared. Someone has to sign autographs and stuff. You know.
Who cut your hair?
My sister-in-law did.
Sister-in-law?
Well, she did a way better job than you did.
That's right. Yep. That's why I called on her to come do it. So
I cut my own hair.
Mine's running away.
I tried, but look what happened to mine.
You need a neutral. Is that what the new thing now? Paste and go.
I have this razor with 8 heads that I bought, and it came to my house in an orange bag.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm putting any kind of razor blade against my face that came in a Temu bag.
Nothing wrong with it.
Clocky, I can tell you that your face will not break out.
That's right.
I'm just worried about cutting the crap out of myself. This is the moneymaker here. I got to protect it.
Oh, what a dreamer.
So that means you're coming in January the 2nd, 2025 to...
I haven't made quite that much money yet.
I thought that was the money-making face.
He needs to go back to the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he needs to hit up Scott for one of those sessions over there at the club.
Yeah, strip club.
Yep.
Remember, there's a percentage for Scott.
Now listen, Clock said he could not confirm or deny.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not sure whether that place is a said strip club or not.
Well, he's at a different one tonight. You know, the vibe is a little more chill in this one.
Hang on a minute. That particular place where you were, are they on a strip of shops?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm asking the question. Are they on a strip of shops?
Could you say that in English, please?
Yeah.
Okay. You know how? Oh yeah, I forgot. You guys speak American. The Canadians would understand us.
Okay, Mike. Maybe you understand him. I think we lost Mike for a second.
Mike's trying to pick himself up because he's a bit worried. He kind of figures where I'm headed.
A strip mall. I think maybe what you're talking about.
Yeah.
A strip mall.
I got you.
See, it wasn't that hard to understand.
Yeah, listen, after about 25 Amazon orders and 25 subsequent trial and errors, I ended up with Diamond Owl's Cabaret.
That'll work.
Hey, that looks like Adelaide's balls. Good on you, Ross.
Where have I seen that before? I think on Travel's Adventures with Eric B. Yeah, he had it in one of his videos last week or Friday.
That looks very much like Adelaide's balls to me.
Those are Maul's balls.
Either Friday or Saturday last week, he had that on.
Sean can pick out balls anywhere.
Correct. Especially when they like that.
Oh my!
And these balls are appropriate to rub.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I'm gonna go that wild.
Okay,
I
Eddie.
don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna have Mike here very much longer.
Go
because
to
I think he
Dr.
switched to the bedroom. So I think Rihanna
It's,
is
anniversary
about to
time.
say-
It's their anniversary. Yeah,
Oh.
10 years. It's a big one.
Happy anniversary, Mike and Rihanna. See you.
It's-
Oh, no, sorry.
And she got a birthday tomorrow too.
Yep. In a couple
Just remember,
hours, maybe,
a minute per year.
Mike, I know that you've got like your camera blanked out, but I hope that mic's blanked out too because
Mike's
I
out.
don't really,
I see it. It's,
yeah, I don't really want to hear anything.
I think.
oh, oh, he came back.
He had a
reckon
wardrobe change.
I reckon Mike had the
It's
cover
one of
there
those
because
Eddie
he was
quickies.
killing himself laughing so much he didn't
'Cause
want to be.
I'm just afraid that it'll be the. I'm afraid if it'll either be the same or not the same in Canada.
I don't know. It's daytime all the time, so
Can
I
you
don't know.
explain a little better?
Well, let me put it this way. As far as I'm aware, Canada was never a penal colony. Oh, did I use that word again?
What do you mean? Wasn't it? Come on, it had to have been.
Australia was a penal colony. Particularly New South Wales and Victoria were both penal colonies.
Actually, I always thought it was New Zealand that was the penal colony and not Australia.
Mm-mm. New Zealand was free settlers.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
See? Learn something new.
Poor Mike. Sorry, Mike. I apologize.
Go Eddie. Go Eddie. Go Eddie. Go Eddie.
Oh yeah.
We got props.
What are we waiting for? That's what it's all about.
Oh my god.
So I believe that's going on a cruise, right? Oh, he's got his upside. No, wait a minute.
What
Those
is it?
pineapples.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
upside down for me.
Put yourself in
Pineapples
solo,
on
Eddie.
Rick.
I love it, Eddie.
Oh my god.
Eddie, those pineapples look upside down, mate.
There we are. Play the track, Ross.
Viva la raza!
I think it's falling apart.
Eddie,
Okay,
can
we
you
need to
turn
clip.
those?
We need to clip that for the morning show.
For sure.
Yes.
Can you turn those pineapples
crown
upside
come from?
down for me?
Oh,
Then that'd be the right way round.
¿qué pasó?
Can you turn those pineapples upside down? Then I can see them the right way round. Because you know we do come from down. Oh, that's better. Oh,
Yep.
they look so much better.
There we go.
Because we come from the land down under.
No,
right?
now you look like a bad '70s wrestler.
Mhm.
I am thinking of a wrestler. I can't remember his name. He does look like a wrestler.
Right.
Whoa. This show done run right down the.
Alice says, "This is what I'm married to." No, baby.
Yep.
like they say, too late for that.
What's happening, Lowell? Welcome in.
Hey, Lo.
Hey, welcome in.
You came in at the right time.
Oh, he added more. He added more. Emu, the pineapple yo-yo king. Yo-yo-yo king. Wow, you got to read that all together. Emu, the pineapple yo-yo-yo king. There we go.
Oh.
What the fuck? What you all doing to me?
Eddie,
Yo.
whip it. Whip it good.
I'm gonna bring the whip to the cruise. We lost. We lost Mike.
Yep.
Jump for the count.
Who keeps burping? Who's that? Scott?
The stream deck.
Oh, Emily. You're Emily.
No, listen, that's just it though. That's the beauty part
What
of
was
it.
it me?
Is it?
I thought
is
it was not
Is
me.
it really the Stream Deck?
You never know where it's coming from.
Is it the Stream Deck or is it just the muster drill?
Emily. that
Or
was
is
you. I know
I
that
should
was
say,
you.
is it the Stream Deck or is it Land Shark?
Oh, nice.
Okay, now we're getting to it.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Let's blame the bottle now.
Wait. Blame the bottle.
How many slots you got left, Muster?
I got plenty, and if I have to, I'll just buy a second Stream Deck.
Oh, wow.
And it said that it wasn't Master playing all of them.
No, I mean, I was thinking to myself, some of those are not mine, and either somebody's got a really loud speaker or somebody else has got a Stream Deck.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Exactly.
Right.
Coming from down under.
I haven't heard that sound in forever.
Me too. I've never heard of it.
Wow, that's a throwback song.
My problem is my Stream Deck is geared towards the morning show, and people can only handle so much in the morning, so I don't really have anything risque on the Stream Deck right now.
You could always add something
Need
nice.
to do another one just for Friday night.
That's right.
I'm actually thinking, like, there's multiple profiles, so I actually should create a profile just for After Dark.
Right.
There's the profile. Oh, okay.
It sounds like I'm a hold.
Oh, there's your cat. Oh, your cat's behind you.
Texas. Put it in the mix. Put it in the mix. Put it in. That's right. That's right. That's right. And what star? And what star is going to be on the front of the Jubilee? Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Texas.
Right off the rails.
Yeah.
Yes. It
Been
did.
going for the last half hour. I think that Texas star that we put in.
Listen, so here's the thing, like, let's just address that right now, because we haven't addressed that in multiple morning shows. I cannot see, I really think that is total bogus, because that ship is going to be repositioned.
Yes.
There's absolutely no way that ship is not being repositioned.
Right.
And they would not do that.
Yep. Unless it's a sticker.
I hope it rolls up on New York City with that big Texas star on the front of it. That would be disgusting, man. It really would.
Then Liberty's gonna hit him with the flame and go.
I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, like, the Verrazano is a really high bridge, but I do not think you're going to get an XL class ship underneath it.
I don't think so either, because those are like 20 floors, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, like I think like
17.
Dream and Vista is probably the biggest ship you're going to get under Verrazano.
Even better. The Vista would be enjoyed by many people.
Because here's the thing, though, right? Oasis goes in. I'm getting on Oasis. We're going to go under Verrazano, but Oasis has a retractable stack. So they actually retract the stack down in order to get under Verrazano. So
now, is that just Oasis or is it the entire class?
The entire class, because Symphony's going up there next.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be because, like I said, yeah, they're not. I mean, they have been bringing Symphony in Oasis in the last couple of years, but Symphony is coming up, so it would have to be the entire class.
Wow, that's exciting.
Yeah.
I've never been on a ship where the stack goes down on a bridge.
I didn't even know they could do that.
Yeah, so Verrazano, like I said, Verrazano is a really high bridge. So you can get most ships underneath it without necessarily making that accommodation. But Oasis, they designed it specifically to be able to do that. So
I didn't even realize it did it until Law pointed it out in one of the chats one day.
Yeah.
And then I went back in one of my videos, and of course I was up there on the deck videoing it, and when I spun around, you could see that the stacks were down in.
Yep. So Anthem goes underneath that all the time in the winter, right? Because they bring Anthem to Bayonne in the winter, and Anthem is, it's a Quantum class ship, and they're damn near as big as an Oasis class ship. Not quite, but pretty close. And they do not need to do anything like that to get under Verrazano, but I imagine the clearance is marginal on it.
Yeah.
So
they're pretty much the same height. They're just not the same width, aren't they?
They're not the same width for sure.
Yeah.
So I don't know about the height.
Now, when they lower the stacks, the area that they lower the stacks in, does anybody go in there at any point? I mean,
no, it's just a funnel type thing. It just goes in and then goes right back up.
Yeah.
That's nifty.
Yeah.
Another
of course,
thing
that's a big draw of the sail out from Bayonne and stuff as well. Is like everybody gets out and goes under and gets up on the top deck because you're like so close to the underside of the. I got to really watch myself. I almost said getting gangplank.
Hey, Will is saying he doesn't think it'll be a repositioning.
Yeah, that's what he said. So we'll see. We'll find out eventually.
Yep.
Oh, you never know. We never know. So we'll see. But it's mighty close up there. Every time we leave out of Pier 91, and we pass underneath the bridge. It's like right there.
Yeah, right. It's super close. You're you feel like you can reach up and touch it, honestly.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's what
it's a cool bridge, right? It stretches from Brooklyn to Staten Island.
Yep.
That's what it feels like when you go under the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Like you can touch it.
Don't worry, Block is gonna see us soon in January.
Wow.
Yep.
You're gonna get to take pictures and everything. So.
Oh, you're gonna take pictures too, Eddie.
What are you doing in January, Clock?
I guess when I get enough money in my Patreon and my super chats and all, I guess I'm gonna be going to Australia on a cruise the January 2nd and
2025.
I got the date.
Hello again. It's Captain Bill Wright. See?
Who was that?
That was Ross.
That's Ross.
That's Ross.
Wow. He didn't even sound like him. Ross. Ross.
Sorry, it was a video I was looking for.
Oh, okay.
Thought it was muted, but I guess not.
So I think Harmony is switching places with Allure. So, and Allure is like the redheaded stepchild of Oasis class ships. I mean, it's been a gazillion years now. Bring that sucker into dry dock and retrofit it already. You know, the rest of them have already been done. I don't know what they're doing with Allure. I don't know why they're not just bringing it in and at least putting some of the upgrades that they put on the older Oasis ships. So,
well, they're doing short sailings next year, aren't they? Or is that what they're doing right now? Because I know, I think Bill's doing a short sailing, like a 4-day or something.
Yeah, I mean, like Allure has been in Galveston for a while, right? Hasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As soon as the terminal opened, it was here.
Yeah. So some of the stuff they did on Harmony and Symphony and stuff, they went back and retrofitted Oasis, but they never retrofitted Allure, and I don't understand why. So, I mean, they've had years and years to do it, so put it in dry dock and do it already.
Yep.
And that was the first Oasis class ship I was on, was Allure.
So I'm just having a look at our cruising ports around Australia, and currently Sydney is home porting to a number of P&O ships, but Carnival Splendor is still down here for the winter, so be interesting to see.
Sherry said Laura was in set up for the dry dock during the COVID time, same as what I was just on. And since they pushed it, they just didn't get it done.
Yeah, they didn't get it done. I mean, I'm like, you know, I can understand why they would take a little while to do it, but I'm like, already? Come on, you know, get it done already.
Yeah. And Mike down here keeps saying that the what is it? The Paradise is going to dry dock, but we don't know what they're gonna do to it, and how long it's gonna be in dry dock also. So maybe it's I know that ship's already painted with the blue colors, so maybe they're adding. Hopefully, I think it has blue one already. I'm hoping that they do a shack to it. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
You know,
like it would be awesome if they did shack to some other ships other than XL.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it would be nice if they did that. I don't know if they will, but
that would be ultra popular on the Breeze. I know that it would, because that's a good chicken spot.
Yeah, and if you think about it, you know, that's kind of the next class down.
Mm-hmm.
It'd probably be the most logical ones to do it on.
Dream class. Yeah. I mean, what do we have? We have the outdoor barbecue. We got Guys, and we got Blue Iguana.
Yep.
They just opened up the chicken here in Rosemont yesterday, right by the airport.
And think about it like on Breeze too. Like think about Breeze, Dream, and Magic. Breeze is the only one with that 3D theater.
Mm-hmm.
Magic and Dream don't have it.
We'll find out soon enough.
Yep.
You know,
so I'm seeing Vista is finally leaving Galveston and going to Central Florida for just this really short window, and I've been, you know, looking at sailings, wondering if, you know, if that isn't the golden opportunity. I've been on Horizon, but I haven't been on Vista, right? So, like, that would be a great opportunity to get on Vista.
Yep.
And not go to Western Caribbean again.
We love Cozumel.
I mean, I love Cozumel too. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I've been all over the island, been on the far side of the island, been to the Mayan ruins. You know, I've been everywhere on Cozumel. I've been to Nachi Cacom so much that, you know, I should have my own palapa there. But you know, I'm really getting tired of all of this kind of redundancy in the American cruise market, right? I'm really getting tired of it. and I just cannot handle the 10-hour flight to the West Coast to do anything different right now.
So here's a fix for you. Jump on a repositioning cruise on one of the cruise ships that you guys are about to throw out, that you send down under. Stay here for the 6 months, and then when they try and sail that thing back to you guys again, jump on one of those. You know, then we know you scrap it because it's down for a season.
You're getting that nice celebrity ship down there.
Or the Luminosa's going down there in October doing that 31-day repositioning going through.
Okay, so the Luminosa is another hand-me-down. It's a hand-me-down from Costa, right?
Yep.
You find me one ship down here, down under, that's not a hand-me-down.
Can't do that.
I can tell
The
you who's
celebrity
coming.
that's coming down there.
Yeah, I'll tell you who's coming. The Edge is a bit old, right? It's one of the older ones. But right now we've got the Splendor. We've got the Pacific Adventure was a hand-me-down from Princess. The Pacific Explorer was a hand-me-down from Princess. We've got a Grand Princess, which is coming, which is a bit old in the teeth. The Brilliance of the Seas, how long has that been around? And Royal Princess, okay, the Royal Princess is brand new, 10 years old. Now you tell me, do we not get the hand-me-downs?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
CCC.
And we are supposedly the second largest cruise community in the world, so per capita. So, I mean, second to the US people. Can't talk about the Canucks because I don't know much about their cruising. They always get put in with Alaska in the US. So,
See you, Bruce. Even though you're 2 hours behind me.
Slater, Bruce.
See you.
Right, Batman.
So, cruising is cruising, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you Aussies don't know how to take care of anything.
Mate, you want to have a piss up with us, right? We'll drink you under the table. And it won't be Foster's either.
Apparently you can't handle it. Then you're breaking the ships up when you drink that much.
No.
I'm German and Irish. I don't know if you can drink me under your table.
You German and Irish. Oh my God. At least you're not Scottish.
Law Jones has a question. What's that huge mecha ship Disney bought unfinished? Isn't that going down under?
Which one? Oh, the Disney.
No,
there is a Disney ship coming down.
Yeah, they did buy an unfinished ship, didn't they?
Yeah, they bought one of
Yeah,
the
that's
Genting ship.
Yeah, right.
It's going to be the largest cruise ship for passenger capacity in the world, but Genting can belly up, and that will be based in Asia.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I
I thought it was Europe or Asia.
Lord Jones, for your information, the only new ship that's coming down under is the Resilient Lady, and that's home porting in Melbourne.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a little interesting video to show of the funnels being retracted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
It's on the
Disney's,
quantum. It's on the quantum. Give me 1 second to pull it up.
G'day, Jennifer.
Oh, on the quantum. Okay. So I guess they do it too.
Well, that means Anthem has to do it, right? Because, Anthem is like always in Bayonne.
Well, once it starts playing. This is in real time.
Oh.
And it's
Did it freeze?
no.
Hey, mate, grab me a coffee while you're heading that way.
That sounds Go right up on there.
Seriously?
Yep.
They say it takes about 30 seconds for them to retract.
I was gonna say, like, is it gonna be starting soon here or what?
I think because the
I
full
know.
screen is lagging.
Yeah.
I want to see where the bridge is. And is it 30 seconds before the bridge or 30 seconds under the bridge? Or does the ship move along, get to the bridge, and then it starts retracting? Geez, that'd be cutting it fine.
When do they retract?
Yeah, it's lagging.
Ah,
It's almost retracted on my end.
Mike, get out of the way, Mike.
I see that flag on the back of that guy's shirt. I bet his hat says something about a naval ship.
Probably.
Now you guys should go see
what's
it
that guy
now.
doing? Does everybody see what I'm seeing?
I see some old man taking pictures.
Right. Okay. Exactly.
Taking pictures of
Oh.
the half naked
Right.
on the pool.
Eddie, can you let my imagination keep on working, please?
Sorry, Sean, I didn't see that was you.
Ah.
Go get some coffee.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You gotta have a laugh track on your stream on your
Mhm.
stream deck.
It depends on the laugh.
Mm.
Good one, Eddie.
All right, well, you got me beat on that one.
Yep.
Holy crap.
Wipe out. I think that is down. Okay. You think so?
Wait, I didn't see it. Wait, what?
Yeah, I never really saw it going down either.
Neither did I.
All
I
right.
didn't see it.
All right. So here's what I'm going to suggest. Go to Dr. Google and look up YouTube. What ship was it?
Quantum.
Quantum.
The Quantum of the Seas funnel retraction. Because
I was feeling if you type in that same thing that it just had, it'll bring it up for you.
That's
Probably that
exactly
same
what-
video, yeah.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to look it up.
All right, I'm looking it up right now. Let's see.
Oh, that's another view. Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
This is the Oasis. Going
Oh,
under the Verrazano Bridge.
Can you press play, please? Thank you.
It was playing. It's lagging.
Oh my gosh. Hang on, as my daughter would say, oh my God.
Wow.
Jeez, that's close.
Wow. Wow.
That's rule.
I'm telling you, it's close. When you go underneath that, you're like, oh my gosh, I could totally reach up there and grab that.
Now that has to be at low tide, right?
Who knows? Probably.
I mean, I would guess, right?
Oh, I missed that bridge.
I mean, after you go underneath that bridge, the only thing left to see is Coney Island.
So I can imagine the ship goes out underneath, and as it gets right underneath the bridge, the captain lets fly with a horn, and that scares the shit out of everybody who's driving on the top.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure they did. I'm pretty sure they did.
That
blow
would
the
be
horn.
amazing.
Wouldn't it?
That would be cool.
Yep.
I'd have to look at my videos, but I'm pretty sure they do.
Look, over there is
Oh.
Staten Island.
I'm waiting for the stacks to come back up.
Okay, so it did cross under.
See.
Here they come.
Yep. Popping out.
They are coming up slowly, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but what
I
about the
see.
stacks?
Yeah, keep that camera angle so I can't see Staten Island.
Oh, so you like the place, don't you?
No.
Yeah. Sounds like you frequent it often.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the real quick backstory of it. All right. My daughter, 24 years old, apple of my eye, love of my life. I mean, everything, my entire world. Okay. She's dating a 32-year-old guy from Staten Island.
Oh, okay.
She's 24. He's 32. I have a serious problem with it.
His name's Pete Davidson.
If she was 42 and he was 50 something, would that bother you?
No,
So what's the problem?
because she's 24 and he's 32.
Well, you know the good news. Just get her to. Well, yeah, somebody's calling her the gold digger. No. Sorry. But just invite him home for dinner, and just give him the "you want to date my daughter" trick.
Okay, so here's the thing. My daughter is 24 years old. She makes $102,000 a year.
What'd she do?
She does event planning and fundraising for the National Multiple Sclerosis Society.
And what does he do?
He is a network cybersecurity expert for Deloitte.
You want to keep him?
Listen, like, he's not a loser, okay, but he's 32 and she's 24.
You want to keep him right where you can see him.
And like, listen, like, she grew up going to places like Ocean City, Maryland, Ocean City, New Jersey, and then like next week when she comes back, she's going with him to some Goomba place like Long Island or something like that. All right, like she's taking them like Long Island Beach or something like that. I'm like, oh my God, are they going to be speaking Brooklyn there or what?
Island.
So
you're missing the point.
No, I know. I got your point, and I get it. And I listen, like I said, he's not a loser or anything, right? She could do a million times worse, but he's still he's still old enough to be her dad.
What?
No, he's
In
not.
10 years,
Come on.
Yeah, kind of.
No.
If this guy was from Philadelphia,
Seriously, this is what I think too, right? He's
Right.
32. He's 32 years old, and he's not already married with kids, and he's dating my 24-year-old daughter. What's wrong with him?
nothing.
Maybe he was just intelligent, waiting for the smart chick to come up on the
Maybe,
scene.
and I guess before he was this cybersecurity person for Deloitte, he worked on Wall Street.
Well, he knows how to get money. So what's your problem? She's not going to be wanting for
My
anything.
problem is that he's just too much older, too older for her. He's just I mean, he's not terribly out of the age range. He's just slightly out of the age range.
8 years.
So
8 years.
everybody in the
Scott.
family has met him except for me. I refuse to meet him out of protest.
Well, there's a
Hey,
problem,
Scott.
right? Because if she was to meet somebody her age, you'd probably want to kick him to the curb anyway.
I probably would. And here's
Yeah, whereas-
the thing. I pride myself on the fact that I managed to keep her and her brother from dealing with any of the teenage drama dating bullshit through high school and early college and everything else, right? So I really pride myself on being successful at that. I never had to deal with teenage boyfriends and teenage girlfriends and all the other drama, that crap. So then they finish college and then they end up with these people who are like, so much older than them. And I'm just like, but
Well-
yeah.
Well, you can't help perfection.
Yeah, I guess. So
And another thing, she's an adult, so
no, that's it. That's why I keep my mouth shut about it. But I definitely have my opinion on it.
and the
So
more you bitch about it, the more she's gonna be.
oh yeah, listen, I bitch to you guys about it more than I bitch to her about it.
Yeah, the
So-
more you hit her, the more she's gonna be holding to this dude
You should
from
hear
New
what she-
York.
You should hear what she says about her dad.
The ultimate question is, Scott, is she happy?
I think she is, and that's probably one of the reasons why I'm, not being a total a-hole about it. But, yeah, it's just the fact that, he could be from anywhere. He could be from Chicago, for crying out loud, but he's got to be from Staten Island.
He could be from Melbourne, even worse.
Eddie's from Brooklyn. He can tell you, right? Out of all the boroughs, Staten Island's the worst, right? It's like the redheaded stepchild across the gangplank.
It's the stepchild, but Bronx is the worst.
Exactly, right?
The
So
Bronx.
I'm like, he's got to be from Staten Island? Really?
It's a country by itself.
Maybe if you go to him and shake his hand and just tell him your concerns.
So this is what I said to her. I was like, this is what I said to her. She's been dating him for a year and a half now, right? And the first 6 months she dated him, I didn't even know about it. She kept it a secret, right?
She knew she'd get this backlash.
Yeah. So then I knew it was serious when she said, okay, it's time to tell Dad about it, right? So she tells Dad about it, and then, okay, so we're good. So now so I said to her, I was like, okay, everybody in the family has met him except for me. And I thought, okay, it's probably not going to be a good meeting anyway. I said, but listen, if it keeps going and you get to the point where you're like, okay, I think we're going to marry this guy. All right, I guess I'll meet him.
I mean,
I reckon that one night she's going to bring him to a restaurant that the bunch of you are going out to as a family too. And
she would know better. She would seriously know better.
Hang on. There he is sitting down there matching you drink for drink, and he's going to become your best buddy.
I don't know about that.
I reckon he's going mark my words. I reckon he's going to become your best buddy.
Here's the even more interesting part of it, right? He has no social media. He has no social media or anything else, so I can't even find his social. Like, I can't even find him on social media and stuff.
He's in cybersecurity. I don't see him having a social media.
Exactly. Right. So I was in IT for 30 years, but I was not in IT security. I was in networking and servers and stuff like that. Or whatever.
Go on the dark web.
So he probably knows a little bit more about that area of IT than I do, but yeah.
Just use the dark web.
Well,
how much taller is this man from you?
Oh, he's probably taller than me. Everybody's taller than me. I'm only 5'6".
Eddie's not taller than you.
You're taller than me.
You got Eddie by about a foot and a half, I think.
But the thing is that Scott might don't want to deal with a bigger guy.
No, but honestly, seriously, he does seem to make her happy because she's still been with him and she doesn't come home thinking, I hate that, blank. So, so, I mean, I'm happy about that, but at the same time, he's from Staten Island.
Oh, God.
Okay, so all you're upset about is that your little baby is no longer a baby anymore.
That's definitely what it is.
I know the feeling, right? I know the feeling.
I got it. That's why I tell Jeremy all the time, right? His kids come on the camera sometimes, like in our after show and stuff. Like after we quit our, we usually hang out. We have a pre-show and a post show and stuff, and we talk about different stuff. And his kids come on, and I tell you, like it pulls at my heartstrings because like my kids are grown up now. They're 24 and they're 20, well, almost 25. They're 24 and 23, right? So, and they're only 13 months apart. So one turns 25 in October and the next one turns 24 in November. And it's like, like I see that and I miss those days. Right. So, I'm like, I miss those days of when they were little, and both of them are Gen Z. So the entire generation has this, like, we're not having kids attitude. So I'll probably never have grandchildren, but in any event,
Tom
Yeah,
Morello,
so it's like, they are grown up. They're both amazing. My son works for the Pennsylvania legislature, and my daughter works for the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. She just literally just got a promotion to a director position after being with them for 3 years. She makes $102,000 a year. My son works for the Pennsylvania legislature. He works for the Democrats, though. So I'm a lifelong Republican. But I'm not a Trump, Republican. I'm like a normal classic Republican. So, but yeah, so he has a good job too, makes good money, and they have, college degrees, they have good futures. So I'm happy about all of that. I'm happy that I dodged all of the teenage drama, dating crap, but at the same time, I just wish she was dating somebody a little bit closer to her age.
Hang on a minute. You have a major family catastrophe going on here. I mean, you are a Republican, right?
Yes.
And you have a son who's a Democrat.
Yes, and my
You live
daughter,
in the same house?
literally just switched her party to Democrat like 2 weeks ago.
Well, do you blame her? I mean, seriously, brother's got more influence. Seriously, your family's falling to pieces. You've got a Democrat in the family.
Exactly. So I tell them all the time, but we live in a Republican stronghold. Our section of our part of the state is controlled by the Republicans. So I was like, if you do that decision, that's completely on you. I don't have a problem with it. But just remember, if you ever need anything from your representative or your state senator, you will not get it, because the first thing they do is check your voter reg. The reason why I know that is because I retired from the state Senate.
That really sucks.
I retired from the state Senate. I was in IT in the state Senate, but I know what they do. And the first thing they do when you contact your state representative or your state senator and ask them for anything is they check your voter reg. And if you are the opposite party, they respectively and politely decline to help you.
Now, wait a minute. I've got to ask you a question. I was told ever since I was a kid, I was told that you guys in the US are a democracy. Is that right?
Supposed to be, but
I think we used to be, and we like to keep convincing ourselves that we are, but no, I don't believe we are anymore.
I don't think you ever were in the first place.
Yeah.
Scott, I just want to know, how did they meet?
See you, Mike.
They met through a mutual friend. I'm not sure how the mutual friend knew somebody from Staten Island.
He was a Democrat.
But they met through a mutual friend, and they were introduced at a kind of like a double date dinner. And I was on a cruise ship out of the country when it happened. So I think that was strategically planned. But yeah. So,
if it makes you feel any better, Scott, I was 27 and my wife was 19 when we met.
Look at that.
So I'm 62 and my wife's 63. So there you go.
Yeah. That's listen, my wife is 4 years younger than me. Okay.
And that's a problem.
But she's my second wife.
So who's your first?
My first wife was only a year older than me.
See, that stuffs everything up.
Yeah.
My first.
So you've got to have an 8-year gap, because somebody's got to grow up.
I mean, you're gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm dealing with it. Like I said, I'm complaining to you guys about it more than I complain to her about it.
I bet you.
Well, she knows now. She's here in the chat.
Yeah, I know. She was in the chat, man.
Yeah, I know. If she's still in there, she might be in bed because she probably has to get up at 4:00 in the morning and set up all of this all this stuff, because it's either a bike or a run or a 5K, 4K, this, that, or whatever. She has to do a whole bunch of stuff in order to get it all done. She has to work with sponsors and this and that and everything else. She's really amazing at what she does, and and they've rewarded her handsomely for it. So, and she's really good at it. She also does a Disney Princesses 5K in Orlando every February. She works with Disney World directly. They close down Epcot for her. And over several hundred runners come into Epcot after hours or before hours, and run all the way around through the showcase or whatever around Epcot. She does that whole thing, and she wears Mickey ears on it and everything else. She, she's great. She does a great job at it. So I couldn't be more prouder of her. But, if I had one complaint about it, she's dating a guy much older than her from Staten Island.
Somebody's having daddy issues.
Yeah, but at least he's not from Texas.
No, well, listen, I might be happier if he was from Texas, but he's from the redheaded stepchild of the New York boroughs, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, Democrats in New York, so sorry, just the way it is.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, Eddie, you're from Brooklyn, right? I mean, come on, you have to know what I'm talking about when it comes to Staten Island. I mean, come on.
I didn't hang out there, and I didn't care for it.
That's her twin sister, isn't it?
I want to
Brooklyn and
understand
Staten Island.
No,
I want to understand something. I want to understand something. What's Staten Island ever done to you? It's only a place.
Yeah.
Show us where they touched you.
Yeah.
Love it.
We need the hypnosis pineapple. Boom.
That's right. There you go.
Tell us the story, man.
I mean, come on. It's just, I mean, listen, it's kind of like how New Yorkers feel about New Jersey, right?
Staten Island is mostly full of Italians, and they're all Republicans. So that's why they moved to there.
Okay.
They left the other four boroughs to move to Staten Island because they're a bunch of Italians Republicans. So that's why. But don't worry about it, man. Just go with the flow.
Yeah, like I said, I've been complaining to you guys way more about it than I do to her. Probably because
let it out, puppy. Don't worry, let it out, puppy.
Probably because she would just probably be like, Dad.
No, wait a minute. What was the name of that place again?
Staten Island.
Staten Island.
Exactly. Here, I'll second that.
Now, hang on. I got to ask you a question. Did yours go round clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Love it.
Clockwise.
Exactly. The most when you guys listen when we're in Grand Cayman, I hope there's a Disney ship there, because the most pathetic thing in the world is being on any cruise ship other than a Disney ship in Grand Cayman when a Disney ship is there, because they always duel each other with the horns.
Oh my Lord.
And you hear these amazing Disney horns, and then you hear this lame horn from whatever other cruise ship you're on.
Right. Because they play music with theirs.
Yes.
No.
Sorry. Emily just jumped. You took you back to the Philippines? You didn't crickets?
Not in Manila. It's so busy. No one's sleeping in Manila. Like day and night. No one is sleeping at all. It's like New York City. No, it's great. I wasn't that impressed.
Yeah.
But is it like Staten Island, though?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Staten Island.
Yes.
Actually, I can say that about Angeles, Philippines. Angeles.
Yeah, yeah.
I could say that about the.
Or buildings
Anyway.
everywhere. That place. Amazing. Wow. The stream has decided to go into the gutter. Wait for it. We can get lower. Yep.
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, Eddie, I told Elizabeth about the ship you guys are going on to Bermuda.
Yeah.
And I told Elizabeth about it, and she looked at me and said, well, isn't that interesting? Because that's actually one of the celebrity ships that I want to go on.
Hey, here we go.
Book it, book it.
Book it, book it. Now this is 1 second,
Book it,
2024.
No. That's the Sherry, the Friends of Sherry M meeting is in the morning. Okay, that's not that kind of party. This is not that kind of party, guys.
Is Cheryl asleep?
No, we just, I don't see her in the chat anymore.
Oh.
So yeah, she might be sleeping. I don't know.
Well, Randy's here, so hey, here we go.
Yep.
No, hey,
He's in Arizona as well, isn't he?
Yep. Yeah. Yes. I have no idea which part, but yeah, he's somewhere.
I've been seeing on ABC World News lately. I've been seeing the last couple of days that it's been like more than a week of excess of 110 degrees in Arizona. And I'm like, what are you complaining about? That sounds wonderful.
Come try it out.
No.
I would love to come try it out, honestly.
Ooh.
It's hot. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
It's a different kind of hot. It's a dry heat. I mean, I would definitely take the dry heat over the
Right.
humid
Yeah.
over here in Florida. But
Yeah.
it is hot, man. It's hot.
Yeah.
It's 100.
Well, we're on 11 degrees right now. Oh, that's sea.
Yeah, not only do they have that oppressive heat in down under, but then they also have spiders and snakes.
Huge ones too.
Yeah,
They look like big lobsters.
Yeah,
Most
yeah,
amount
but
of
we've also got-
poisonous animals in the world.
I know. It's incredible.
But you would love to see the kangaroos fight with them.
That sounds like something Jeremy would do. Maybe kangaroo fight.
No, it don't. No, it does not.
I mean, Jeremy would definitely be tall enough to meet that kangaroo right on an even field.
No.
Knuckle to knuckle.
Have you seen the muscles on a kangaroo?
Yes, I have watched. And interesting enough, I have seen plenty of TikToks where kangaroos are actually coming back for more with humans.
But I've got to clarify a couple of things. A kangaroo is easy to beat. All you got to do is run around the back of it. They can't go backwards.
Really?
Oh wow!
Keep that in
They
mind.
can only go forward. They can't go backwards.
So in 25, Jeremy's fighting a bear in Alaska, and in 26, a kangaroo in Australia.
Yeah, and baby's been asking me, will I go swimming with the sharks and stingrays ever since day one? And I told her no. It's a stingray.
That's only since you bought that insurance policy.
That's how the lion. I mean, not the lion. The dude on TV, Steve Irwin. That's how he died.
Yeah, our mate. Our
The
mate.
crocodile
Steve
hunter.
Yeah.
He died from the stingray, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And listen,
Yeah,
when I was at Stingray City in Grand Cayman, they spent the first 10 minutes talking about. And now I don't agree with this, but the people who took us out there spent the first 10 minutes talking about how they thought that Steven Irwin was the biggest idiot in the world, and about how he, antagonized the stingray and asked for it, right? More or less, they were saying that, right? Now, I think they were doing it because they were trying to set everybody's mind at ease, right? They were trying to say, this doesn't normally happen. But I was there as a short guy with water up to my neck, right? Thinking to myself, I just need to get the hell back on this ship because I don't give a damn about these things that are swimming around me that could at any point in time decide to kill me.
Correct.
The only reason
See, I
why
thought-
they want to
I
do
thought I
that
heard
is
he
'cause
jumped.
you antagonize them.
Well, that's what they kept saying to us. You really got to give that thing a good reason to do it, because once it does it, it can never do it again. And I thought to myself, they really tried to instill in us that the Stingray is really thinking long and hard about whether or not this is a good idea or whether or not it really wants to do this. And I said to myself, you know, I just don't know if it has that level of reasoning.
No.
All right. Let me bring you back to a couple of things. You talk about these deadly snakes. Now, truth of the matter is, as if an adult snake bites you, it's a warning. And why is it a warning? Because you didn't leave it alone.
Mm.
Yep.
They are more afraid of you than you are of them. So don't stress. Slater, Ross, have a good night, buddy. So when you start talking about us deadly creatures, you know, just understand that us deadly creatures only do it when we are attacked.
See, I was told that the crocodile hunter actually jumped in the water on the barb. Like,
yes.
Like,
yeah, I
it
think he
wasn't
did.
like the thing tried to hit him.
No, I think he did.
It
I
was a
think you're
total
right.
accident that he fell
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He went on top of it, and then the barb just kept on going in like 38 times.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. Well, I didn't know about that one, but
You know, and seriously, Sean, I'm just kidding around. I'm just joking around. One day when I can work up the courage and the nerve to take that
January the
long of a
2nd,
plane ride,
2021.
I am absolutely going to come there and enjoy every minute of it. It is on my list. I hope to make it there before,
Scott,
the
you do
trumpets
realize-
play, but
You do realize I am a shit stirrer.
you, Sean?
Openly admitted.
yeah.
Clocky, you didn't know?
I didn't know that.
Like I said, after 50 some cruises, I am really getting tired of the U.S. cruise experience. You know, anything that I can do from U.S. ports, I'm really getting tired of it. I really want to do something new and something different and fresh. So I'm, I'm even as much as I despise the cold, and my concept of cold is way different than everybody else's because I'm the weirdo. But I am even willing to get on an Antarctica expedition cruise, right? Just
Seriously?
because.
Come down under.
Yeah, I'm just getting so tired of the same old itineraries. So,
Even if it's a repositioning, whatever, that takes you down through parts of the South Pacific. So you take in Fiji and you take in some of the American Pacific islands and so forth. On your way down, do a repositioning. If it's not a repositioning, then you got to come down under. You got to spend some time in New Zealand. You got to spend some time down Australia.
yeah.
Australia is not a 2-week visit. Australia is up to 6 months.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. I mean, my wife and I are talking about it all the time, and I'm like, and she's like, but you won't, but the plane ride, but the plane ride, but the plane ride. I'm like, you know what? I know. And I'm just going to have to I'm gonna have to get over it at some point, because I honestly am getting to the point where I don't know how much more I can take of, Nassau and Cozumel.
Yeah.
I honestly just don't. I mean, they're great places. I love them, but I've just been to them so many times. And on top of that, because I've been to them so many times, I've also really kind of run to the end of my rope on refocusing on, okay, well, these cruises are going to be about the cruise, right?
Yeah.
And not the port, because I'm already at the end of my rope with the ports. And now I'm at the end of my rope with, okay, it's just the cruise. And I'm just like, I'm going to have to just deal with it and get on a plane and fly to the Med and fly to Australia and fly to the West Coast and, do these, these cruises that are just going to offer me something more unique, because I just, and I need to preface all of that with how ridiculous of a first world problem being tired of cruise of US cruise market experiences that is. I mean, literally saying that is not doing it justice. beyond every fiber of my being realizes how absolutely ridiculous of a first world problem that is, and how kind of almost despicable it is for me to complain about it.
Yep.
Honestly, like, I get that. I really do. I live that. I feel it. It is real inside me. But it is at the same time who I am. Right.
Hey, DeFreak, I've got to actually clarify a couple of things for you. If you do a down under cruise, so any cruises out of Australia, you're looking at a minimum of 14 days. That's an average cruise down under. So you're doing New Zealand, it's a 14-day. You're doing South Pacific, it's a 15-day. You're going up to Singapore and back, it's a good 14 to 20 to 15 days. So any average cruise around Australia is that. I mean, you can circumnavigate Australia for 22 days. It's a huge place.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So, all right, in a few minutes, we're going to be hitting the 3-hour mark. I think it's time to start wrapping it up.
Really, Eddie? Do you think it's time to go already?
I just got on.
It seems like we just got here.
Got on.
Yep.
Ooh, Scott is in a warm feeling tonight.
Scott's in a mood.
It's on a very explicit. I'm trusting my energy to keep going. Hey, go right ahead. Come on, bring your land shark. No problemo.
Okay, so all the cruises now you have to fly to Australia. There's no midway, and then get on.
Other than a repositioning that ends up in Australia.
Right.
Yep. But you know what? Bite the bullet. It's only a day. It's only a day.
Well, I flown 17 hours just recently, so there and back.
To where?
Manila, Philippines.
To the Philippines. Okay, so we're not that much different, right? The good news is when you're flying down here, it's a good 17 hours, yes, but you actually gain a day one way. All right, you lose a day one way.
True.
Yep. You lose it by going, gaining it by coming back. So.
No, the other way around.
I mean, I'm probably going to do a Panama Canal cruise in 24 sometime. And I'm probably going to just kind of like, the first one I'm going to do is going to be a partial transit. So it's going to be from Florida back to Florida. That's just kind of like to kind of do an introduction to it. But then I'm probably going to do one in 25 from the West Coast to do a full transit into Florida.
Just do a Seattle to Sydney.
Mm.
I was wondering.
Stay here for 6 months and then do Sydney back to Seattle.
Yeah. That's probably going to be my first venture away from, Nassau on a private island.
All you got to do is ask Bill Warmstrong what it was like doing the 23 days.
I followed most of his vlogs. I mean, it was extraordinary. Beyond some of the issues he had with some of the ships he was on, I think when he got on, what was he on? Was he on Carnival Luminosa? Yeah, Luminosa. Yeah, I mean, he did not seem to really like that ship too much.
Well, would anybody else? I mean, seriously, it's a hand-me-down.
Yeah. So, but it seemed like it was really incredible experience. So.
I reckon nobody would go wrong if it was, say, a Horizon ship doing a repositioning. Nobody would knock it, but because it was Luminosa, it's a hand-me-down ship. It's been around for 20 odd years, and here it is, got a new badge on it. What's different? Just a paint job. Or maybe a new crew on it as well, but it's not really a Carnival ship.
Nope. As long as the crew.
I mean, it was a Costa ship, right?
Right.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
As long as the crew is still true to Carnival in their ways, I wouldn't care, because the crew really takes care of us and then make sure that we're having a good time.
Right. So like here's the thing. So from an MSC standpoint, right? I see a lot of cruise vloggers from the US really complaining about how MSC is not more like Carnival. And don't get me wrong, I love them, I support them, I don't have a problem with them saying that. Up to the point where I ask, why, like if you want a Carnival experience, then just go on Carnival, right?
Agreed.
So like MSC is trying to introduce something different, and Americans are so narrow-minded when it comes to stuff like that, right? Like they don't want anything new. They don't want a new experience. They want the same old. And that's fine, because if it's your vacation, you should be able to have whatever it is that you want. But if what it is you want is Carnival, then go to hell on a Carnival ship already. Don't go on an MSC cruise and then badmouth MSC for trying to offer the U.S. market something different, right?
Agreed.
Like, I love the fact that they're offering something different. I embrace it every time I'm on an MSC cruise, because I'm like, hallelujah, something different, right?
Yep, absolutely.
So I really, that's how I feel about it. So I see that Carnival, trying to do the same thing, trying to kind of compete with that Italian style cruising by bringing some Costa ships over and kind of doing that. However, the people that have been on those Costa ships so far are telling me that, kind of the experience is mediocre, and they're not really necessarily getting something that is not only just different, but also kind of acceptable, if that's a way to put it. So that's disappointing for me, but at the same time, I kind of feel like that's our new normal, right? Like it seems like our new normal is subpar and failure, but accept it and tell everybody it was great.
Yeah, and I look at it this way: you work hard to create a brand, and if you start to pick and choose on anybody else's brand, you're going away from your core values.
Yeah,
and this is where I see Carnival stuffing up at this particular point with those Costa ships, because they're trying to pretend to be something different to their core, and you stay with your core values. MSC has got a core value. Princess has a core value. Hal has got a core value. The minute you start trying to chop and change, you're going to start losing a lot of custom, I would say. And so I reckon the three ships, the ex-Costas, either you switch them totally, or you give them back and then get another ship.
Yeah. No, seriously. I said to my wife, right? Like Venezia started in New York, right? After the transatlantic, it starts in New York, right?
Yeah.
Then it's going to go to Florida.
Yep.
And I said to my wife, I was like, don't be surprised when you find all of these complaints about Carnival's core people getting on that ship and complaining about how they hated the entire experience.
Correct.
I was like, because I really cannot see them embracing it, because they want what they want. You know, they want the traditional carnival experience. They're not going to get that on Venezia when it goes to Central Florida, and it's going to be a disaster. And I won't be surprised if I'm right.
Yep.
So
It's not only, I mean, you've got Splendor, which is here year round, and then you get the Luminosa, which is supposed to pick up a step where another carnival ship was. They're two separate experiences. They're not the same carnival experience.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think things become a challenge. I think Carnival should go back to being Carnival and let the other cruise lines that they buy in be themselves.
Yep.
And people will enjoy the cruising experience a lot more.
Yeah.
And plus, the Carnival Corporation has multiple cruise lines that operate under that parent brand. That if you want the Italian experience, but still be on a Carnival brand, you still can. You know, that they have a variety of different ships as well, unlike other cruise lines who just have, you know, that one thing.
Right.
Going
and see, when I get on an MSC cruise, I don't really like I see the differences immediately, and I experience the differences throughout the entire sailing.
Right.
But they are not so profound that I don't know that I'm still on a cruise ship.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's still the same itinerant experience.
And the Freak has been talking about seasickness in the chat. I would like for each one of us to you know, say something about that. I've only been seasick once on all of my 7 cruises, and the patch that you wear behind your ear, it took it away in like 15 minutes. And I was on my way to dinner whenever I got seasick. And our friend had the patches. I put one on, and by the time we made it upstairs, ordered the food, and the food got there, my seasickness was gone. So these remedies that were, the patches really, really work. And I think they work aromatherapy. I'm not even sure how they work.
So I'll go next. I have been on, you know, gazillions of cruises. I've been on ships that I felt like we were sailing on a lake. And I've been on ships where the ocean was moving so much that when I was sitting in my cabin, on one moment I could see the sky and nothing else. And the next thing I could see nothing but the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Never seasick a millisecond of my life, and hope to never be.
Yep.
I can say that I've never been seasick. We've done 5 cruises, and on all those cruises, and also floaty boaty in the bathtub. But I can honestly say that I've never been seasick. Might have felt queasy a little bit, but green apple and just live your life.
Yep, green apples work real good too. Mike?
I have never been seasick on a cruise. However, I have always brought the Dramamine patch or pill with me just in case. And I suggest everybody do that because it's going to be 3 times more if you want to try to buy it in the gift shop. So.
Yeah, I got seasick on Carnival Pride, which is a smaller ship. And we were going through some pretty rough waters a couple times. There was actually a hurricane happening down in the south, and it was bringing the water was pretty rough, even though we were up north. And I tried Dramamine, but all that does is want to put me to sleep. So I didn't want to sleep through my whole first cruise. So that's why after that first cruise, we started getting the patches. Now it's got to the point now to where it doesn't even affect me any, because like I said, I've been on 10 cruises at this point, and it's almost like I got like sea legs or something now, because I don't have any issues whatsoever. My wife still has issues, but I don't have any issues anymore.
And the way that Bruce said that they deal with it is they take the Dramamine to prevent the seasickness at night. That way, you know, it not only helps you go to sleep, but it'll prevent seasickness for the next day. So that's actually genius the way that they do theirs. Emily?
Oh, I was just writing in the chat. We're about to write. I was going to send it. I don't remember being seasick. I mean, it was wavy, but not thunderstorm rough per se. One day, and we were having lunch or dinner. I think it was around lunchtime, something like that. But anyway, it was wavy. But I mean, I was fine. That's
Eddie?
me.
How do you deal with? We're talking about seasickness because DeFreak asked about it, and we were addressing how we deal with seasickness if you ever got seasick on a ship.
No, I have never been seasick on a ship, and no whatsoever. No that I recall. Back in those days, I did try it the first time I ever cruised in 89, I think. Nothing happened to me, so I have never. And I had a gap in between, I will say like 90, 91, 92 to when we went back cruising in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And I went back like nothing. I didn't take anything when I went back, so no.
Yep.
I always been good. So.
I have these key lights I just bought. I haven't gotten the mounts for them yet, though, so hopefully I won't be so dark on future.
Hey, Eddie.
Yes.
You said you would cruise. You started cruising in '89. Is that right?
Yes.
No, I got here in the Mayflower.
I didn't think you were that old that you would cruise in '89.
I believe that I'm 928 years old.
Mm.
Yeah.
And Alice is 21.
Oh yeah, she's been reincarnated a bunch of times.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're
I spent
amazing.
with my great grandpa, Christopher Columbus.
Good old
Seriously,
Chris.
like, I cannot wait until the first video hits that says, "Hi, I'm Alice from Alice Lugo Studios, and I'm making my YouTube debut, and Eddie is driving me to work. Have a good day. Can't wait. Can't wait to watch. Can't wait to thumbs up.
Yep.
That'd be
Hey,
awesome.
Can't wait to comment, share."
Hey, Jennifer's got a question. She says, have any of you done an excursion to Joust Van Dyke? And was it worth it?
What is Joust Van Dyke?
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
Okay, Jennifer, spill the beans. Where is it? Hang on. Let me just help with this one. Spill the beans. Where is it?
Yeah.
Right.
Now, Eddie, I believe you were mates with my mate Chris. He had another cousin, also by the name of Chris.
Oh.
Well, yours was Columbus. Ours was Cook.
Oh, okay.
She said it's an island in BVI, British Virgin Islands.
You know what? I've been to the U.S. Virgin Islands a gazillion times, never to BVI ever.
Now, I want to understand something. How come they can call those islands the Virgin Islands?
I don't know what they're saving.
Well, I mean,
I was a virgin after I got there.
Yeah.
I've been really high up on St. Thomas, where I've been able to see some of the BVI, but I've never actually been to them.
Is St. Kitts considered British?
St. Kitts is not a Virgin Island. St. Kitts is St. Kitts.
Okay.
St. Kitts and Nevis. So there's two islands, St. Kitts and Nevis. They're part of a single country. Never been to Nevis. Been to St. Kitts many times.
which part is British and which part's American? Virgin Islands?
So there's only three U.S. Virgin Islands. That's St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John.
What's St. Martin?
And St. Martin is its own country, but it's half Dutch and half French. And actually, the French have a larger portion of that island than the Dutch do. But the Dutch side is more kind of more industrialized, more developed, and the main airport is on the Dutch side.
I can understand that. If you think about the Dutch East India Company having gone down and taken a lot of territory, like that Virgin Islands bit and
right,
South Africa and up through.
And here's something else. Here's something else too. So the Dutch have Aruba, Curacao. They did have Bonaire until Bonaire decided to become its own country.
But
so they have Aruba, Curacao, and St. Martin that they consider the Netherlands Antilles, and they consider them like a territory.
Yes.
However, the French consider their side of St. Martin as mainland France. It's not a territory, it's part of mainland France.
And that happens also in parts of our area too. What's the place? I think it's Vanuatu's part of it as well. No, sorry, I beg your pardon. New Caledonia is also part of mainland France. As well as there is a city in New Zealand, a town in New Zealand, which is French in influence. So they don't have the police; they have the gendarme.
Yeah, so if you look at my my Harmony of the Seas video when I was in St. Martin, I know I'm really far behind in publishing content, but if you look at my Harmony of the Seas video, if you see, there's a lot of kind of B-roll in that video that looks kind of very countryside or rural from St. Martin, and all of those scenes are from the French side of St. Martin because it's just not very developed. It's still kind of pristine, if for lack of a better way of putting it. But
Jennifer said we're going to Tortola, and that is one of the excursions. Our other stops are Puerto Plata and St. Thomas. So Puerto Plata, Dominican Republic. We just went there. They have a nice little resort right there at the port. It was free. I mean, it has a lazy river and nice bars and big pool. But the rest of the Dominican was pretty bad. So I don't know what else you planned on doing there.
And I think that's very interesting because, like, from an American standpoint, from a U.S. standpoint, most of these countries that we go to on cruise ships, we consider third world island nations. But the Dominican Republic really is not a third world nation. It really is I don't know if it's a first world nation, but it's not a third world nation. It really has a robust population. It has a decent middle class, and it has good infrastructure and a good government structure, and it really is it's really different than some of these other countries that you go to on cruise ships, especially like some of these leeward countries like Lucia and Barbados and Kitts and Martinique and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting that you would put it that way, Clap, just because it really is. It's probably as close to a first world nation that you would get in the Caribbean. So.
The Cayman Islands are kind of like that too, though. I wouldn't say maybe exactly like that, but they're definitely not.
No, I agree. But Cayman Islands is still one of the very few British territories that still belong to England.
Yeah.
So like, most of the, like there's a saying, I'm sure Sean probably knows about this, but there's a saying that says the sun never sets on the British Empire, right? Because the British just colonized the entire friggin' planet. So, but
it does
a lot of those colonies, there was two ways. So the colonies either gained their independence because they just thumbed their nose up at England and said, we're done with you.
Yep.
Or England said, we're tired of supporting you. So sure, whether you want your independence or not, here it is. Because we're done with you. We're getting rid of you. But Grand Cayman is one of those places where England is like, oh, no, we think we'll hold on to you for a while. So there's still a royal governor there.
Yeah.
And there's hell. And there's hell, where you can mail yourself a postcard from hell.
We stopped at La Romana, Dominican Republic, and when you come out to the road, when you leave the cruise port, we took a taxi tour. So if you make a right out of the cruise port, you go down to a nice gated community, a whole resort area. We've seen Vin Diesel's house. We've seen Sammy Sosa's house. We went to a marina that was like high dollar boats and everything else like that.
Right.
Well, I mean, the gated community was like, when we pulled up to the gate, the guard had to scan the driver's license of the driver there. Then he came around the van, opened up the door, and looked at all of us. Shut the door. And he gave him the okay to go in. Well, when you leave and you go the left side, if you're leaving the cruise port, as soon as you go across the bridge, it's the city, and it's trash in the streets, like it's like terrible, like buildings knocked down or not finished, no traffic, like no one's following traffic patterns, like constantly having to dodge people from getting hit with the cars and stuff like that. But it was crazy.
Yeah, having experiences in different countries is totally amazing. I mean, you go to somewhere like La Romana and you look at the way people live.
Yes.
You come to Australia and you think, well, a lot of Americans will look at Australia and go, it's the same but different. And what's the different? You're on the wrong side of the road. But I didn't want to go down the path. But then again, this constant fight with the power of England. And as far as we're concerned, there is no power. England has no say here. Okay, we have a governor, but really the governor is serving our requirements, not Her Majesty, His Majesty, not the King.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's just a title. So the empire, the sun does set on the empire right now.
Yeah.
It didn't years ago when they were ruling, which is a good thing, because the fact that they're not ruling is the good thing, because they don't have a clue what goes on outside of their four walls.
Right.
So to speak. Yeah.
So like when I sail, I am all about the experience and enveloping myself in the culture and the place that I'm at. So I know so many cruisers go for just kind of like their experience. So they want to go for the cruise experience. They want to go and sit on a beach. They want to do that. And there is absolutely positively nothing wrong with that. Correct. I support it 1000% because it's your vacation. You do what you want to do. Correct. But for me, I am all about getting into a cab, not onto an excursion, but into a cab and say, show me your world.
So, question. When was the last time you were a pier runner?
Never.
Never.
I've never been a pier runner, and that's the only thing I do.
Nope, never.
I don't ever take an excursion from the ship.
The biggest fear I have is being a pier runner, because not everybody's on the same same timetable. I was watching a channel the other day, and I can't remember who it was. It was this couple. They were somewhere, and they were operating on the MSC app that was giving them time frames and all that sort of stuff. And the app had given them a time frame. They got back to the ship, and they were told they were pier runners almost. They were about to be offloaded. And it's like, serious? Okay.
I mean, like I said, I get into a cab and I say, show me your world. I want to see places that I'm not going to see on an excursion, that I'm not going to see this. I want to talk with you. I want to interact with you. I want, I want to ask you questions. If you don't want to answer my questions, that's fine too. But like, that's what I want to do. And this is the ship I'm on, and this is when I need to be back. And I have never found where somebody did not profoundly respect that kind of boundary or kind of requirement. And take me places and show me things that I would never see on an excursion, that I would never see if I stayed in the port, and interact with me and talk with me and have conversations with me and explain things to me about how they live. That's what I'm all about all the time, every time. Even if I've been there 10 times already, I want to go where the people are. I want to go away from where all of my fellow cruisers are. I want to see this place. I want to experience it. I want to see it. That's what it's always been about for me. It's never been about, let me eat 12 times a day and indulge myself to the, extreme. And it's always been about, this is how I'm going to get to this other country where I'm then going to go and learn something about it and the people who live there. Cruising has always been about that for me.
So would you have that same attitude to a country you're visiting for the very first time?
That is actually the utmost important thing for me to do. My wife and I say to each other all the time, this is our first time at this island, so we absolutely have to do that. It's only when we've been to that island 100 times that we say, okay, this particular time we'd be okay with a beach day.
Yep.
So when I go on a cruise, when I go to the island for the first time, I get in a cab and I try to get them to take me around the entire island and tell me about as much as they can.
Yes.
Of their perspective on the island and everything else like that.
Yes.
Every single time I go.
Yes.
And then that way, the next time I come back to that island, then there might be a spot that I seen the first time that I want to go hang out that day, or spend a little bit more time there. But normally, the very first time I go for a tour, and I try to get them to tell me as much about the island as they possibly can.
Yes.
And if you do that in St. Kitts is a pretty awesome island.
Yeah.
It had an active volcano. The French brought the little monkeys there, and now they're running wild like crazy up in the mountains. And you can see them, like sometimes they come down, they'll be running across the road and all when you're driving down the street. And the government actually plants fruit trees and other different types of vegetation throughout the whole island, that the government maintains it, that if somebody's poor and they can't afford to eat, they can go get fruit and everything else off those trees so that they can live. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I forget which island I was at. They speak Spanish there, though. And I was pissed that first time because I was in this cab with 2 other people, and they were from New Jersey, and they spoke Spanish, and they monopolized the hell out of the cab driver's time, and they were speaking Spanish the entire time. I had no idea what they were saying. And I actually told him at the end of it, I was like, you know what? Like, I'm glad you had a great time on it. I was like, but I'm actually a little pissed off because I had no time with the cab driver to ask him this question and that question and all the stuff, because you guys just spoke Spanish for like the entire freaking hour and I didn't get anything in. And I was really pissed about it because I had questions about stuff and I wanted answers about things and stuff, but it was fine. It was cool. I wasn't a total a-hole
And
about
see,
it.
sometimes I won't mind taking the whole getting a cab just for my family.
Right.
That way I don't have to worry about that.
Well, right. And I would do that. But, you know, and when you're in these places, a lot of times they want to fill the cab.
Yeah, they want to pack it.
They want to fill it with as many people so that they can get as much money as they can. Right.
Yeah.
So you're kind of at that mercy. But next time I'm just going to bring Eddie along. He's going to be my interpreter.
Yeah, I'm a little bit different in that for me, if I go to a place for the first time, I want to make sure that I'm safe and it's safe. And so I'll do a cruise tour, or if it's not a cruise tour, I'm going to do one with somebody I know is reputable. Other than that,
right.
I'm quite content to just walk into the port and walk back to the ship.
Yeah, like the first time I ever went to Cozumel, right? My kids were like teeny, like they were really little, right? Like they were toddlers, right? When I got back and I was telling my coworkers that, she was like, "Are you insane?" She was like, "You did that?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Well, thank God you lived to tell a tale." And I'm like, "Okay," but I mean, like I'm trying to support them, like.
And you're right. On the whole, they generally don't want to create issue. They want business back.
Yeah.
So that tour on La Romana was the first time I ever felt like it was pretty sketchy. So, like I said, we went and looked at the rich people's houses and stuff like that in the resort. And then we went to the city. We're going through the city. And like I said, it was pretty sketchy. Well, it was getting to the point to where we were like a good 30, 40 minutes away from it out from the cruise port. And we're like, okay, well, it's going to take us 40 minutes to get back. I think it's about time we turn around. He's like, oh, okay. Well, another 15 minutes, we're still going in the same direction. And we're like, yeah, I think we should go back now. So then finally he says, oh, yeah, well, this is a new resort over here that we have. And we're like, okay, well, I guess he's just trying to show us this new resort. Well, then he cuts down the road and he starts taking us down these little side alleyways that are like only big enough for one car to get down. And we're like, this is kind of weird. Well, then he gets a phone call and he's speaking Spanish or whatever on the phone call and all. And we're like, my wife's looking at me like, are you okay? What's about to happen here?
Is he going to whip around a corner into a garage that's going to close in like a millisecond and we're like cut off from the rest of the planet?
The Freak has a good question in the chat. How much micromanagement do the cruise operators impose on the passengers versus suggest?
Can you clarify that question? Like what do you mean? Like in what respect?
I mean, the cruise gives you plenty of stuff to do. It's up to you whether you want to do it. You don't have to do anything.
they offer everything on the cruise, entertainment, whatever. They give you a choice.
Right.
It's your choice as to whether or not you want to go. Now, as far as embarking the ship and debarking the ship, there are specific instructions that everybody has to follow, because time schedules, and if it's refueling, you can't smoke, you can't use your phone. Other than that, other than getting on the ship the first day, getting off on the last day, and whenever they are refueling is the only time I hear specific instructions for the passengers. Otherwise, it's a suggestion that you come to the morning show. It's a suggestion that you go to the debarkation presentation.
Yeah, everything is absolutely optional as far as that goes, for sure. And then, like, as far as excursions and stuff off of the ship at a port, the cruise line tries to cultivate a good variety of things for people to experience, which I think is fine, and no problem with it. Personally, I have found more interesting and more diverse options outside of the cruise line. But you would still be perfectly fine on a cruise line excursion and still, I think, walk away very satisfied with your experience.
And it also depends on your experience too. Jennifer just chimed in. When it was just her and Andrew traveling, they would do their own excursions, always felt safe. Now that they have a toddler, they book through the cruise lines just to be a little safer.
Yeah.
And I was talking about this with Warmfront too, and this might be a good question to ask the entire panel and also the chat too as well, kind of how we pick our cruises now. Because the way that I pick my cruises now is vastly different from even 4 years ago or 5 years ago. I'm picking cruises and I'm going on cruises based on the people that are on the cruises. I once picked it for the ship and I once picked it for destinations, but now I'm basically solely picking cruises based on the guests and the people that are on the ship, like Eddie Lugo's Booze Cruise and Flock's cruise next year. So that's what I'm doing. So it's changed, but I'm interested to hear how you guys choose your cruises now.
Eddie, you're muted.
You sounded great though.
Right.
Thank you, Clark, for your input in this dynamic time of the night.
Ooh, dynamic.
Boom, boom. We're only 41 minutes after you said we were shutting down.
I know.
Yeah.
We're just
Going on 4 hours.
Whatchamacallit, what was the question again?
Sean's like,
what?
How do you
pick your
what are you
cruises?
talking about? It's not even dinner time yet.
I pick ports. Not much on the cruise line, but then after I pay the ports, then I go with the cruise line. See what gets me the best deal to get where I want to go. And most of the time, it's also my wife. She looks at something, she likes it. I want to go with this. I'm flying with it. I don't have a problem. I'm not gonna say no. So that's how we found NCL again. I used to be Carnival all the time when I lived in Florida. She did RCCL in 2010 with her sisters, where they went to Bermuda. She always wanted to go back to Bermuda. So, and somehow we started talking about it. We're back in Brooklyn and all that, and then we decided what to go with. And we were gonna fly to Puerto Rico to hop on a NCL Epic and do the Eastern Caribbean. Somehow we find out that leaving out of New York would have been about the same price. Leaving from New York, going down to the Eastern Caribbean, for about the same price without any flight. I didn't have to fly. We didn't have to rent a car. We didn't have to be in Puerto Rico at a hotel room for the night or something. Just hop on the ship and go. So that's what we did. So once we did the first NCL back with Escape in 2018, New Year's Eve, cruise, which was excellent. I mean, we rolled with it, and then right after that one, we booked on the next one for the following year, and then we booked the bloggers. We had three more during the pandemic, but the first two got canceled because the ship got because of the pandemic. Two of them were canceled,
Right.
and then the third we have to cancel because that's when uh, she moved down, and I didn't want her to. I didn't think the new job was going to give her the time to take off, So it was going to be before 6 months. So we went ahead and canceled that, which was a good deal because that credit that we used for the bloggers. As we saw bloggers, that bloggers, I didn't know where it was going. Once I found out the bloggers cruise, all these big bloggers were getting it, I didn't care where it was going. I wanted to go.
Right.
We end up going on that cruise. And I do not. The only thing I regret on that cruise was that I didn't get the phone live during the cruise trip also. And I wish it would have been 2 weeks instead of 7 days that it was, because it was. I mean, I enjoyed it to the max. It went too fast for 7 days. Unfortunately, I have to deal with clock on that cruise, but the rest of the
You have my sympathies.
Excellent.
That's what made it the best cruise ever.
So,
Eddie, you have my sympathies, mate.
yeah, I know, but unfortunately, I gotta deal with him again in October. And then
Oh God!
Yeah.
Again, I feel sorry for you. You're going to have an awesome time. That's disgusting.
Good thing that this time he's coming with his wife, so you have to behave.
Yep.
I doubt it.
Okay. The before I answer the question, I have to ask, what the hell was the question again?
How do you choose your cruises now?
Right. What all do you consider when choosing your cruises?
My God. So I've been on so many cruises. I really don't consider too much anymore. So now it's more about just cruising, right? Just being on the ship, not, just the experience of the ship. Whatever port we're going to, I'm going to get off. I'm going to do whatever, right? When I'm in Cozumel, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to Nachi Kokom. When I'm in Costa Maya, I'm always going to Maya Chan. Other cruises, like, for instance, I was just on Anthem in January, and believe it or not, for the first time ever, I went to St. Lucia. So I took an island tour. Went all the way around St. Lucia, saw the Pitons, saw the volcano, went everywhere. And the tour guide on that cruise was very accommodating to me, realized and understood I was a vlogger, and really tried to accommodate me, to offer me opportunity to see different things and stuff like that. I had no idea that St. Lucia was so geared towards bananas, right? Like, obviously you can find bananas on any tropical island. I've taken the walking path at Roatan and seen, banana plants with bananas up on the side. But St. Lucia is like all bananas. Tons of plantations that just grow bananas, right? Didn't know that. It was amazing. It was, perfect to be able to see that, experience that, and learn that. But for me, it's just kind of like, I just pick cruises now to go on cruises. I try to find interesting like itineraries and
like your 11-day cruise that you're going from New York to Mexico that doesn't.
Yes, right. Like I said, I was on an 11-day cruise in January on Anthem. I went to Martin and San Juan and Kitts and Antigua and but I had been on that exact same cruise in 2017. The only difference was we switched out Lucia for Barbados. In 17, I was in Barbados, but every other port. This time I was in, but it had been since 17. So it hadn't exactly been year after year after year.
Except the whole because you probably went out of Florida for that one, right?
New Jersey.
Oh, New Jersey. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, like, I try to look for that. for something that offers me something unique in the itinerary. But for the most part, after so many cruises I've been on, unless I'm flying to Australia or the West Coast or, you know, the Mediterranean, for me, it's more or less just about getting on a cruise and going somewhere and trying to find something that I haven't done or seen there already, and or something on that ship that I did not experience the last time I was on that ship or last time I was on a ship going to those same destinations. And so far I've been able to squeeze things out of it, but we are kind of scraping the bottom of that barrel now.
Good answer, though. Good answer. Makes sense. Yeah. How about you, Sean?
So for us, it's very easy. When we started off, it was about the destination. It was about changing the vacation experience. Now it's, even though it is bloody expensive, it's about getting to be with people. So when we were on the Carnival Horizon, that group cruise, that was about being with the group of people that we were with. When we did the Grand Princess, it was an opportunity to give mom and dad a short cruise, an experience of a cruise, and that was exciting. When we chose the Celebrity Edge for our, I don't know if you know, but we've got a cruise happening on January the 2nd, 2025. When we chose that cruise, it was because we'd been to those locations before, but it's areas that make Ilana happy. It brings back memories for her, so that's why we chose to do that cruise. But it's also an opportunity for us to, we're trying to get as many of you guys to come across, because for us, it's bloody expensive coming to you. And don't get me wrong, it's more expensive for us to get to you than it is for you to get to us.
I agree.
That's not a stupid statement. You're using US dollars to pay. We have to use US dollars to pay, and to exchange Aussie dollars to US dollars is hellishingly expensive. So the same cruise that we're going on, you know, is dearer for us to get to you than it is for you to come here. So that's why we try and encourage you guys to come down under. But in the meantime, it's about mixing with people right now. Yeah. That's the way we look at it. Oh, sorry, Em.
We lost Em right before she answered.
I know, right?
She knew you were going to ask her.
I think she felt like,
oh shit, I don't want to answer.
How about you, Clock?
So I like big boats, and I cannot lie.
Me too, Clock. Me too.
So anytime a new Oasis comes out, I'm going to be on it. And I'm on First Sailing Icon, and I'm on the MSC World America First Sailing. So I want to try any of those new ones that are big. And that World America is going to be another big one. It's got split in the back like the Oasis class, and it's got some other areas that they did some pretty cool stuff with from what I've seen on the World Europa. But yeah, other than that, I mean, I'm trying to get people to go with me on those cruises, or I'm picking other cruises where, like, I'm going on the Have Luggage Will Travel group cruise on the Jubilee, and I'm going on the Alaska cruise with Embarkation Nation, and then of course Eddie's Booze Cruise, and then the Booze Cruise this year. So it's a mixture of the ships and the people that are on the ships with us. Especially after doing the like Eddie was talking about, after doing the Vloggers cruise and having so much fun being able to see everybody. And it's not even that you have to constantly stay with somebody, because there's enough people on there to where you can kind of mix and mingle throughout the entire week. And we did not have enough time, because I could spend a whole week with a lot of these people and wouldn't have any issues. but I would spend a day here with this group and a day there with another group and a day there with another group. So it's a lot of fun.
Yes. And see, we all kind of had similar but different answers in some aspects. So it was kind of cool, and I think the freak could definitely get some value out of that for hearing all that.
So, Jeremy, what about you?
Jeremy considers one thing. Well, two things.
Oh, shit.
The bottom line, and do we have to fly there? I live in a port city. There's an interesting reason why I say this. I live in a port city, and it does not make any sense to me that we have to fly anywhere to go on a cruise, because
not even Australia.
Okay, but you have to fly there. You know, it's like that's a destination cruise. You know, that's a bucket list cruise. But the thing about Galveston is we have 5 or 6 ships that are here like every 3 or 4 days rotating out, you know, and we see them come in, we see them leave. And while you might be Western itineraried out, guess what? I've never been on an excursion. So like I could go back to Cozumel, I could go back to Progreso, I could do the exact same thing and have the exact same experience and be perfectly fine. I'm a simple person, you know. I'll go in through Dew Free. I'll go to Fat Tuesday. I give me some food. I run around. I vlog the same thing in Cozumel, and I'm back on the ship before 1 o'clock. You know, that's our cruise cadence, if you will. We have a certain way that we like to cruise.
Sure,
we're port people.
Right.
You know, it's like we love the ports that we go to, and we like to keep the ship within sight. Okay, that's the other thing about us is like we like to see the ship from where we are, you know, and it's not that we're not adventurous. It's just that there's a safety concern, as well as, you know, we've already spent the money on the vacation, and I would rather spend that money on the ship versus going into the unknown, if you will. Now, one thing in Cozumel I will actually consider is going to either Paradise Island or the other one that's
Sancho's.
No, not Sancho's. The other one.
The one that,
I heard Sancho's was really wild, and it's not really
Nacho
Coca,
something like that.
Yeah. I would love to try one of those all-inclusives, you know, especially Paradise Beach. I've heard a lot of good things about Paradise Beach.
Right.
Are you not going on the booze cruise?
I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to Paradise Beach.
I mean, like Paradise Beach,
this year.
Nachicocombe, Mr. Sancho's, they're all great places.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that from Paradise Beach is the most crowded.
Okay.
Mr. Sancho's is not much less crowded, but is a little less crowded. And Nachicocombe is, you know, the least crowded of them. But the experience is very similar.
There's another excellent question. See, this is why we need the freak on the show. Okay. How many cruises under your belt before you got this? The routine, the itinerary, the schedules, etc. These are all great questions, by the way. We definitely thank you for this.
I fly by the seat of my pants every time. So
before I answer that, I would just expand on what I've already said about the previous question, which is I love being on cruises with vloggers.
Yes.
And I've been on many cruises with other vloggers. And I enjoy spending time with them and having conversations with them. But I prefer to be on cruises without vloggers so that I can interact with ordinary, everyday cruisers,
right,
and answer and have conversations with them and get perspectives from them and everything else. Like when one of the times I was on Maravilla not long ago, a guy walked up to me and said, "Are you a vlogger?" And, you know, I kind of made a joke about this the other day or whatever. I was like, no, I'm just taking a lot of really long selfies of myself.
Right.
You know? So, no, yes, I'm a vlogger. So, and he was like, please tell me you are going to vlog about how similar this ship is to Anthem of the Seas. And I was surprised by that because I thought, well, isn't that something? Because yes, I actually am going to vlog about that because I have actually like keyed in on that myself. I do feel that the ships are very similar in design and layout and this and that or whatever. So it was a really nice conversation with somebody who's not doing the same thing I'm doing. Right. So I appreciate that as well. So I just wanted to say that.
To answer your question, for me, by the time I finished my second cruise, I'm like, okay, I got this. I could do it by myself because we were on the same cruise line and because we were on the same cruise ship. Okay, that's really important because different cruise lines have a different feel as far as the way that they are. You know, I'm mainly talking about embarkation and debarkation because you got the certain way that Carnival does it, and then you got another way that Royal's going to do it. And I'm pretty sure on the NCL side, which has pioneered pretty much everything, they're going to do it a little differently as well. However, the core things never change with cruising. No matter which line you go on, you're going to have a safety briefing. No matter which cruise line you go on, you're going to have rules getting on and off the ship. And a lot of that is controlled by the port authorities, not necessarily the cruise line. So they go based off of the local government's rules as far as what you can and can bring on and off the ship, what you can and cannot do on and off the ship. It's controlled by the local governments.
Mm-hmm.
How many cruises did it take you guys to get your sea legs?
For me to get my sea legs was 2.
2?
Because then I knew exactly what I wanted, and for me the ship was the destination. If I went on an excursion, I went on an excursion. If I stayed on board the ship in the port, I stayed on board the ship. Didn't matter to me. At the end of the day, I'm having fun with the people I'm with. Really, to all intents and purposes, that's it for me.
First time I went on a cruise, I was definitely terrified that I was going to get seasick. Brought all the normal things along with me. Did not get seasick. Continued to bring them with me for the next couple of cruises. Did not get sick on any of those cruises, so I stopped bringing them.
Yeah. I mean, I hate the ocean. I hate the water. I love going cruising with my wife. I just do it, and I never felt afraid or anything being on a cruise ship. So, but don't put me in a little boat and out on the water. No, we'll fight. But a big ship.
How many cruises did you take before you were like, okay, I got this. I could do this, with no issues?
Right from the first one.
Okay.
Let's go. I was ready.
Yep.
Even though I already lived through my bad experience in the ocean by then, but I jumped on it like nothing. So,
cool.
Yeah. Darian.
Hey, Darian.
The Pride was pretty.
Wie geht's, Herr Darian? How are you, Mr. Darian? Nice to speak with you.
Mm-hmm.
You missed a very good live stream earlier on. I was in Handorf, but now let me get back to the
That's good, yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying. I've been practicing and I've been getting it right. But then Darian wasn't there, so what? I don't know what. Don't swear at me, please.
Mike?
So for me, the Pride was a little shaky. That was my first 2 cruises. The first one we went on was
I wonder why.
We were supposed to go down south, and then the hurricane came, so we went north. We did a 7-day cruise to New York City, and after that, a lot of people were like, "And you still went cruising?" They're like, "Yeah, because it's different, and everything's pretty much there that you need to do for the whole week. You can make it. You can do whatever the hell you want to." So we did the second cruise on the Pride, and actually got to go to the islands we were supposed to for our first anniversary, and then we said, okay, well, let's try a bigger ship because we're still getting a little seasick on Pride. So we tried the Oasis of the Seas was the next one, and that was a game changer because then I put the patch on the first night on the Oasis class, and I did like 2 days, and it washed off in the shower one day. I'm like, well, I haven't felt anything, so let me just try it without it. So pretty much from then on, I've never had to wear a patch. The wife, every once in a while, she does, like when we're taking off from like coming home or going down, you can definitely tell a difference, like that when they're in a hurry to get somewhere. You get a little bit of shakiness sometimes, but on the Oasis, you can barely feel anything on those ships.
But even like when I was on Sovereign of the Seas, my first cruise, the captain came on and said, okay, we're going to feel a little bit of chop in the Florida Straits. I'm like, okay, here we go. Never happened. Never got sick.
Now, we did Adventure last year, Northern Atlantic cruise, and we were in I think we were on the second or third floor, and we had a porthole window in our room, and it was so choppy the water was coming up and hitting the window, and it was pretty rough, and the wife was freaking out pretty good because she definitely had to put the patches on for that one.
Oh my God! Look at Sean's picture. How old is that picture? He looks like he's 12.
12. Apparently, you don't know how old Sean is.
Is he 11?
One of the Scots, how many cruises did you take before you say, I got this?
So I'll answer, I guess, two ways with the seasickness. I guess I cheated a little bit because I kind of grew up on a fishing boat on Long Island. So I was always on a boat every weekend. So when I got on a cruise ship, even when I was younger and when I grew up, I never really had the seasickness. But I would say probably 3 cruises after like 21, I think I pretty much got it. Because that's when I started cruising by myself without like my parents.
That's good. Muster Scott.
I mean, like I said, maybe 2 or 3 cruises, and I didn't get seasick, even though I had stuff with me in case I didn't. I was just like, cool, never did. You know, like I said, I've been on ships that were barely moving to ones that all I could see was sky one side and, you know, ocean the other. I mean, really just, you know, crazy. Never got sick, haven't gotten sick, you know, hopefully never get sick. Maybe 3-4 cruises before I was just like, okay, I don't think I need to bring the, you know, the Bow 9 with me anymore or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that was back when the ships were small.
Yeah.
With, you know, not really with stabilizers. I mean, they said they had stabilizers, but not like they do today, right?
Oh, hell no.
They didn't have azipods or anything like that, right? So, and I still didn't get sick.
I know that Excel class is really, really smooth on the water. We didn't feel too much, although I did get woke up at 1 a.m. with the sounds in the room. You know, it was kind of weird. I heard the metal making weird sounds, and it woke me up.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the ship is very smooth on the water.
Yeah. I mean, I've sailed from the Northeast plenty of times in the winter, which is the angriest oceans you're gonna see. Right. Even from Baltimore, you know, you can run into some angry oceans once you get out of the Chesapeake. But you know, like from New York and Bayonne and stuff like that, really angry oceans. Sailed up to Canada during the winter, you know, really, well, not winter, but like late, you know, mid to late fall, which is really angry oceans. Never got sick. So
just weird, you know.
Sorry, I stepped away, guys. My I had a phone call from my son.
Doing good.
Yeah, he's good. We're all meeting up this evening for a family function, so he just wanted to know where to
Is
go.
he dating a girl from Staten Island?
You mean
No, and the reason why I say no is he's still trying to figure out a girl in Melbourne, let alone Staten Island.
Right.
Oh my. Oops. Too late. The first night on the skate, we heard the chain on the anchor getting picked up the first night. After that, we didn't hear anything else.
Mm-hmm.
On the Bliss, I think the first night we felt a little wavy coming out of New York that night. Where in the ocean we were, I don't recall, but there was a movement, but nothing out of the nothing out of the ordinary. We slept okay, most of the our trips, even though it's not as pretty cold as I would like to. But I did get to bring a fan with me, and I got some little ones now that I'm bringing on the next cruise. So I got one, she has one. So I had to feel that cool air in the dark room, and we'll sleep like nothing. So I mean, we done the Mississippi already, so we're going back to the same thing. So we'll be all right. I don't think anything bad out of the ordinary will feel. But so far, even Alice, she's been good. I've been good. So and we had gaps in between our cruises. So somehow we've been, I guess, we're used to it. Somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my wife too. I mean, like, she doesn't get seasick ever for any of the cruises we've been on. Never.
Yeah.
She's been on even more cruises than me.
Yeah.
And she's been on more lines than I've been on. She's been on like Holland America, and she's been on European river cruises, and she's been she went on a cruise on the Nile River and Lake Nasser in Egypt, and she's been she's explored the planet way more than I have. So.
And the freak, yes, the individual staterooms do have air and heat, so you can run it at your own leisure.
Mm-hmm.
Although, for my taste, the heat doesn't go high enough.
And for my taste, the
you
air
need to
doesn't
spend
go high
time with
enough.
my father-in-law.
Yes.
Right, Mike. Whichever direction I'm with Mike on this one. The air on the Breeze doesn't work as well as the air on the Celebration. Now, the air on the Dream got a little too cold for me. Wait a minute, that was the Dream because it was cold. It was cold when we left Galveston, so it did pump out a little high.
Is there such a thing as cold in Galveston?
There was this past Christmas. It did get down to 21 degrees.
That's a nice weather. 21. Oh,
I'm not talking Celsius. No, not Celsius.
You've gone F again.
That's Fahrenheit. But
short weather, shorts and shirt. My kind of weather.
No, not 21 degrees Fahrenheit. No.
I was on Carnival
here
Legend out of Baltimore during the pandemic. It was unprecedentedly cold that March day. It was 32 degrees in Baltimore for that day. That night, it was freezing when we sailed out. I slept in jeans and a long sleeve shirt with a hoodie with the hood up under the covers for the entire night.
Now
let
me just say, let me just say, as an Australian, we hated every minute of your cruise because you were able to cruise and we were locked down.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I had the heat turned all the way up under the blankets with a hoodie on, jeans, shirt, the whole 9 yards, socks on, still cold. Couldn't wait until the third day it finally got warm enough for me. But again, I'm the weirdo.
So my father-in-law.
You said it.
If it was 32 degrees C, 90 degrees roughly. If it's 90 degrees, he'd crank the AC on to be 110. Right? So he wanted to warm the place up, and that's because he lived in Fiji for a while. It drives me nuts.
Nope. No.
Yes, I think my ideal temperature is 39.1 C.
Well, you do well down under. We have gusts. We have gusts up to like 45 in Melbourne.
Yeah,
which is nice. I don't mind it. Of course I do. I hate it.
Well,
bloody hot.
I'm going to have to roll out. I got to get up at 6.
Are you fishing? Are you fishing Romex through drywall?
No, I am going to an auction tomorrow morning. Tool auction.
Gotcha.
What are you auctioning?
Real exciting.
Can I auction the AC unit for your house?
I need. I'm supposed to get you a quote for that tomorrow too.
Your head, your forehead looks a little pasty. Is it hot in your house right now?
That's sweat.
That's from the glare on my thing. I'm not sweaty.
Sure.
What it is, I'll tell you what it is. It's from Clocky having to put up with me. That's what it's all about.
Normally.
That checks out.
That's what it is.
Survey says.
Speaking of checking out, I'm going too, y'all.
It's
been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun, but I'm out.
All right, sir. Thank you for hanging out. Shalom, shalom.
Yes, sir. That's right. Hey, you know, before I leave, I got a supporter here, DeFreak. Thank you for all of your wonderful questions tonight. Thank you so much. We enjoy talking about cruising. We do this all day long, every day.
Yeah.
So I'll leave you with this. He left a comment here that says, "God bless Texas."
Texas.
Bye, y'all.
Come on, this. That's what you need.
Hey, Jeremy.
See you, Jeremy.
See you, Jeremy.
I will catch y'all later. Probably tomorrow.
See you,
tomorrow night
Clocky.
if y'all want to. So, see you.
Yes.
See you.
8 o'clock.
That was.
Thank God we got rid of Clocky. Now we can talk about him.
He's still listening.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love doing that. So now they're gone. What are we going to talk about?
More freaking weather. I had a co-worker in my last job before I got laid off and went into disability, where she was like you, Scott. She will put the heat on in the hotel room, and then she would take 2 blankets, and she was fully dressed, sleeping like that. It's like you just got to the door, and you were like, oh my God.
I mean, listen, and I don't think I've ever, I mean, I've talked about this a lot of times, right? But I don't think I've ever clarified how I feel about it. I hate that I am this cold all the time. I hate that, I cannot, be comfortable, but
you need some of this.
But wait a minute.
Yeah, no, listen, here's the thing though, right? Here's the thing. Yes, I've lost 60 pounds in the last 9 months. Okay. But even when I weighed, like say 10 years ago, when I weighed like 210 pounds as a 5'6" guy, so I was like short and stocky, right? I was still cold all the time. Even when I was like 15, 12 years old, all my whole life, always cold, never able to get warm, and I don't particularly like it, and I certainly hate battling with my wife on the Nest app. She turns the air on, I turn it off. In the wintertime, she turns the heat down, I turn it up. I even have to like when I pick my phone up and I swipe down and I put it on silent so she can't hear the clicks. You can't hear the clicks of my phone when I'm turning the heat up and down and stuff, right? Like, You know, like I hate doing that, but it's just the way I'm made.
Hang on a second. You might be cold, but you've got a warm heart.
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't like it, but it's just the way I am, and you know, and I really like I'll get up sometimes in the evening, and my wife will be like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "Outside to get warm." You know, where I even said to her the other day, I was like, you know what? She was like, "What are you doing out in the garage?" I'm like, "I'm trying to be warm a little bit." Like I was like actually thinking to myself, I could go out there and, you know, set the creeper chair up as a chair, right, and not a creeper, and bring a tablet out there and connect to HBO Max or whatever out there in the garage and sit out there and watch TV a little bit and be warm because the house is too cold for me. But the house is probably 79 degrees.
That's
Fahrenheit.
Warm.
That's all right.
And I'm cold. You know, so just the way I am. That's why I said I feel so bad for my cabin stewards when I'm on the cruise ships. I tell them all the time. First thing I say to them when they come, knock on the door and say, "Hi, I'm so-and-so," and I say, "Hi, I'm Scott," and stuff like that. I say to them, "Listen, I'm a weirdo. I like it really hot all the time. So here's the thing. I'm going to try to remember when I leave the cabin to turn the air all the way down so that it's nice and cool in here for when you got to come in here and work. But if I forget, please feel free to come in, turn the air on, turn it way down, go to somebody else's cabin, and then come back when the place is finally cooled down and do whatever you have to do. And if you can remember to turn it back up when you leave, great. But if you don't, that's fine with me too, because if I come back and it's freezing in there, I'll turn it all the way up, and then I'll go and do something else for a while and come back when the cabin is 100 degrees. So, you know, it's just how I am. So I don't particularly care for it. I don't particularly like it, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Alternatively, you could do 100 push-ups. You know, that'll warm you up.
Yeah. I mean, listen, when I go out and mow the grass, surely I come in, you know, not feeling like the house is cold. But that lasts for about 10 minutes.
Or if you didn't want to do push-ups, you could practice CPR.
I could do that too, yep. So
I don't know if your wife would agree, but hey, I mean,
no, my wife is the polar opposite of me. In fact, she had the whole morning show in stitches a couple of weeks ago, and she made a comment about how we live in hell. According to her, right? Like she even said to me the other day, she was like, "You know what? We have this very beautiful finished basement. It's very nice. It's very comfortable. It's very appointed." And she got up and I said, "Where are you going?" She's like, "I'm going downstairs because it's just a little warm up here." Our basement is, you know, a constant 50 degrees. So
hey, that's okay.
And when unless you turn the dehumidifier on down there, when you turn the dehumidifier on, it actually warms up to something respectable.
You've got to keep your wine
sometimes I'll tell
somewhere,
her,
right?
"Hey, listen, I'm going to spend some time in the strip club tonight. Can you please turn the dehumidifier on down there?"
Oh, that's hot stuff. No, but I guess you got to keep your wine somewhere, right?
I guess.
See, I told Sean that if I ever go to Australia, I'm gonna stay with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, what?
Like one time I was on Royal Caribbean's private island in the Bahamas in, I don't know, late January or early February or something like that. And I mean, it wasn't horrible, but it wasn't super warm either. Like it might have only been like 71 that day or something. And we were in a cabana on Chill Beach. So the attendant had come by and she was talking to us about stuff or whatever. And she had said to us, I was sitting there with towels on, like I had towels over me on a lounger. And she said, oh, she was like, you should have been here last week. She was like, it was only 48 degrees on the island the whole day. And I was like, I would have died. Like, I would have totally stayed on the ship. I would have never gotten on that ship if it was only 48 degrees.
Oh boy, 48 degrees. Seriously, it feels like that right now.
Fahrenheit or
It's
Celsius?
winter down there now, right?
Oh shit, I forgot.
Oh.
Shoot. And I actually said ship.
Yeah, sure. We heard that before, don't worry. I heard plenty of ships today, so.
It's currently 10C with 85% humidity. Great weather for you, right?
Yeah.
10, 20, that's 50. It's 50 even.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, I was still running the heat in my house in June. Now, nobody else was, but I was.
But
Right?
June's cold anyway, isn't it?
Not where Eddie lives. And not normally where I live either, but the last couple of years, right? Like, so, like, this is one thing that people don't understand about global warming, right? Wherever it gets hotter, there are some places that are going to get colder too, right?
Yeah.
So, and Clock had mentioned this way back, like, I don't know, like a month or two ago, he had mentioned during one of our lives or whatever, that where he lives, which is about 2 hours south of me, the last, say, 5 or 6 years, we've had no spring. It's just cold, and then the next day it's 90 degrees. And we have no spring, we have no transition, and that's the way it's been here probably for the last 7 or 8 years. It's just cold, and then suddenly it's, 90 degrees with, 110% humidity, and the real feel is like 101. And it'll be like that for most of the end of June, all of July, and most of August. And then one day it'll go from like 89 degrees to 53. And they call it radiational cooling.
Is that what it is? What does that mean?
That's what they call it here, right? Because they'll be like, oh, it's warm. And then they'll be like, oh, the cloud cover is leaving today. And tomorrow it's going to be 53. And they call that radiational cooling because all of that heat will just get sucked out into the atmosphere. So, but that's the way it has been here for the last 6, 7, 8 years or so. And they say it's because of global warming. So,
yeah, maybe they should think about global cooling as well. Okay, they came out with the general temperature for the Earth has increased by 1 degree.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, isn't that normal? I mean, doesn't it go?
I don't know, but 1 degree is it's a big difference.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Another couple of degrees more, and we could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Everybody could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. I mean, like, we were still having frost warnings on like the 25th of May, and our normal last frost is like at the end of April. But we've been having frost warnings for the last couple of years, almost into June, so it's kind of like, that's how it is for us. But in the South, it's, oppressively hot. So, and Florida, like, I know people live in Florida that say they look out the window and start to sweat just looking out the window, it's the way it is, I guess. But, again, that's me, right? I mean, like, we're having frost warnings and stuff like that in the early mornings, but it'll probably warm up to, I don't know, 68, 71 later that day. Most everybody that I, live around and know and stuff like that, my neighbors and everything, will be out there in shorts and stuff and everything. And I'll still have a hoodie on and jeans and, and my hoodie actually has a battery in the pocket with a button on the front.
That's just so you can listen to Buckman Turner Overdrive or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's something they gotta be something wrong with your body, dude. Either your skin's too thin and you're hitting them bones or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is. Like I said,
Or your
I don't
blood
love
pressure.
it. I'm not happy about it. I don't love it. I'm not fine with it that I'm this way, but it is the way I am. I have to deal with it. But it certainly makes living with other people difficult because everybody else is always way hot when I'm, like today we took a drive down to Maryland. I only live about 30 minutes from the Maryland border. So we took a drive down into Maryland today and we were driving back and I turned the air up in the car. My wife looked at me and I said, I was comfortable. So I knew that you had to be roasting.
I think you just do things to cause trouble.
Maybe that's definitely a good possibility.
I mean, you do a Sean trick just to stir.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah.
I openly admit I'm a stirrer.
It's like we have our AC on since April. I think it's around 7. It's been on 72 this whole time.
Yeah, so like I turned mine off around 7:30 tonight because, or not 7:30 tonight, 9:30 because I knew that I'd be getting on this live at 10. So it's now 79 degrees inside my house, and it's perfectly wonderful. It's but today, like, so my wife, she works from home since the pandemic. She's worked from home. And we set up an office for her in our basement. So she works downstairs in the basement, which is, really cool. So she's fine down there all day. Today, about 3:00, she stops working around 3:30 Eastern. So at around 3:10, I turned the air conditioning on because I turn it off when I go to bed at night. And we have a separate unit in the bedroom that runs that keeps that room cooler. So, but we have a central air unit. But anyway, so I turned it off, and then today around 3:10, I thought, okay, I better turn it on because she's going to be coming upstairs here shortly, and it was 83 degrees inside the house, which was fine with me. It was perfectly fine with me, Like when I first met her and stuff like that, when we first started dating and stuff, which was a very long time ago, but when we first started dating, she said to me, she's like, I used to think that you were like just kind of fibbing about it, faking it, lying about it or whatever, about being able, being cold and stuff like that. She's like, until I saw you mow the grass when it was 90 degrees and not have any sweat on your skin. She's like, when I saw you mow the grass, the whole yard, when it was 90 degrees outside and you had no sweat on you, she's like, I knew then that you were telling me the truth. And I'm like,
so you are abnormal.
Yeah.
He's an alien.
It's the way I am. So, I mean, when it's 83 degrees in the house, I'm comfortable.
He's still living in Mars.
But
he got dropped up here and they forgot to come back and get him. So
you're the man from Mars and she's the woman from Venus.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. It's
That's
crazy.
right, yeah.
Like I said, I'm not happy about it, but it's just the way I am. I have to deal with it. So, so when I turn the air on when we're sitting here in the evening after dinner watching TV or whatever, I turn the air on, it gets down to 75 degrees in here. I'm sitting over here on the sofa with a blanket on all the way up to my neck, tucked all the way around me, underneath my legs, everything else. Got my feet tucked up underneath it and everything else. I'm sitting there and I'm still not comfortable. Like, I'm still not like, okay, this is cool.
You are a worry.
Yeah, it's insane, And like I said, I tell my doctor about it. My doctor just says, this is the way you are. I'm like,
you would definitely freeze in my house because I keep it at 69, 70.
Yeah, I mean, most people do, and that's and that's normal for most people. But for me, nah.
If it was up to me, this house would be 68 all day.
Yeah,
and then
so
the fan is on right now. So it's 72 with a fan on since April. So in my house, you will freeze.
Yes.
Yeah, like I'm not even fibbing to you. Like, see, that's my Nest thermostat. It's off, and it's 79 degrees. So. And probably upstairs, it's probably 82. Because hotter up there or whatever. It's probably like 82 up there or whatever.
Yeah, it rises.
Yeah. So my house is not that old. My house is only about 15 years old, but I have one of the last houses with the old ducting system in it, which is these kind of like L-shaped galvanized pieces of metal that fit together like that. And then they tape the seams, and they are not efficient. Like, they stopped doing that in the US about probably a few years after this house was built, and they started putting the units up in the base or up in the attics and just running like 8-inch or 12-inch ducting to the ceilings of every room for a central air unit. But ours, so we just had our central air unit replaced. It's a brand new system, state of the art. It's 2-stage, cost us $10,000, but our ducting system is old. So even though we have this brand new state-of-the-art central unit, we still need individual mini splits in all of the bedrooms, or it won't get cool enough for everybody to exist. It gets cool everywhere else in the house, but it won't get cool enough in the bedrooms for everyone to exist. So we have those separate units.
Now, I would have thought they might have invented a universal heating system that would allow you to stay hot and the rest of the family to be normal.
Well, a body bag.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, so my kids, obviously in their rooms, they're plenty cool and, they're fine or whatever. And then, the bedroom is freezing. I've got, like this 2 big heavy comforters on and stuff at night or whatever, while the wife is like, like, it's still hot in here.
Now I've got a question for you, which dates back to an earlier conversation. If your daughter brought Staten Island home and wanted to have him spend the night,
Ouch.
It wouldn't happen. She would never even bother. She realizes where the lines are, and she pushes the lines pretty well, right?
As
she definitely knows where those absolute lines are. She would never even cross that line with me.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure, because here's the thing, right? I think if she was going to do that, she'd have done it by now. She'd have planned some elaborate scheme like, hey, Dad, let's go to like Aruga's for buffalo wings or something like that tonight or whatever. And then we would go there and we would walk in and he would be standing there in the lobby or whatever. And then she'd be like, and he would walk up and then she would be like, oh, hey, here's John. His name is John, by the way. So she'd be like, oh, here's John. And then I would be like, Haven, what the fucking, and turn around and probably leave, right? I'd be so mad about it, right? Then she'd probably say, John, I have to spend a couple nights at your house until he calms his ass down.
See, I never had that luxury. She just rocked home, brought him home, and said, Dad, he's spending the night here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Haven dated him for 6 months without me even noting she was dating. She did a great job. I said, you know what, chip off the old block there, boy, right? Like, she dated him, didn't even know it. And I think I have good sense of things, right? Didn't even know it. Pulled the wool over my eyes on that one. I said the student has surpassed the master, right? But yeah, But then it started getting serious. She was like, okay, I better tell him now because it's gonna get serious now, and he's gonna wonder why I don't come home some nights and stuff like that, whatever, right? And I'm not gonna be able. And she didn't want to lie to me, so I was like, that's cool, right? I appreciate you not wanting to lie to me about it, but again, I complain to you guys more about it than I do to her, and I guess at the end of the day, I guess I am happy that she's not with a total loser, that, I got to worry about and stuff. I just, wish he wasn't so much older than her. So
as long as he treats her fine, that's all you should worry about.
Yep.
Like I said, my wife and I, we're 4 years apart, but we're old. For crying out loud, right? Hell, I'm on a prostate medicine,
information about that one.
I wish I was his age, but I'm twice his age, so no biggie. Just let it happen.
I mean, my birthday is October 29th. I'll be 53 years old this year.
You're still a baby.
Yeah.
I'm surprised your mother let you out.
Some people say, yeah, you look like you're 53, and other people say to me, wow, you're 53, and I'm like, I will be, like it just depends, I guess what you think, but like for me, it's different because we're older, but for her, I just I worry sometimes that maybe that she's missing out on certain things because she's with somebody. I mean, he's not that much older, but he kind of is. He's kind of in a slightly different kind of age group.
Let me say this for what it's worth. My baby is 28 and my oldest is 38, right? She's the 38-year-old is all guns and no roses. But let me say that as long as they are happy, that is all that should matter.
It does matter to me, and I am happy that she's happy. And like I said, I am happy that she's not dating.
He's not happy. Him.
Yeah, I know he's not happy. It's Staten Island. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, but like,
if he would have said he was from, let's pick a place, Melbourne, would it matter?
Pennsylvania.
No, and if he was from Baltimore, it wouldn't matter. And
if he was from Philadelphia,
Chicago, it wouldn't matter. Hell, if he was from
Pittsburgh.
Omaha, it wouldn't matter to me.
But
right?
it's Staten Island.
But it's Staten Island.
At least it's not Alcatraz.
No. No.
He could be from Sing Sing. Hey.
And I'm surprised that Eddie, being from Brooklyn, is not more sympathetic with me on the whole Staten Island thing.
I'm letting her. If she was 17, 18, then really be with you. But she's not.
Yeah.
She's a grown woman. So
yeah, she is. She is.
That is girl anymore.
Couldn't be more proud of them. They both finished college. They both wiped their own asses. I mean, they, they're, they have great jobs, and they're perfectly well adjusted, and they don't have any, they're not in therapy or anything else and stuff like that. Couldn't be happier. And like I said, I'm glad that she's with somebody who is, not a complete loser, that does, seem to have, a good job, and obviously he's not a complete goon, or he wouldn't, she wouldn't be with him, because, she gets, like, you kind of have, she's kind of like a one strike and you're out kind of person, so
he's made it to 3 strikes. He's a lucky guy.
So all of that said, I'm happy for her in that respect, but
yeah, you're gonna be the best of buddies when finally.
I mean, like I said, I don't see it ending tomorrow. At some point, I'm gonna have to meet him. Hopefully, it goes over well. I mean, listen, like I was on Maravilla in March, and she contacted me via Google Hangouts or whatever, Google Duo or whatever it was, video call, and she said to me, she said, Dad, my wife was not with me. She was at her mom's, and she said, do you mind if I take John over to meet Beth and Grandma? And I said, no. And I found out later that when John went over there, he took a box of cannolis to Grandma because cannolis are Grandma's favorite dessert.
Yum.
Oh, that was pretty damn decent of him, right? So yeah, so he's not a total goon.
Oh, you're mad you didn't get a cannoli. That's what happened.
We say, he's a mensch. He's a man.
Yeah. I thought, well, that's kind of, but again, here's the other side of that, right? I would expect that from somebody from New York, right? Not from Buffalo or Schenectady or something like that or whatever.
Would you expect it from somebody from Staten Island?
Somebody from one of the boroughs, right?
Would you expect it from somebody from Staten Island?
Well, yes and no. Staten Island, I think, is kind of a 50-50 thing, right? Like half of them are,
Sean, it's coming down to politics. That's all it is.
Maybe, and like I said, like from Pennsylvania, we're Ocean City, Maryland people, maybe Ocean City, New Jersey people, which is Southern Jersey, right? Which is way different than Northern Jersey. That's the kind of people we are, but, next week he's taking her to some, North New York kind of beach thing or whatever. And I'm just like,
and they're going to have fun.
Like, how many Goombas are going to be on that beach, right?
They're going to be having fun. They're going to be dining.
No doubt. She's going to have a wonderful time. She's going to have a great time.
And you're going to be stressing over sweet nothing.
No doubt.
It's going to be stressing over nothing.
Yeah.
Now, Scott, what if the first time you ever met him was on a cruise ship?
Listen, I've actually said to my daughter, this is what I said to my daughter.
Family cruise.
I said, listen, so my daughter's been on a ton of cruises. In fact, she's actually on Royal Caribbean. She's Diamond. Okay. So she's been on a ton of cruises. However, and this is the Gen Z thing, right? I took on 2018, we went on Carnival Breeze. It was our first only Carnival cruise. Came off of there and she said, Dad, I can't go on any more cruises. I said, why? She said, because they work those poor people to death. They work them 7 days a week. They don't get a day off. She was like, they work long hours and everything else. She was like, and I know that they agree to sign up for that and everything else. She's like, but Dad, I cannot be part of the problem. She's like, and if I go on another cruise, I'm going to be part of the problem because they're there because people like me are there. She was like, so I will not do it anymore. So I said to her not long ago, she was saying to me about, hey, can you look up some stuff for John and I to go to like an all-inclusive or something? And I was like, yes. So, but I said to her, I was like, hey, why don't you bring him on a cruise? I said, and even if it's the same ship I'm on, I'll just pretend like I don't know you.
Yeah,
and she was like, no. She was like, John keeps asking me if I will go on a cruise with him. She was like, but I keep telling him the same thing I'm telling you. I will not be part of the problem. I won't do it. So I don't think I'm ever going to meet him on a ship unless he goes by himself. And then if he's on a ship that I'm on and she's not there and my wife's not there, I'm going to throw his ass overboard.
And then you're going to get a lovely holiday in Sing Sing, I think it is.
Yep. Yeah, they're going to be taken to the break.
Yep.
Sing.
I mean, like, I don't know what happened. He was telling me about how he didn't want to live anymore, about how he couldn't go
And
on.
then they look at the cameras on the ship, and then you are screwed.
He was telling me how guilty he felt about dating a much younger woman.
No, I don't think he'd be saying that. I think he'd be saying he's feeling guilty about the fact that it comes from Staten Island.
So yeah. So like I said, I complain to you guys more about it than I do anybody else, just because, you know.
I know we love.
I feel like I can express myself.
Yeah.
Especially at this time of night when hardly anybody is listening, and I've had a bunch of beer.
Time of night. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. What's your problem?
That's right.
And we've got a family function to go to that everybody doesn't want to go to.
Oh.
So I'd much rather be sitting here talking to you guys, but I know that you guys look like you're falling asleep. So
Oh my god, I'm This is definitely a new world record for Eddie's After Dark.
No, I've been here longer. Five and change with drag sherry on it.
Oh, was that the one when you drug? It was 5 hours, right? Yeah.
5 hours, 60 minutes.
Hey,
I remember that night we started chatting, and she says, "We're not going to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning."
I was actually in the chat at the beginning of that, and I remember hearing her say, "Eddie, you're not going to be on here all night, are you?"
No, we're not. We're not.
No.
Yeah, 5.5 hours later.
You guys know Kenneth Oakes, don't you? You know Kenny Oakes, don't you?
Yeah.
So Kenny is rather renowned for actually falling asleep on one of his lives, which went for 16 hours.
What's always funny is when Clock's on there, like he's always like, you can't see it because I got sunglasses on, but he's always like, and I'm like, is Clock frozen or asleep?
I called him out a few times, and he just.
I told him too. I was like, Clock, just get off, man. Just leave the studio and go to bed.
Yeah.
And then I'll see him and that'll be at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever. And then he'll be on Sherry's live in the morning. And I'm just like,
yep.
Which I'm catching on the replay because I was asleep.
She already sent me the link for the morning, 9:30 in the morning. Not today. I don't see myself getting up in the morning.
Yeah, seriously, my wife says to me all the time, she's like, God bless Eddie. She is like, that man does not need any sleep at all.
I'll probably be up around 9 o'clock and be up, then come over here and talk for an hour or two.
Yeah. I mean, I'll probably be up at 8 something.
Yeah.
For sure. And I'm not one of these old guys who takes a nap either.
No,
I know that you lay down for naps sometimes, right?
Oh, every chance I get. Every chance I
for
get
me,
it.
For me, I can't nap, right? I'll just drag ass tired all day, and then probably around 9 o'clock when I'm exhausted, I'll catch a second wind, and I'll be like, yeah, this is the time I need that second wind, right? Now, I won't probably have too much trouble going to sleep that night, but yeah, I cannot nap. So
I don't. 9 o'clock is too early to go to bed. That's why I take a nap in the afternoon sometime.
I've been known to get into bed at 8 o'clock.
Wow.
But then that's because I've had 4 or 5 days of 2 hours sleep a day.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So that's what I do too. Every chance I get, as soon as I feel tired, bed. Now that I'm here by myself all day, I don't waste no time. I say if I feel tired, I hit it. I look at the cat, and say, "Well, see you girls later." So I hit the sack. Yeah. Sometimes I sleep an hour, sometimes half hour, sometimes I sleep 4 hours.
There's no good in trying to live with FOMO. You know what I mean? There's nothing to miss out on.
Yeah.
You need the sleep, get the sleep.
Yep. And I do turn my phone off. I put it on airplane mode Because that's as soon as I go take a nap, that's when my phone started going ding, ding, ding. Messenger, hey, messenger, hey, messenger. So I just shut it all off.
Right. I put my phone. I put my phone on silent. Like, first of all, I have my phone to go into do not disturb every night at 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. So the only person who's getting through is those couple of people who are on my, special list. But so that's automatic for me. But I will also silence the ringer on it throughout the day as well too, just because
it's dead right now.
Yeah,
I killed it.
Gotcha.
And I won't turn that on until I wake up.
Yeah. So my phone's been off the charger since this morning, and it still has 66%.
I had to charge this one twice today.
You can see it there. 66.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. Twice today.
So, but now the battery is really good in that phone. So that's the 23 Ultra.
That's a weird picture of the other Scott.
It looks like it's a Carnival ship, and based on what it looks like maybe XL. Possibly. No, not XL, because there's lamps next to the bed. I don't think there's XL on next to the bed. The XLs have those flip out kind of like swivel map lights. So it's definitely a Carnival ship, obviously, because you can see the luggage thing there.
I honestly am not that good. I look at a ship and I go, that's a ship. I can tell you whether it's Princess or Carnival, but I can't tell you whether it's what the name of the ship is or anything. I go, that's a ship, I'm on it.
Yeah.
Like every time I hear them talk about the X class, the this class, the that class, I'm like, okay, they all look the same to me. I know one's bigger, the other one's older. That's it.
Yeah, so the only thing, so here's the thing. So Vista class and Dream class are very similar. They have a lot of same design aspects and elements, but they're not entirely similar. However, on Royal Caribbean, Freedom class and Voyager class are identical. The only difference is Freedom is bigger. So it's a larger ship. It's bigger, it's longer, it's wider, but the layout is absolutely identical from stern to bow, and it is identical in every way. So, but for Freedom, there's only three. There's only three Freedom class ships: Freedom, Independence, and Liberty. So, for Voyager, there's Voyager, Mariner, Adventure, Explorer, and I'm missing one. I know it. I can't remember, but yeah. So, and then of course with Oasis, every version of Oasis they make it just a teeny tiny little bit bigger. And then, so every version of Oasis that comes out, they say it's the largest. Not that Oasis is largest, but whatever the latest Oasis class ship is the largest, because they always make an Oasis just a teeny tiny little bit bigger.
Now I've got an important question to ask about that. When they go about and make that ship just a little bit bigger, is somebody trying to compensate for something?
Probably.
Exactly. So yeah, so I guess Utopia will be the last one. So
what are they going to call the new lot?
Well, then now they're going on to Icon class, right?
Yeah, but what are they doing different with that now?
I mean, nothing different.
Higher now.
Nothing. I mean, here's the thing: if you know what a Quantum class ship is and an Oasis class ship is, the best way to describe Icon is if the two of them had a child, right? But even beyond that, it is even just a little bit beyond those two kind of combined. But it is basically at the core, it is Quantum and Oasis combined plus So, but it's specifically being geared towards families. There's lots and lots and lots of not only family, but child centric and focused, design and aspects and venues and things like that. I don't hate children by any stretch at all. And I don't mind being on ships full of families and children. I'm just minding it a little more than I used to, but certainly not minding it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. So I don't know how much I will sail Icon, just because of that. I'm already I'm already kind of putting I have exactly 29 days before I get on Oasis, and which is going to be just overflowing with families, and probably some of them from Staten Island. So
I sure hope so.
Are you stepping on my floor? Do you come from Staten Island? Get off.
So I'm already trying to prepare myself for it and to put myself into a Zen place, to be on that ship full of.
Do you know how many of those people would be coming on your ship from Staten Island with the name John?
Better be 0. So,
Scott,
anyway.
I do have a real Royal Caribbean question for you, though. Since I'm going on that Utopia this season, I usually sail Carnival. If I'm going on that ship and I haven't sailed Royal Caribbean probably in, 20 years, and I probably don't really remember it because I was really young, do you think that is going to set the expectation and the bar for Royal for me almost too high, because now I really can't sail on anything else other than an Icon, like a Utopia of the Seas class ship, without being okay.
I mean, listen, I always tell that to first time cruisers, right? When you pick the top ship for first time cruise, there's only, there's nowhere to go but down.
Right.
It just depends what your perspective is on cruising. Like if you're a real diehard love cruising, which I assume you are, right? So, you'll still be able to kind of connect with, I'm still on a cruise. I'm on a ship, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, right? But I personally, when I'm on an Oasis class ship, and let's say I go on, Carnival Pride or something like that, then, right? I definitely know that I'm not on, Symphony of the Seas, but I go there with that expectation in my mind that I'm about to get on Carnival Pride.
Yeah.
But it may be harder for people who are newer to cruising to do that.
Right.
I think it definitely, runs a big risk of ruining them, for lack of a better way of putting it. Definitely runs that risk. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully they're able to embrace the different style or the different experience of a smaller, older ship, but they may not.
Right.
I kind of figure that Ilana generally likes the smaller ships, and I don't mind what ship we go on so long as it's a ship.
Yeah.
But we started off going on the Golden Princess, which was not a small ship at the time. Our next cruise was on the Sun Princess, which was a much smaller ship. The next cruise we went on was the Horizon. All right. Now, when we're looking at it from our point of view, it's what are we on the cruise for?
Right.
And if you're going to go on the cruise to say, I'm going on the ship because it's the biggest, wrong mindset. But if you go on the ship to say, I'm here to have fun, and what can this offer me, that's a better mindset.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
I feel like I'm gonna come back, to be honest with you, completely honest, because it's a 4-day cruise or 3-day cruise.
The inaugural is only a 3-day.
Yeah, the 3-day. So the first Mike Clock cruise is the one that I'm gonna. I feel like I'm gonna go on that cruise, and people are gonna be like, "How was the cruise ship?" I'll be like, "I don't know. I was too busy taking a selfie with Eddie Lugo and meeting Scott from the Mustard Drill and meeting J&S Adventures, and I'm just gonna be running around trying to meet all the people that I want to meet because that is important to me.
Right.
I can go back on the ship again if I want to experience the ship, and you guys aren't there. You know, so I don't know. So I'm kind of like at that like crossroads for me.
So
Don't get me wrong, but
I played a video on our morning show that was from the Beards on Royal Caribbean, and if you know how to read them, like a lot of people will watch a video like that and they'll just get swept up in everything and stuff like that, and they won't hear half of what's being said, and if they do hear it, they won't kind of internalize it for what it really is. So I'm not one of those people, but so what they basically, this is the easiest way to put it, they have so many Oasis class ships now they can afford to waste one. Okay, so this is what they're wasting it on, at least for the first couple of years. They have invested a crap ton of effort and money and into Coco Key. So and that whole experience on the private island, it's way different than any other private island you've ever been to, and they wanted it that way, and that's the whole thing. And they want the experience to be contiguous. So they want you to get on a ship that's big and bad and amazing and awesome, and it's got all this pump and hype and everything else, and they want you to be like up here, and then you get off of the ship and onto the island, you're still up here, and you get back on the ship, you're still up here, and then you get off in Florida and you're like, shit, it's over, it's only in 3 days, right? So that's what they want, but they want that specifically because it's only 3 days. So then they're like, oh, you have to come back.
You're going to book again. Yep.
You have to come back. You have to come back and do it again and again and again, or you have to do it back to back, right? So that you're on the ship longer. I have this term in which I privately refer to the cruise lines as money whores. Every corporation is entitled to making money. I don't begrudge any corporation, including the cruise lines, of making money. I make money off of cruises, right, as a travel agent that specializes in cruising. So I don't have a problem with it at all. However, I think that the pursuit of that profit from a cruise line perspective is a step above all other corporations, no matter what it is they're selling. And that's why I refer to them as the money whores, because they will do anything for not a little bit of money, but an obscene amount of money. So that's the whole gear of it. We have so many Oasis class ships now, we can afford to waste one in developing this concept that is deliberately so short that we will almost guarantee that a decent percentage of the people that sail that ship will either book a back-to-back, making us double the money, or will come back very soon afterwards for more because they just didn't get enough in that 3 days.
True.
So,
True.
Yeah, I mean, that's, that's the whole concept of that entire utopia.
Yes,
I mean,
here's the thing.
Right? I mean, he booked the back-to-back too. So, I mean, on that same ship.
Exactly. Right.
Here's the thing, the way I look at it from our point of view, we were on the Carnival Horizon as the inaugural Helping Hands for Cruising group cruise. Okay. Now, from that point of view, don't ask me about the ship. I haven't got a clue. Right? But I'll tell you what, that cruise changed 40 people's lives. And I will say it was the best cruise I ever been on. Okay? I don't know. I'll still get lost on the horizon every time I go and look at it. But I know that what we did, the time we spent with people, the way we spent it with people, and the people we met and we had fun with.
Yes.
We changed lives.
Yes.
And
Right.
that is the best cruise I've ever
Yes,
been on.
absolutely. Yes. And if that and if that experience is only 3 days, then
so be it.
Yes, absolutely. I completely agree with you on that. Like I said, I feel terrible sometimes complaining about some of the things that I do because believe me, I cannot articulate how strongly I am in touch with how much of a first world problem that is.
Mhm.
And since the moment I found out about your organization, I have been head over heels over the concept of it, right?
you.
Because it is truly an amazing thing in a world where so many people are, trying to cure cancer and heart disease and this and that and everything else. For there to be a focus on things like that, it is. I love it. I absolutely love it. And when, like I said, when I'm on a ship, when I'm in a port, I don't want to do touristy kind of things. I want to get far away from all that, and I want to meet the people, and I want to see how they are in their element, right?
Yep.
Same thing on the ship. I love being on a ship with other vloggers. I love having conversations with other vloggers. I love hearing other vloggers' perspective on the exact same thing that I might be vlogging about. But what I love more is that guy who walks up to me who says, "Are you a vlogger?" And I say yes. And he says, "Can I talk to you about this or that or whatever?" I love those conversations. I love them. I mean, I don't vlog them, but part of me wishes I did. So
it's like on the horizon. I'll give you an example. We had the excursion, the chef's table, and in the group there was 10 of us. Of the 10, there was probably one couple that was not part of the group, but one of the guys on the group was actually the recipient. Okay, and for starters, talk to him about avocado. You're like, yuck, you. We started off with the first course was actually in the kitchen, and this guy was served. We were all served a piece of food that was made with avocado, and he didn't have a clue it was avo until he'd eaten it. And everybody looked at him and went, "Kenny, thought you don't like avocado." He goes, "Yeah, I hate it. That had avo in it." Really? And then the rest of the meal progressed as we went into the chef's table in the table room, and Kenny had a special request. It was escargot night in the MDR. The chef went to the kitchen, got him an escargot for himself. Right? So here's Kenny eating this escargot. The room is full of vloggers. The chef got involved in the vlogs as well. I mean, it was the most exciting experience I've ever seen. It changed everybody, including the wait staff. So all you got to do is you got to look and say, okay, why am I on the cruise? And then from then on, you make it whatever it is you want to make it. Because the rest of it is all,
right.
My opinion, Eddie's opinion, Master Drill's opinion, your opinion doesn't matter to anybody else out there unless they're going to look for it and use it as an opportunity to learn from it.
Yep. I mean,
so you make of it as you will.
Yeah. I mean, so my style of vlogging, even though I haven't produced anything since April because I've been really lazy. So
you've been cold.
Yeah.
You've been really cold.
That's it. So in any event, my style of blogging is not ship tours and room tours and this kind of stuff or whatever. I tell people, and I've always had people say to me, I wish I could have seen more of your room, and I tell them very politely, very diplomatically. There's about 1 million other vloggers on YouTube that have vlogged this ship. Go check them out. That's
and
not
done a better job.
Yeah, what I do.
That's what I say.
What I do is say, this is my experience on Coco Cay. This is my experience in Cozumel. I try to work into that things that I think that a inexperienced cruiser or somebody who's curious about that or whatever, or even somebody who's been there 100 times, but just didn't key in on this thing or that thing or whatever. I try to say, this or that. I try to offer some value in that. But otherwise, I say, listen, this is my experience. And if you've come here to find kind of like a legend in the description that says, if you want to know about this particular thing, go to 3 minutes and 39 seconds, you're not going to find that in my vlog.
I'm
Okay?
sorry, guys. Excuse me. I've got to hightail it out of here. We're going to this dumb function.
No problem.
Thanks for the chat.
Yep.
Look forward to catching up with you all next time.
Yep.
And Eddie, keep going. Don't get some sleep. See ya.
But just to finish my thought, I am listen, you watch me from beginning to the end and you'll get the information that maybe you wanted. And if you don't, I'm sorry, you'll find it on somebody else's channel maybe, right? But that's what I try to do. I try to vlog the experience from my point of view, from my experience or whatever. A big influence in my vloggers, I don't know if Eddie knows who this guy is, but I don't know if you know either, Scott, but big influence in my style of vlogging is Casey Neistat.
Oh, yeah, I know who it is.
Yeah, so that's a big influence in mine, but at the same time, I'm a travel agent. I've been on a gazillion cruises. I feel like I think I know what people want to know and see and experience. So I try to talk about that or whatever, but I also just try to say hey, listen, this is what I saw when I was on this island. This is where I went. This is what I saw. This is what my experience was. Watch it if you enjoyed it. If you said, hey, you know what, that gives me some ideas for this and that or whatever. I got to see some of the island. I got to see this or that or whatever. It's one of the reasons why I use my phone specifically to vlog in this director's view, which is me. You see here. So if you see this is, what I'm seeing, and then me up in the corner. And you'll see that in most of my vlogs. So therefore, it's not all me. And then you're just trying to pick out what's behind me a little bit, right? You're seeing what I'm seeing in the bulk of the image or the bulk of the video, and then you're just seeing me in this little thing. Like in this instance, you're seeing, whoever there, Eddie.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You're just seeing that, right? And then you're seeing what I'm seeing.
Right.
And I vlog that way specifically for one reason. I thought it was a cool option in my phone, but I was on a Reddit forum one time doing research about what my audience wants, right? And I saw this massive Reddit subreddit that had over 200 posts in it, and the majority of the people were chiming into a single poster who said, I want to see more of what you're seeing and less of you.
Like more POV, like your eyes, kind of like what it's capturing. Yeah.
That's how he said it. He said, I want to see more of what you're seeing and less of you. And I was astonished that over 200 people said, yep, me too, me too, me too, me too, me too, me too, me. And I was like, okay, that's perfect. because, you know, that makes for, you know, a unique style of vlogging anyway. You know, very few people vlog that way anyway. I mean, there's B-roll, right? And certainly you'll find plenty of B-roll in my vlogs and stuff like that. But when it's not B-roll, that's what you'll see. You'll see what I'm seeing with just me up in the corner, right? So you're still seeing me, and you're still seeing a little bit of what's behind me, and you're still hearing me talk, and you're still all that, but you're seeing what I see. So, you know, and people love it. And I get comments all the time about, you know, especially in my earlier vlogs, people are like, you know, like now people are just kind of like used to, that's how I vlog, right?
Right.
But in the earlier days, people are like, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Keep vlogging that way, you know, because I get to see what you're seeing instead of you deciding what should I see in B-roll. And then the rest of it is just you. And I get to say, oh, I think I see something like that behind him, you know, a little bit like that or whatever. So it's awesome that my my phone offers that option. You know, so that's how I choose to vlog. That's my style, but it's somebody's style is different. It's not any better or worse than mine. It's just different.
It's just different. It's almost kind of like putting on like a virtual reality, like, well, not really, but like if you're looking at the screen, just imagine putting on a virtual reality headset, right, of what you're seeing and being like, oh, wow, like,
Yeah.
whew, he's in Costa Maya, he's in Grand Cayman, like.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, you know, people, when I saw that, when somebody said, you know what, I want to see more of what you're seeing and less of you, I'm like, you know, that sounds good to me too. If I was watching vlogs, I'd want to see more of what that person was seeing. I mean, I can't tell you before I was a vlogger how many times I went searching for content about things, and I was like, oh my God, I just wasted like 6 minutes on that friggin' video. I didn't see any of the shit that I wanted to see. You know, like, you know, I was the same way. So, you know, yeah. So that's how I choose to vlog, you know. Like I said, my biggest thing is that people hate that I wear sunglasses. I get comments all the time. People are like, lose the sunglasses. I'm like, I'm going to lose you. Hide user from channel. Right? So, you know, no, this is how I vlog. If you don't like it, Casey Neistat wears sunglasses. Super Saf wears sunglasses. There's over 750 million vloggers on YouTube, okay, vlogging about everything from underwater basket weaving to cruise ships, right? And a huge percentage of them wear sunglasses in their vlogs, right? Sorry you don't like it. There's another one for you to watch. Go watch it. Right. Don't watch me if you don't like my sunglasses. If you're here for the content, which I assume you were, but now you can't get any value out of the content because you hate that I wear sunglasses, then you've got bigger problems than the fact that I'm wearing sunglasses in my vlog.
Bingo.
You know? Yeah, that's how I feel about it. So, you know, if you cross a line with me, I'll hide you from my channel. If you don't, I'll just politely accept your comment and your opinion about it and not lose any sleep over it.
Yeah,
for sure.
So
back with it.
But yeah, so, I mean, like it wasn't even that long ago. I was in one of Eddie's late night vlogs here or something like that, and somebody was like, "I can't watch," because they're like, they started out like, "Why do you wear sunglasses?" And I think I told them why, and their prescription too. On top of that.
Oh yes, you've said that before. Yes.
Yeah, their prescription too, right? So I think I told them that or whatever. But then, like after a minute or two, they chatted in the chat. They were like, "Okay, I can't stay anymore. I have to leave." I'm like,
yeah.
See ya.
See ya.
Do you vlog on cruises too, Eddie, as well, or are you just more like put the phone down, let me enjoy whatever?
No. I completely block all I can. Everywhere I go, my phone is the first thing I hook up in the car. I make sure that it's charged 100%, and I'm filming. I'm always filming. Then I get home. If I'm not gonna use it, delete it right there.
Okay.
And I've just recently started vlogging about things uncruise related. Just recently, and it's really kind of discriminating. Like it has to be like something really interesting that's not cruise related. Otherwise, my channel is just about cruise. Now, if I went to an all-inclusive, I would vlog about that because I feel it's very similar. It's certainly more similar than spending a week on the mountain.
Yeah.
You know, So, or something like that, or a theme park or something, right? But that's just me. That's just my channel. That's how I feel about my brand, and that's just me, right? But there's certainly nothing wrong with it. But I've just, like when I rebranded in January, well, I didn't rebrand, but like I relogoed and everything else and stuff. I added adventures. So it says cruise travel and adventures, just to give myself that window or that doorway into things that are uncruise related, but I'm still being very discriminating against those uncruise related things. So, like even like tonight, I'm streaming this to my channel tonight, but I wouldn't normally. Like ordinarily, when I was in here hanging out with you guys and stuff, even though we're talking about cruising, I wouldn't ordinarily stream it to my channel. It's just a decision. It doesn't have anything to do with the content. It's just that I just feel like it's not cruise centric enough. Although it has been, which is why I'm streaming tonight. Tonight was very cruise centric. And there was another night that I streamed when we were talking about Ross's rock and roll.
The tribute concert cruise.
Yep. So I streamed that. But sometimes I wouldn't. Or if I did stream it and I felt at the end of the stream that it wasn't kind of cruise centric enough, I would mark it private on my channel so that, somebody wasn't seeing it. Again, nothing against the content at all. Nothing against the content creators in it. I just would feel like it was not focused enough
on your channel,
on what my channel is about. So
now the other thing is not cruise related that you do end up posting, or if you do post them, do you put them up and pretty much just post them and not really care because you're kind of trying to introduce your audience to something else, like
I would just put it out there in the normal, the normal normal vlog playlist. The thumbnail would probably clearly show it's not about a cruise. People click on it or not. I can tell you of the few I've done of those, they get very, very few views.
Okay.
My audience is about cruising. Like even my live streams in the morning when I'm on Go Live, I get tons of messages from my viewers saying, good luck with the live stream, but it's not interesting enough for me. I'm not watching it. So, and that's how a lot of people feel. A lot of people, like Eddie had made some comment one time or whatever, and I don't know if I caught the the total context of it, but he was talking about like a big channel like Lalita Loca, right?
Yep.
Has over 200,000 subscribers.
Yep.
But when they do a live stream, they might only have 900 viewers like participating. Now, that's obviously huge, right? But not in comparison to having over 200,000 subscribers. And the reason is that people do not like lives. I would say the majority of our viewer community does not like a live stream. A lot. They're there to watch our videos for very specific content. And they do not want to have to sit and wade through the live stream to get the one piece of information they're there for.
Right.
So they don't watch it. So, so that is what it is, and I have that in my mind going into it. So I know, now I'm seeing our live stream growing, our audience growing in the morning. Right. But it's not growing by leaps and bounds, but it's not going to.
Right.
But it is steadily growing. It is going to steadily grow. Right. It's just going to be a more organic process.
Right.
Yeah. So
it's going to be that small audience that sits there and wants to watch that and doesn't care about the information.
Exactly.
Hang out with you guys in the morning.
Right. So, but for me, like I said, I have a crap ton of experience in cruising. I've been on 50 plus cruises. I'm a travel agent, so on and so forth. I have things to share. I have, perspective to offer on this, that, or whatever. And that's one of the reasons why I do it.
Right. And you don't know if it's one or two. I mean, you could get one person one day and two persons the next day. They could be organically, and
exactly
you end up booking a cruise from that. And hey,
yes, exactly. So it's kind of like, again, but like a lot of my viewers will watch my vlogs, but they will not watch my live streams.
Yep. Makes sense.
So, and it's just because they're just not interested in lives. Like my wife puts the live stream on and about half listens. She tells me all the time. She's like, I half listen because she doesn't like live streams. And then I always say too, like I'm frustrated. Like I'll be like walking around the house here and stuff, right? I'll be like, what's it gonna take to get these people to click that damn like button, right? Or something. And and she says to me all the time, she's like, I don't click the like buttons. I'm like, people just will not click that damn like, even if they like it.
Yeah.
They won't click that like button. I don't know why.
I hate reminding people. I hate it. I hate putting up.
I know. I say the same thing. I say, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate that they will not click that like button. And even, like you don't want to look at them and say, I need you to click the like button. This is why, because it does this to the algorithm. And then the algorithm says, okay, all these people liked it, so more people are going to like it. So I'm going to show it to them. And you can't say that.
But that's what it is.
But that's what it is. And you want them to know that, but they don't. And I would be even willing to go out on a limb and say even a large percentage of them that did know that, they still wouldn't click that. They still wouldn't do it.
So
they just wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
So,
And my hope is if they watch an ad, to watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's why I put non-skippable ads on my videos. And because they're only 30 seconds, I make half the money, half the penny now, but at least it's a guarantee half penny.
Right.
And hopefully they're watching.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
3 or 4 minutes of the video, move on, see what happens.
Right. I mean, and I can tell you for absolute certainty, YouTube has lost a lot of its advertiser base. I mean, a lot. So that's why we're seeing all of these 10, 15-second videos, for Grammarly and, whatever. It's why we're seeing all of these really short advertisements, ads on our channels, just because they've lost so many of the big advertisers, the long ones and stuff like that were paying big bucks, right? I mean, so there's nothing we can do about it. We just have to roll with it. Hopefully that it'll change. Hopefully they'll come back to YouTube or whatever. But a lot of them are jumping to other platforms, and stuff like that. And, we just have to deal with it. So I never went into this expecting to make any kind of money off of it. I went into it for one specific reason. For years, I was nervous and too scared to do it. But always wanted to share my experience and perspective on cruising. I finally got the nerve up, went on the Grandeur of the Seas, got off the Grandeur of the Seas, got home, and got the email saying the entire cruise industry was shutting down.
Yeah.
I looked at my wife and I was like, how the hell am I going to launch a YouTube channel about cruising when it just stopped? What the hell am I going to talk about? What am I going to do? So I didn't. So I sat on it and sat on it and sat on it until about 3 months, 4 months or whatever before the restart. And that's when I started up and I started doing a video a day, just talking about all the news and stuff that was related to, all the speculation about what was going to happen with cruising. And then I got to go on Mardi Gras' third sailing back from the restart. So, and that was my first on the ship vlog.
And were you already a travel agent then?
Oh, I've been a travel agent since 2016.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So for quite a few years. So, so anyway, so yeah, so, so I just started vlogging, on the ship and stuff like that. This is what it's like, just getting back to cruising. But then I was going on like 2 cruises a month.
Oh, wow.
Through that whole year of the restart.
Okay.
Like 2 cruises a month, every month, like vlogging about it and everything else, right? Channel was exploding, growing, right? And then all more vloggers started coming on and more vloggers started coming on, stuff like that, and everything just kind of started leveling out and falling off and and everything else. And then the last cruise I was on was in March of this year.
Okay. Yep.
Was Maravilla. And I published videos from there, but I haven't, and I have tons of videos in the pipe. But what I had was I had a problem with my channel in that my channel got visited by bots.
Hey.
And I got bot attacked. And when I got bot attacked, I got notification from YouTube that they were limiting ads on my videos because of invalid traffic.
Yeah.
That's what they call it, invalid traffic. And it's from bots. Invalid traffic is also the result of if you get subscribers and then the next day they're all gone. Or you get views and then the next day a whole bunch of the views are gone. Not all of them, but some of them.
Some of them, yeah.
Maybe a couple of days later, some of them come back, but not all of them. That's invalid traffic. That's the algorithm saying we think that those views or that this or that or whatever, those subscribers aren't real. They're not that they're not real, not that they're not real people, not legitimate accounts. The way they see it is their interaction with your channel was not deemed to be genuinely engaging.
Yep.
That's the thing, right? Not that they're fake, but that they are not genuinely engaging with your channel, so therefore they take them away.
Yep.
Right? And it's the algorithm determining that, not a human. And there is deliberately no human manual oversight. So it's very frustrating. I spent countless hours fighting with creator support in chats, which some of those chats could have even been with bots. Like could have been with Google AI, could have been with Bart, right? Who knows? But anyway, got nowhere with it. Finally had to just surrender to it and give it up. But I had my ads severely limited for a long time. Because they deemed they saw that bot traffic as invalid. So literally I went from making $700 a month in ad revenue to $6 a month in rad. No, I'm not even kidding you. I'm not kidding you. I went from making 700, 800. One month I made, I think my best month I made $1,400 in 1 month.
Oh, shit.
But on average, I was making between 5 something and 7 something a month, every month in ad revenue. And then when I hit October of 21, my revenue was only 148. And then November of 21 my revenue was 0.3 of a cent. And then December it was like $4. And then it slowly started creeping back. And then at some point it got hit again and went back down again. And more arguing and fighting with them and getting nowhere. And then finally I was just like, okay, fine. I'm not going to publish regular videos. I'm going to put one video out a month. I'm not giving them this content for free, right? I put one video out a month, every month from there until this past April. And then that was the last time. And the only reason why I haven't put out a video since April is because I have literally not found the time to finish editing the video that I have to put out next.
Yeah.
Just between live streams and my life and travel agent stuff and everything else.
Traveling yourself.
Yes. I just have not had the time to do it, nor am I tripping over myself to do it so that I can get, 100 views and make 56 cents on it.
Yeah.
That's just kind of been my attitude. It's a piss poor attitude because I really do enjoy content creating.
Yeah.
Right. And it's a bad attitude. And I know that it's a bad attitude and I shouldn't have it. And, and I don't like that that's my attitude, but that's my attitude. Right. So anyway, so that's my attitude about it.
But you can put your time and energy into, helping other people book cruises and
right. Because listen, I'm not doing it for the money. I'm honestly not. I don't need the money from that. Like everybody would like money, right? Like, don't get me wrong. When I'm making $700 a month and stuff like that, I was loving it.
Right.
For money. But I'm not doing it because I need the money to like live or something like that. Right. So I'm not doing it for the money. I was never doing it for the money. And I never realized that my channel would take off as fast as it did. It just happened to be one of the few vloggers that were vlogging about cruising during the restart. And everybody wanted to know about the restart. So, they flocked to my channel over it. So, but in any event, it's just how I kind of feel about it now at this point. So I keep every day I get up and I do the live stream and then I say, okay, I'm going to go to hell down there and freeze my ass off in the basement and finish editing that video. And then I don't.
I can feel that.
So, but I need to, I really do. But here's the thing. As I'm traveling, I was just in the mountains in Virginia. I vlogged it. I'm still vlogging. I still am vlogging just like, every day, like it was any other day. When I go on Oasis next month, I'm going to vlog the shit out of it. Right.
Yep.
But you probably won't see the damn thing till 2027.
Yeah.
So, hopefully not, but maybe. So, yeah. I'm trying to break the cycle, really. I'm trying. I have so much content in the pipe right now. I could release a video a day and still not run out of content. So, but like I said, I'm still traveling. I'm still vlogging. I'm still creating all the vlogs. I'm still, putting all the effort that I always did into it. I'm just not editing and putting it out.
You just need to duplicate like a warm version of yourself to stick in the basement and just edit all
Exactly. Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Definitely. I actually thought to myself, why the hell did I move that editing video down to the basement or the computer down to the basement? Oh, I know why. Because I built the strip club down there. That's why.
Chickies. You gotta put some poles now and bring some girls.
No, seriously. Like, I can't tell you how much experimentation I did with different lighting scenarios and stuff down there. And I didn't like any of them and stuff. And then I put those strip lights up and I was like, okay. And then the first time I came live on there or whatever, and then Eddie was like, strip club. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm running with it. Strip club. So now there's ones I have in the middle. I just put up recently because I had ones at the top and ones at the bottom and nothing in the middle. And I thought there's just too much nothing in there, right? So I was like, oh, hey, let's just put another strip down there, right? So I put another strip down, but I guess that makes it even look more like a strip club. So anyway. All right. Well, I'm just like rambling and ranting on here and stuff like that or whatever. And so I'm sorry, but
Oh no, I asked the question, so I mean, this is great. This is like a private tech talk. So
yeah.
Ask when the next tech talk was, but I'm getting my own private tech talk.
But like I said, I love cruising. I there's no vacation on the planet that I think is better value or more fulfilling than being on a cruise. I certainly like other types of vacations, but cruising is my love, my passion. I love it. That's why when I decided I was starting a travel agency, that I knew that it was going to specialize in cruising. So I love it, and I love vlogging about it, and it's just where it's all at for me. So
I really liked I see the free gas really compared to what, but to echo on that, I mean, I just kind of always loved cruising just because you can go on a ship and visit various different ports and just be on that one cruise ship and see so many different ports within a week span.
Yeah.
Right? Get off the
Yeah,
ship,
right.
adventure, get back on the ship, adventure. So,
Yeah.
compared to, I guess, hotels and resorts and all inclusives, for me, it's just more of the adventure and being, I guess, a day on the sea is better than a day on land to me. It always was, but
yeah, right. Now I've been to a lot of these islands as well, staying. And I've been out on my balcony watching the cruise ship sailing out in the evening and screaming, "So long, suckers!" I'm heading out tonight, and I've explored the islands at night and stuff, which are way different than when you're there during the day, while the ships are there and stuff. Loved it, but still think that, I've been in that. The flip side of that is like, oh, there goes the ship and I'm not on it, So, because I think to myself, oh, those people are going to dinner, they're going to go to the show tonight, they're going to do all that stuff, and I'm going down the street here to Pepe's Cantina, to have some tacos and some Corona, which is going to be great in itself, but it's not going to be on the ship, So
that's what I'm doing here. I have no idea what I was getting myself into. I have no plans to be on YouTube at all. You would ask me, even during the pandemic, even Alice asked me, you think you want to do this? So like, no, I don't want to get into this mess. To me, this guy's talking about cruising. I'm like, who's cruising where? With the pandemic, you can go nowhere,
Yeah, right.
So I'm down here in Georgia, and one of my great nieces here says to me, so what are you planning to do now that you're retired? So like, I have no idea, So she says to me, well, why don't you draw something? I said, okay. Give me your phone. I want to film you while you're doing it. I'm like, okay. So I'm drawing a sketch, whatever, something quick. She films it. And then I see her going back and forth with her fingers. I'm like, what are you doing on the phone? She's like, I'm almost done. I'm like, what are you really doing? I'm going to show you in a minute. She gives me back the phone, says, here, you have a YouTube channel. I'm like, I have a what? You have a YouTube channel. I said, like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking to me. I know what YouTube is, but I have a channel.
Mm-hmm.
She explained to me what she did, what she used and all that. And we kept doing more drawings and more videos. So if you go back in my channel way at the beginning, it's all drawings. So I said, wait a minute. You mean to tell me I could do this? She's like, yeah. So, she showed me how she did it. I started playing around with it. Then I started like driving around and filming, going someplace, going to a restaurant, filming what I was eating there. Then I traveled somewhere. I started filming. I wasn't doing any cruising yet. and then our bloggers showed up. So I got some practice there, and now I said, well, I could do, so I do a lot of travel entertainment, not just specific cruising. That's why I named it Hidalgo Studios. So it'd be I could bring a whole different ideas. I could go to different venues. I could different scenery and stuff like that. So I do have videos with my cats here in the house. I have videos of me driving around the Atlanta, and when I go to a different state, when I drove up back to New York, I started filming from the Verrazano Bridge all the way into Brooklyn, and that was about 25 minutes long, and they gave me a bunch of views. And I recorded the Verrazano first bottom lanes going into Jersey and all that, and little by little, it's been picking up. So, and I said, well, I think I could do this. Then I got like more involved, and I started talking to more people, and more people hooked me up with this. And this group that I was in kind of started bringing me in, So finally, in the bloggers, when I went down to New Orleans, I got to meet a lot of these people that I've been seeing on the screen here, and I'm like, okay, this is doable. I could do this. At the time I was I don't know, 500 subscribers, and then when I went to the bloggers, I was around 720. During the whole thing on the bloggers cruise, I only picked up one subscriber. So Brian from Howie Cruise says, tells Alice, I feel bad for Eddie. He only picked up one subscriber and stuff like that. I worked that out during the cruise ship. I gave out pens, I gave out my card and stuff like that, and I talked. I played the game too. And then after that, 4 months later, I kept working on it. Going out to the Asia markets, going to the Indian markets, getting involved with anybody as much as I can. I'm this close to 2K.
Yeah.
Well, I just been working it. Working the stuff.
I tell people all the time, YouTube is the extreme long game.
Yeah.
Okay. If you see these channels like Lalita Loca and stuff like that, seemingly, like not literally, but seemingly exploded overnight, they are not the norm.
Yeah.
They are the extreme exception.
Yep.
Most channels take years and years. Most channels take 18 to 25 months even to get 1,000 subscribers. Okay. And let alone your watch hours and stuff like that for monetization. And then, it is the extreme long game. And I tell people all the time that are so impatient about it or want to give up,
Yeah.
I'm like, well, it's your decision, but, I think it's unrealistic for you to expect that your channel is going to explode. It's a long, and while you're while that long time is going by, you have to be working on the quality of your content. You have to be doing things. You don't have to do massive things, but you have to constantly try to make things better. You have to try to do things better. I bought equipment and Stream Deck, and nobody's tuning into our live stream because I have a sound effect that says Texas. Nobody's watching our live stream for that. But what it does do is it adds just that
element,
teeny little bit of production value, right? And that it just grows from there, so it's not perfect. I'm not by any means saying that any of that is perfect or if it's even appropriate for the long term, but it's what you do. So I tell people that all the time. You just have to have that expectation that it's going to take you a very long time. And on top of that, you have to remember, if every single YouTuber was going to be the super successful YouTuber with 1 million subscribers and 32,000 views in the first 5 minutes that you post a video. If every YouTuber was going to be that, then every YouTuber would be that, and everybody would do YouTube.
Yeah, everybody would.
Right?
Yep.
Like I always refer to it as, growing up, I always heard the term, the world needs ditch diggers too. Right. Not everybody's going to be the CEO. There's there's going to be a place for everybody. Right. Not everybody's going to be a super successful channel. So there's going to be channels that are less successful than others. Maybe it sucks if you're that person, but that's the way it works, and that's the way it is. And, you either have to be okay with it or don't.
But you still serve a purpose, and you still have some sort of reach, even if it's not,
Of course.
as much reach as Tony
Yeah.
La Loca. But
Absolutely.
have an impact on somebody.
Yep. And there's not a single time, there's not a single video that I ever put out that somebody didn't come on and say thank you. So, that's what makes it for me. That's what makes it worth it for me. So, like when I first started doing videos, right, I did not have prescription sunglasses. I had standard sunglasses. I can't tell you how many times I would look at footage afterwards and think, I can't even use that because there was this thing or that thing wrong with it. And I didn't know because I couldn't see, because I can't see close up. Far away, I could, read tiny little print. I can tell you whatever's happening down the street. But if it's right here in front of me, I can't see it. Right. I can see it, but I can't tell you what it is. Right. So if I take my sunglasses off, none of this, writing on the screens, I can't make any of it out. I can't tell you what it says.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, you know what, Scott, you're going to have prescription sunglasses so you can see what it is that's on the screen while you're vlogging. So you make sure that your shot is right, that it's framed right, that you're getting what you need, so that you can go back later and sit in the room or do whatever you're going to do and actually have workable footage, right? To make a really, to make a good video. So I did that. But in the beginning, I sat here in my living room with a green screen behind me, with this hat on, sunglasses, and a damn life jacket. If you go back and look at some of my old videos, I have life jacket on, right? First time the first video I ever did, it wasn't even from this angle here. It was this angle here. My computer was like here and my camera was here. It was all this back here, this way. So it was like going back that way rather than here. And my wife came she was downstairs working and she came upstairs. I sent everybody a text message that said, I'm about to record my first video. Don't come down, right? Don't come up. Right. She came up out of there. She was like, I got to use the bathroom real quick. I'm like, okay. She came up out of there and she said, is that what you're going to wear in your videos? I'm like, yeah. She's like, really? You're going to sit in the living room with a life jacket on? I'm like, yeah. She was like, okay. I'm like, I'm doing it. Right. I got to get noticed. People are going to notice the dude with the fedora and the sunglasses, and the fedora, sunglasses, and the damn life jacket on. People are going to notice that. Right. So, that's how I started it. But then after a while, I was like, okay, no more life jacket. Yeah. So, and then I need prescription sunglasses now so I can see what the hell it is that I'm actually vlogging, like even on here, when I was on when I was on some early live streams and stuff like that, the chat would be going here, and somebody had said something in the chat one time, oh, I asked you a question. They sent me a message, posted on one of my videos. I sent you a message in the chat you were on earlier today or whatever with JNS Adventures. And I think it was rude that you didn't answer me or something like that. I was like, I didn't see it. I couldn't see it. I can't read close up. I had Oakley's on, right? I can't see it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Ask me your question. I'll answer it. So, so then finally I was like, okay, prescription sunglasses it is, so that's what I did, so that's a double-edged sword for me, because if I'm trying to look through these far out, I'll get a headache.
Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. So now I'm like, constantly, now. So, is what it is. But anyway, so yeah. So, wait, somebody said wife and no ring. No, because let me tell you why I didn't have a ring on. Okay, I'm gonna give you the real quick, super abridged story of it. Right, I used to weigh over 200 pounds. Okay, but when I met my wife, I was as thin as I am now. So I got too fat for my wedding ring. So I took it off. My wife was perfectly fine with it. Then I just recently got thin again. So I got thin and I haven't worn a wedding ring in years. So I said to my wife, "Do you really want me to put it on?" And she was like, "I don't care." It's not like our marriage is different because you don't have a ring on, So I'm like, fine. So I just didn't put it back on. That's why. So, but I didn't wear it because I was too fat for it.
I'm still wearing mine for a while because they're the metal stuff. And then I didn't have one with me. So in Timo, I see these silicone rings. So, well, let me try one out, because they're soft and they're bendable and stuff like that.
Right.
I went ahead and ordered a pack of, I think, 6 or 7 different colors, 98 cents.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if Beth said to me, "Hey, I want you to put a ring, I want you to start wearing a ring again," done. I wouldn't have a problem with it.
I've been wearing depending on the shirt that I have on, that's the ring I wear. So my wife, for our wedding anniversary, she gets me this one from the Lords of the Rings in silicone.
Right.
She wants me to make sure that I wear a ring. No matter what. Now I have no excuse. Because the matter with my fingers being so swollen, they keep getting swollen and not. So the metal wasn't like in place, and it hurt. It hurt these 2 fingers.
Right.
I have arthritis on my hands too.
Yeah.
Now with a silicone ring, nothing, no pain.
Yeah. Right.
So now I have no excuse.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen those silicone rings, and they say too, like one of the reasons why they developed them was that literally people have lost fingers because whatever their jobs are, whatever, something has caught, some type of machinery has caught the metal ring, and because the metal ring was so strong, it literally ripped their finger off. So they developed those silicone rings so that they would just kind of rip off and not rip people's fingers off and stuff. They're, and they're definitely very popular. Yeah, they're very popular. I would wear one, I would wear one, no problem. But, like when my wife and I got married, I spent a lot of money on her rings and stuff like that. But I spent almost nothing on mine because I was, didn't care about it.
It's the same thing, but this one's silicone, this one's metal.
Yeah.
The stuff from the movie on it.
Hard to tell the difference, really.
Yeah, but it's metal.
Yeah.
This one over here is just plastic.
Yeah, right.
Silicone.
Hard to tell the difference, really. So, but yeah. So anyway, so.
I think we're about to eclipse a record here and coming up on 6
hours.
hours.
Oh my God, it's crazy.
Oh my God,
this is a new record for me. It was 5:09.
Insane.
The longest. This is it's about to hit 6 hours.
It's absolutely insane. The only person we have in the chat is the troll.
Yeah, and Darren still comes back in. There's still 12 people watching us.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, it's nobody's chatting.
Yeah. Darian and Freak are the only 2. Nayuma came in and say hello. Cruising Kusis came back in, says that he was just hitting everybody now and moved on. But it shows 12 people. So I think a lot of my friends from the Philippines are here too, watching. But they're just watching, So.
Well, this person, DeFreak or whatever, had said that he was the best troll ever. So that's why I said that.
See, Darren's here. No troll here. LOL.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the drill will sell too. Just you know.
But I mean, I wanted to tell you guys today too. You know, I wanted to apologize for being a little off on the show this morning.
This morning.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about it, but when that kind of stuff happens, that happened in our show this morning.
Oh, okay.
When that kind of stuff happens, it rattles me, Eddie.
Yeah.
Like it really rattles me, and I have a real hard time getting over that because people are people, and people are going to do, you know, like even when I was driving today, right back from Maryland, you know, some guy came up alongside me and hollered out to me, learn how to drive or something like that or whatever, because I wasn't going fast enough for him or something, right? I mean, people are people, right? I don't have a problem with those people. They don't bother me. But the kind of stuff that happened today, that really bothers me to a point because I cannot get my mind around how somebody says to themselves, I'm going to go do something like that. Like, oh, hey, it's 9 o'clock on, you know, Friday or Tuesday or whatever. Let me go into this particular, you know, venue and behave that way.
Yep.
And I just have such a hard time with it. And it really, I couldn't let it go. Like,
so Scott, to let you know, it's Scott, Jeremy. Of course, they're white. I'm a Latino. And this person comes in picking on a black person. There was no reason for it.
In the coffee to with the
No,
coffee.
no. In the together with coffee and tea.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right at the beginning. Right off the bat.
In the chat, they were, you know, putting out the N-word.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
so House
the
of
way
X,
they were doing it was
look them out.
They were doing it one letter at a time per chat so that it would spell it out vertically.
Yeah.
And then when that got busted, then they put in hashtag N-word. And like that stuff just like I said, people are people. I deal with difficult people all the time. You know, I don't have a problem with that. I can easily deal with that. Right. My problem is that is across the line for me.
Yeah.
And I can't get my mind around, I can't fathom what kind of mind, what kind of existence, what kind of personality says, out of all the gazillion things I could be doing right now, that's the thing that I'm deliberately gonna go and make myself do.
Yep.
Right. And it's just so hateful and so rotten. And I can't just dismiss it because it's so crossed a line for me. It's not something that I can just be like, oh, okay, that's no big deal and move on from it. Like I can, but I can't do it right away. Right. So it really just bothered me so badly today, you know, like, I mean, we haven't had to deal with it in a while.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we've had to deal with it in the past, but we hadn't had to deal with it in a while. And it really just flustered me so badly today. So, but, you know, so I was slow on everything and I was not really speaking that much. And, you know, and I was trying to do my best to just kind of put on a face about it, but it really did bother me so badly today. So.
It bothered me too, for sure.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I mean, in this day and age, you know,
just something stupid to tell you the truth, you know, something definitely stupid. So, Scott, check your hours today, and in 2 days, check your hours again.
Yeah,
the hours you collected tonight is gonna take 2 days.
Yeah, I'm sure you know that, but everything on YouTube is 2 days behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And let's see how much of a difference it does make. So just let me know, okay? When you check out and see what you find out this way. You know, we'll be back next Friday night again.
I was really surprised at Jeremy's hours.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that he's so low.
I know. Like, what is going on with that?
Yeah.
He said what? How many did he have? He said almost just under 500.
No, like
No,
like
he had
around 14, 1500.
Yeah, 13 or 1400,
Yeah.
but
That doesn't look good.
I'm like Z has like over 2,000 hours, right? And I'm like, Jeremy's on almost as much. I mean, maybe not as absolutely as much, but like between lives and other videos and small clips and shorts and things like that, I just thought he would have way more hours than that.
Yeah.
So, because now that he's over 1,000 subscribers, but he's still so far away on watch hours, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah. And I keep telling him, keep doing this, what you're doing, and do more lives. You know, if you want to get back into it, he better start jumping on it.
Yeah, right.
You know, so
for sure.
I don't know, unless there's been they do a lot of co-work on both channels. So maybe it's more into the Cruising Fun Anytime. But, you know.
I mean, it seems like they have been focusing on Cruising is Fun Anytime more than JNS.
Yeah.
It seems that's what they've been doing.
Like in the mornings, that's what he uses, Cruising Fun Anytime. He's not using his channel. So
yeah, I didn't know that.
So you know, so that's why more hours is going to her channel than his.
Right.
So
yeah, and I don't think he's told us how many hours that channel has. So
yeah. So
now, would either one of you go for the shorts views instead of the watch hours? Because ironically enough, I get a decent amount of views on my shorts for being so little channel.
Right.
So
I mean, I do shorts, like, so this is what how I do shorts is I actually do TikToks.
Mm-hmm.
And then I use the TikTok video for a short. But I don't focus on shorts too much because when I do the TikTok, I get a lot of views on the TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
But typically the music I put on the TikTok, I can't use on YouTube because of copyright.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go through the hassle of it. But sometimes that's not the case. So I just take the TikTok video with the TikTok watermark and I put it on as a short.
I'm just using CapCut and I'm just doing memes. That's all I'm doing. I'm just filtering memes from an emotion and saying, okay, this is the way I feel. I feel like Tom and Jerry. Okay, POV, me booking a cruise, or POV, all my friends on a cruise and me sitting at home, or, you know, whatever. And I'm just posting that. And, you know, I figured when I first posted, okay, cool, I'll get, 30 views, 40 views. But my shorts are getting anywhere in between like 1K and 5K, and between like my top one has like 7. So I'm like, should I be more focusing on like uploading 5 to 10 shorts a day rather than, you know, doing a live, you know, where I'm doing 6-hour lives a week, you know, because I'm getting that reach on the shorts. You know?
Like you need 10 million views on shorts.
Yeah, that's the problem with shorts. You need so many more views, right?
My shorts are doing for fun.
Yeah, I'm doing them like, you know, I'm on the ship, I'm up overlooking the pool deck on Sailaway. I'm like, done. Short, TikTok, Instagram reel, done.
I don't do any of that. All I do.
I don't do that, you know, like I don't do that religiously, and I don't, like I said, I'm more focused on producing an actual genuine vlog for YouTube. Yeah. That's where I'm at. I will post a picture on Instagram. You know, I don't focus on those other things. So the only reason why anything even ends up on the Muster Drills Facebook page is because Instagram gives me the option of when I post it there, it goes there automatically. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't bother, right? I have a Twitter account for Muster Drill. I can't even remember last time I tweeted from it, right? I just don't. Yeah. I have a little over 1,100 followers on Instagram because I don't do much on it, you know. So But
all I have is YouTube. That's it. I don't want nothing else.
Okay.
Nothing
and
else.
like you said, if not for the lives, like someday, hopefully, I'm gonna start doing lives myself. Like a
We've been
separate
waiting.
live. Eddie's like, yeah, right, sure, I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I see the notification. The mustard drill just went live.
Because I'm cutting down. October comes around. No more party after the rape parade. I'm giving up on that one. That's the afternoon, evening live. Unless they don't get anybody, then I'm gonna be stuck with it for a little longer. Saturday, I don't do Saturday nights anymore. Only I've been doing it lately because Clark wants it. So I help him out so he could get hours. He's not upgraded in StreamYard or anything like that. He's too cheap to pay for it.
I noticed the duck up there all the time. So
Yeah. That's why he comes in, so he could get the times, like the watch hours. Once he gets the 3,000 hours, I know he's gonna blow me up and tell me go mess with somebody else. I'm already I'm part of the YouTube program, so I don't have to deal with hours, but I'm still doing the lives,
Right.
So I got so used to it that I keep doing it. But eventually, on the weekends, I've been trying to cut up a lot of stuff because I want to spend time with that woman in there.
Yeah.
About a month ago, she sat me down and told me, "What about me?"
Yeah.
And we need
Right.
her, so
right.
I gotta cut this out.
Yeah. Right.
Happy life. So
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I used to be in a lot of chats before.
Yeah.
Helping out, giving support to a lot of people. Now, if I'm a moderator for you, I'll be there. But if I'm not, don't I'll show up if I have time. But if I don't, if she's here and she wants attention from me, I'm giving her attention.
Yeah, that's the same way I do it too. Like I'm here if I have the time, but otherwise I'm catching replays when I have time and stuff like that or whatever. I just can't be there. Like for me, I'm doing the morning show because that's perfect time for me. I wouldn't be doing anything anyway during that time, and my travel agency doesn't officially open for business until 10 a.m.
I started doing the morning show out of luck too. So I started waking up early in the morning when Ali's going to work. And I always noticed that there were people chatting back and forth between before Sea Lake Journeys came in at 8. Once I saw that, I said, wait a minute, I could gain a half hour by being there with them, just chatting back and forth. So I got into it. Then it became to 45 minutes. Sometimes I'm there an hour. Sometimes I'm ready by 7 o'clock in the morning, and I go in. There's already people waiting, so I jump in, And then Sea Lake Journeys decide we're not doing the 8 o'clock in the morning show anymore. So I'm like, what the hell am I gonna do now? I'm gonna lose these people because they're not gonna wait around. So CME went ahead and move forward to 8 o'clock from 8:30. So that kept the chat going. Because okay, let me stay around and see what happens, and it just stayed the same.
Right.
People kept coming back. I don't have any plans. I just turn the thing on. I start reading what they're saying, and we back and forth. Sometimes we talk about crap. Sometimes we talk about nothing. But there's no topic or anything like that. We just chat out. Everybody saying, "Oh, I'm drinking coffee, whatever. How's your morning going?" It's a morning thing, and then 8 o'clock comes around, CME. Then we hop into CME, and then we go from there.
Yeah, like a lot of times I put CME on, but I'm sitting here doing like getting prepared for our morning show.
Yeah.
So I have them on this monitor, but then I'm over here on this monitor doing all the stuff that I need to do to get ready for our morning show.
Or 9 o'clock, yeah.
Stories and everything else and stuff. Yeah. So.
And I got into the morning show with Jeremy and Cheryl by luck. They had Z with them, and then they say, "Oh, we need the fourth person," and I just happened to get picked. And I went, "Oh, okay, I could deal with it." And a problem happened where Z got kind of went on his own, and I stay, and then Jeremy decided to bring Scott in.
And then they pick me because I talk too much.
Yeah.
Because I can't
Yeah.
shut up. Because
Yeah.
I don't shut up because I talk too much. Because I have the gift of gab.
He used to say to me, "Oh, I'm sorry, I talk too much in your life."
genuinely
Like,
sorry.
who gives a shit? I don't care.
Like even right now, I know that I am largely I have the lion's share of the responsibility for us still being on the air at 4:18 a.m.
Yes. Yeah.
Seriously, I know it because I can't shut up because I've got a sickness.
Well, I'll tell you, I definitely found both of you in the morning because it fit into my schedule, and I found you guys by accident because I was the one searching, cruise vlogs while I was drinking my coffee, and you guys came up, and then it just became like a habitual thing. I would do the morning and coffee, and like you said, I would put it on the background while I'm making my coffee and making my breakfast and getting ready for work, and then it just became kind of like okay, I'm gonna watch this every day. Then Eddie started his morning quickie, and I'm like, okay, well, let me just see what happens if I wake up for that. And then everything everybody kind of in the group, oddly enough, kind of just fell into my schedule with where their lives are. And I'm sure there's tons of people that are live when I'm at work and I don't know. But the group that are here, they all just kind of fit into my schedule, and it's kind of nice. So
I mean, I catch lives when I can. Sometimes I can catch them more than others. Otherwise, I just catch the replays on them. I try to support people as much as I can.
That's right. Yeah.
Through that or whatever. I try. I watch their lives. I genuinely engage with their content. I like their videos. I comment on them. I'm genuinely invested in this community.
Yes.
Right. Like I was part of this community, but not really because I didn't know a lot of the people and stuff. I didn't know Eddie. I didn't know Jeremy. I didn't know everybody. I fell into it, found them, fell into it. And now, I'm part of it. So now you're part of it, so, so yeah.
Yeah, and can't wait to meet you guys too on the cruise, whether it's the booze cruise or Clocks First.
I know, like even these people that even Eddie and Jeremy and stuff like that or whatever, I only get to spend like about an hour a day with them or so, or whatever. But I mean, they're amazing humans.
Yeah.
Right. They're amazing people. Like I can't, like if I died tomorrow or something like that or whatever, it's an honor to have, known them and met them and spent time with them and stuff like that or whatever, even though we're kind of like in this capacity. I mean, everybody is just such decent people.
Yep.
Really, honestly. So.
Yeah, little by little, man, and then you popped out of nowhere and then look at where you're at today. So, hey,
just keep trying and kind of just emulating what I'm seeing, you guys do. And obviously I stepped into the game a lot later. I'm just kind of just watching and kind of trying to recreate and
learn.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, that's how, like, I'm telling, like I was telling Jeremy and all them in the beginning, I was like, listen, I'm not an expert on it. I've done a lot of research on it. I know a lot about it. I don't know everything about it or whatever. Right. But I've done a lot of research on it and stuff. There are some fundamental things that are universal to all YouTube channels, no matter what you're vlogging about.
Yep.
And then there is whoever and whatever you are as your individual self and a unique vlogger. And in the beginning, until you figure all that out, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you copying or emulating other vloggers. That's kind of like the normal thing to do. And, then from there you find your own self or your own footing and you go off on it, and in this day and age and in crowded spaces, you're going to find similarities in a lot of different channels. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're copying each other. It just means that, there's only so many perspectives. There's so much perspective on a particular thing. And naturally people are going to see it similarly.
Yep. I mean, I started with just the basic cruise news, and that, I mean, sure, I was getting views from it, and I was having fun, and I was recreating, and in a way that I'm still doing that. But then I found the people that are following me really like the reaction videos and the reaction posts that I do on what John Heald is reporting, because obviously he's reporting the most controversial.
I like your thumbnails.
So
I think you do. I think you make some really great, compelling, and clickable thumbnails.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I do.
I really put a lot of time into the thumbnails too.
Sure.
But
I mean, that's part of it. I mean, that's part of the thing, right? You've got to appeal to people to make them want to click, right? Then you've got to keep them watching, right? So, you know, there's a structure to it, and you know, there's more to it than just winging it, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Definitely. And I mean, for a while you are winging it, because for a while, you know, I was just reporting that cruise news, and it was kind of, you know, floating me, and I was seeing it. But then once I kind of, you know, took that turn and I did that one video, and I was just like, wow, like I got that many views from like a reaction video from John. Let me do another one.
Right.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, that got more views than just reporting the cruise news. Let me do it again. Okay. Well, now I'm seeing a trend. Like maybe they don't want me to just spit out repetitive, non-important cruise news. Maybe it's more just like home.
Right. And the moment that is the truth, the moment that's the case, it could switch, and probably will switch on you. Because I say this all the time. There are no humans on the planet more fickle than our audience.
It's true.
Really. They are the most fickle human beings in the world. They're here today, gone tomorrow. You know, what they loved today, they'll hate tomorrow. You know, so you just have to keep going and evolving with it and stuff. So, yeah.
And they always say your first, like, you know, 2 videos or your first video you look back on, you know, years later or videos later, 100 videos later, and you go, oh God, like, ugh, I can't even watch that. Oh my God, I can't even believe I put that out.
Of
You know,
course.
and then now you look at, you know, your 75th video, your 175th video, and you go, okay, well.
Of course. Like, I sometimes watch my videos when I was in the life jacket, and I just crack up laughing over it. My wife will come in, she's like, what are you laughing about? At myself. I'm laughing at myself. So, you know, I just crack up over it. And I watched my very first video where I just like, you know, because I did all this research and stuff on it, you know, and everybody's like, you just got to hit record. Just got to hit record. Just start recording. And you just, so here's my first video. Okay, so here's our first video. And we're supposed to just hit record. And we're supposed to just say whatever. And we're supposed to know that our video is going to not be that great. And it's not going to be the best video in the world. But we're going to keep doing it. We're going to, that was kind of what I was saying in my very first video. Right. So, you know,
110%.
Yeah.
Just you gotta take it one day at a time.
No, but seriously, you watch Eddie in his morning show, right?
Yep.
I envy him, right? Because for me, when I'm on this live here or whatever, talk. When I am doing a vlog, I'm like, okay, so we're here at Coco K, and we're here at Coco K, take 127. You know, like that's how I vlog. But here's the thing. When I saw Nick Nimmin, if you know who that is, he's a big channel about how to be a channel. Okay. It's got almost 1 million subscribers, right? When I saw him do a video one day, and it wasn't the one 100 years ago, it was a recent one. When I saw him do a video one day about how many takes it takes for him to produce a single video, and for him to say, this is every video, folks, knowing that his channel is huge and he gets, you know, hundreds of thousands of views per video and this and that and everything else, and he's taking 127 takes for a single segment or a single scene in his video, I was like, okay, I don't care about that anymore. Like I was really busted up about that, not being able to just kind of flow and talk. And I used to look at camera and say, I swear to God, people, English really is my first language. You know, like, you know, I mean, like I can't talk, right? On the lives I can talk. In fact, I can't shut the hell up on the lives, but on the vlogs, I can't, right? But when I saw him and I saw that he has the same problem, and then I saw other vloggers saying they had the same problem, I was like, okay, I'm not alone. I'm in the same boat. So I'm not going to be hung up over that anymore. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to produce the best segments that I can then put together into a whole coherent 8 to 10 minute video. You know, now my thumbnails, I change my thumbnails out frequently because I am not good at the thumbnail, and the thumbnail is one of the most crucial parts of it.
Yep.
If you do not have a compelling thumbnail, people are not going to click on it. So I switch my thumbnails out frequently to try to re-engage and get people to click.
Yeah.
So
I've been changing my stuff a lot. You know, every week I do something that I say, oh, I like that better. Let me do that now for a couple of weeks and see what happens. Oh, a month later I see something different. I'm like, okay, I like that better now. Let me go that way. Boom, boom, boom. Keep going. You know, it's always something renovating, something new. Don't just stick to do one thing the one way. You know, always you have to evolve and and look for other things and learn new words that you use on your thumbnails, on your titles.
Right.
Colors are very important too.
Oh yeah.
You use colors.
Yep. Yeah. So I use I tend to use now. I used to use Spark, Adobe Spark, but I've been using Canva over the last year or so. But I still try to use like I use blues and reds mostly, right? Because those seem to be the colors that resonate with people. But yellow, like a bright yellow and stuff, it really just depends on what your background is. So my background, I typically try to make like if I'm the Carnival Magic, I try to make my background as the Carnival Magic. If I'm at St. Martin, I try to make it an image I snapped in St. Martin, or whatever. So, so depending on what that background image is going to depend on how well those colors do in the in the titling and stuff. So, and then it's usually just me down in the corner with my sunglasses on.
Yeah, like red and yellow, it's hunger. Purple and beige, it's tranquility. It all depends how you mix the colors and what you're using them for.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's all psychologically.
Yeah.
So sometimes you gotta wait a minute. That might not work. This might work.
I mean, listen, there's definitely a universe. Like I say this all the time. There's a universe component to this whole thing, right? Some people are going to be appealing to the masses and some aren't. And those who are obviously are going to take off and be super successful, and the others are going to be less successful. And I highly doubt that those people even realize on a conscious level that, they're groupies.
Yeah.
Like I don't think they do. I think they just, are like click, 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 right? Like, a lot of those people will be like I had somebody comment on my video, one of my early videos, which was Cruise News. Just didn't watch my video, commented on my video. I saw your video. So it was about whatever my thumbnail said about what the news story I was going to talk about. They said they literally came into my video, didn't watch it, clicked on the comments and said, I saw your video, but I want to hear this from Tony and not you. I'm like, oh, well, thanks for sharing that with me then, right? Like, fine, from, so okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I could have maybe did without you telling me that, but I mean, Okay. Go see what Tony has to say.
Go,
I watched
going-
Tony's
going-
video on the damn thing. He said the same damn shit I said, but he got 68,000 views and I got 4, or something like that, right?
Go on his channel. Look for videos back 5-6 years ago. You'll see how boring he was back then.
Listen,
It's really like blah 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 blah
I'm
blah blah blah
surprised, and
blah
I hate
blah.
to say this, right? I'm surprised how many people who don't like him even today.
Yeah.
You
But
go on to Reddit and you go into the cruise vlogs, like cruise vlog subreddits, and you will see comment after comment saying, I cannot stand Tony. I cannot stand Don. I cannot stand this person. I cannot stand that person. There's a couple of cruise vloggers that I don't particularly like very much either.
Yeah.
But I'm never gonna comment about it. But these people really loathe. They do not like these guys. So, yeah. But you're right, Tony. I mean, you're right, Eddie. I agree about Tony's older videos. I was just
Man, he just like like what the hell?
Yeah.
Alice was watching the stuff. I wasn't.
Yeah.
And
right.
Don was the same thing. Don was like I call him the professor, like a college professor,
With his white shirt and his green screen of like the ocean behind him and stuff like that.
And those two got together. Johnny and Don became buddies. Boom.
Yeah, so I saw the video from Tony, like when he came right out, he was like, okay, my channel was kind of stuck. It was kind of like stagnant. It wasn't going anywhere. He's like, and I reached out to Don and I said, hey, listen, if you would please look at my stuff, and if you like what I'm doing or whatever, if you'd be willing to like mention me on one of your videos, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much, Tony. Right? And Don did it. And that was the end of it. So the first time I've met Tony many times. I've met Tony probably about 9 times. Okay. I've had crap tons of conversations with him. In fact, on one ship, he and Jay and I sat in Serenity for like hours and just shot the shit about stuff. Right. So I've talked to him a lot of times, right? He knows me when he sees me, Anyway, so I was talking to him one time when I first met him, the very first time I met him, and I said, I saw your video about, your channel with Don and everything else. I was like, are you like, do you do that? Because I watched his videos at the time because I wasn't a vlogger before and stuff. And I was like, so do you do that for other channels? He said, no, I have a consulting business. And if a YouTuber wants me to look at their channel and offer suggestions on how they can improve it, I have a contract I send them and then they pay me. And then I do that and I give them my feedback. He was like, because it's a business for me. He's like, it's absolutely 1000% a business all the way. And I was like, no, that's his decision. It's his decision to make. I don't begrudge him of it, but I just think to myself, wow, what if Don had that same attitude towards you? Right? Then maybe you wouldn't be where you are today, running your consulting business, charging, small channels to get your opinion. And that's not him saying on his channel, hey, watch this channel. No. That's not even him doing that like Don did for him, which is what got all these people to come over and watch him, right? Is what it is. Again, it's his decision. It's his business. I don't begrudge him of it, but, it's certainly not paying it forward.
No. Should have helped him.
And I did when I hit the YouTube program, I reached out to Tony. So if there's any advice you need, I could hear from you.
I know, because it's a business for him. Yep, I know.
Straight line, nothing.
Yep.
I
That's
send them
why,
the.
that's one of the reasons why I love this community, because we
Yeah.
are here for each other. We
Yeah.
are talking to each other. We are sharing our experiences with each other. We are helping each other. We are answering questions for each other. Those guys aren't.
We all want to see each other win.
Yeah,
that's
oh,
right.
absolutely.
We want to see each
Yep.
other win. No, it's not.
And they want to stay on top, which is again fine, but again, it's not paying it forward.
And eventually somebody will kick you up the top. You know, who's it gonna be? You never know.
Right. Right. I mean, like, I had a conversation with Jay on Celebration, and then he and I left Celebration and went over to Margaritaville at Sea. And we were talking again on Embarkation Day on Margaritaville at Sea. And I had said to him, I was talking to him about it and stuff like that, because he was leaving then Margaritaville at Sea, and he was going up to Port Canaveral for the press event for Wonder. And he had been invited there by the cruise lines and stuff like that or whatever, right? All expenses paid. So, and I was talking to him about his channel and stuff like that or whatever. And I was telling him about certain things and stuff. And I was talking to him about some of the conversations I had with Tony on Celebration that we had all just come off of. And he had said to me, he said, well, Don helped Tony. And I said, I actually do know that. I said, because I saw Tony's video where Tony said that's what happened. And he was like, but nobody helped me. He was like, and those guys had been in it for a long time. He was like, but look at me. He was like, I went from like 1,000 subscribers to 130 some thousand subscribers in a year and a half. And I'm like, yeah. And he was like, but I honestly don't know how I did it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
It's one of those luck cases that just ends up blowing up, like you were saying before. Something hit for him that we don't.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
you just don't know.
Some people just have, like, there's just something that clicks with people. You can't reproduce it. You can't duplicate it. You can't pinpoint it. You can't say what it is or what it isn't. It just happens, and that's what happens, and that's the end of it. And so I try not. I mean, I understand it, and I believe it as a reality, but I try not to think about it. I try not to focus on it. I just try to think and focus on me and my content. And see where my channel goes. But I have always known that my channel, that for the masses, YouTube is a slow, long, drawn out grind that takes years and years and years and years and years and years and years. And at some point in those years, you have to make a decision as to whether or not you should keep going or not.
Right.
But you aren't there for years and years and years. So in the meantime, you have to just keep going with it and figuring, and just seeing where it all ends up. And you cannot say to yourself, what are they doing that I'm not, that they're this and I'm not, right?
They're not going to tell you. So
yeah, I saw T-Dub, T-Dub said one time in one of the morning lives, he said, I'm doing the same thing everybody else is doing, but they're like taking off and I'm not. I'm like, I know, like, because it's not in the cards for you. It was in the cards for them, not in for you. So you can keep doing what you're doing. You're just not going to be as big as they are at it, or you can do something different. But either way, it has nothing to do with the fact that you are this and they aren't, right? And again, it has a lot to do with, like I said, Tony got propelled because Don was already, so big and he put him out there, right? Casey Neistat, huge vlogger, huge YouTuber, massive, massive, over 1 million subscribers and stuff like that. Now he has over 10 million. He was a big, huge subscriber, and there was this girl named Sarah. She was from Memphis, Tennessee. She did this vlog where she was a nobody. She had like 400 subscribers or something like that or whatever. Videos sucked. She did this video and it wasn't even a very good reproduction, but it was a video of a collection of recent videos that Casey had done where he was on his skateboard. It was literally scenes that he had done where like the camera was just pointing down at the front of the skateboard for a moment or two. And he had gotten some Amazon packages and opened it, and some of the things that he said in his vlog, and she just did the same things, right? And she put it out there, and a whole bunch of some of his subscribers found it and said something to him about it. And he went and looked at it, and he talked about it. And he showed some of her vlog on his vlog, and then he talked about it. And the next thing you know, she was huge. She moved from Memphis to New York. She was making $200,000 a year. She had endorsements and this and that and everything else. She got a studio in the same building that Casey's studio is in, the whole 9 yards, right? Done. A bunch of other people came along and tried to do the same thing. They went nowhere. And the reason why they went nowhere is because Casey didn't talk about it. So, so there's that component too, where if somebody's willing to pick you up. That's why I was telling Jeremy and Eddie one morning in our after show, I was like, I am posting, like IG things and stuff that I've made, like posters, like promotional stuff about our morning show all over social media, because it's only going to take one bigger channel to share it to do that. Yeah. So they haven't done it yet, but I keep doing it because it's only a matter of time before some big channel picks it up and shares it, and then it goes, so. All right, I'm really going to shut up now. I'm not saying another word, honestly. I know. This will be the first Saturday morning that Beth beats me up. Like she'll wake up before I do, because normally she doesn't wake up for hours after I'm up. So
so you get yourself ready for whooping.
Yeah.
So, Scott W.
Yes.
We've been hearing the drill, both of us, and let's get a little bit about you. What's going on? How do you got involved in this?
So,
what got you into the craving of doing this?
So honestly, I guess what got me into the craving of doing it was putting it off for so long. I've been cruising for, since I was really, really young with my parents. It was always kind of like an every year cruise. It was either a cruise or Ocean City, Maryland. So we always flipped a coin, and most of the time it fell on.
Are you the only child?
Yes.
Lucky.
Yep. And
so you must have lived around here if you were going to Ocean City, Maryland.
Yeah, I lived in Long Island, New York. And then when I branched off and I moved to Arizona, well, before I moved to Arizona, but when I was in New York, my parents moved to North Carolina. I started cruising by myself, and hey, found a couple best friends to come with me. I met my other best friend who now works on Carnival ships. And we had always joked about me being a cruise director or me being in the entertainment staff.
Hey, yeah.
And I should have started that, to be honest with you guys. I should have started that 10 years ago. Not to say that I'm too old now, but looking monetary wise and looking at what they get paid versus looking at what I get paid and the pay cut and all of that at the age that I'm at, it just wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
However, I said, okay, well, what can I do to kind of spill this passion over, right? And I said, okay, well, I can start a YouTube, right? And if it fails, cool, I'll shut the computer and I'll never upload another video.
Are you in your late 20s?
I'm 35.
I was going to
like
say
29.
early. I was going to say early 30s.
Yeah, to me, like 29, you look to me. So.
Yeah.
You still got plenty of time.
And I was the only reason why I was going to say that is because of the hairline.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say, or late 20s.
Yeah.
This guy here, 50 something, 53, whatever.
52.
He's the old guy, so.
I was going to guess 43 before when you said 53.
Yeah, I'm 52.
Okay.
So
I call him the old man, but I'll be 59 in January, so.
1970.
65 myself, so.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alan, go ahead and continue.
No, and honestly, to tell you the truth, I never really thought I'd hit upload, and I knew one of my superpowers was connecting with people, so I said, even if my content sucks and I'm not getting views, I'm still going to go into the cruising community and I'm going to engage the right way in the cruising community, because that's one of my superpowers.
Yeah.
Before the job that I have now, I worked for a social media influencer, a fitness influencer here in Scottsdale, which is I don't want to say what brought me to Arizona, but it was one of the factors of why I decided to move from Long Island to Scottsdale, Arizona. And I was following him around a lot, filming him lifting weights in the gym, doing all kinds of nutrition, workout materials, eating videos, recipe videos. And then I said, once I started this, I said, well, why don't I just translate everything that I've learned there? Because I basically got paid 3 years to learn a crash course in social media. Why don't I take what I learned there and apply it to cruise vlogging and travel vlogging and throw it at the wall and
Your own craft, yeah.
see if it sticks. And to be honest with you, I couldn't stand Jay in the very beginning. Now I watch all of his videos, but in the very beginning, I could not stand watching him.
Yeah.
So I watched Tony a lot. And one of the very first things he ever said was, take 100 videos, throw them at the wall. Like, it doesn't even matter if you're just gibbering and jabbering, just throw 100 videos at the wall, see what the data says, and then go from there.
Right.
Either shut the computer or then hone down and say, okay, what does my audience really want? What can I deliver? And how can I make better content? And do I want to do that?
Right. Yeah.
So,
I mean, listen, easy for the guy to say, that could literally just make a video staring at the camera for 8 minutes and 10 seconds and get 68,000 views in 4 days. I get it. I mean, I've heard him say that too, right? For me, I don't watch those guys at all anymore. I do not watch them at all. I do not watch their video. And if occasionally one of them sneaks into my suggested, I click on it and say I'm not interested so that the algorithm stops suggesting them to me. Not because I hate them, not because I'm jealous of them, not because of anything, just because I do not have time for their content. I need to focus on mine.
Yep.
So that's just my opinion. So.
And I believe at a point in time, it will definitely come to that, because I feel like now, even though I'm still super small, I'm feeling myself kind of prioritizing their videos to like the back end of my days, now, whereas it was like, I get home from work, I'm like, oh, I got to watch Tony,
Yeah.
Now I'm not doing that. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll put them on later, or sure, when I'm making dinner, right?
Yep.
But now I'm getting home and I'm engaging in these lives, right? I'm seeing, okay, who else is live from, our group, the Destination Fun, is Eddie Lugo live, is the Buster Drill live? I'm more focusing on those things, right? And for me, and where my channel is, it's those things are important to me and my channel, right? Because those are the people that are around me supporting me. Those are the people that I'm around supporting the most, right? And those are the people that I see face to face. I guess you could say the most personable as far as the internet would go, So
yeah.
That's really for me. And I don't necessarily, I mean, I have 175 subscribers. I don't necessarily know if it's really working for me, but for now, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm learning a lot, and get to meet some really cool people. So if nothing else,
being around this group, you'll start picking up. Get involved with the Raid Parade or the Saturday Stroll. If you could do that, do it. It's a great incentive way to promote yourself.
You have 183 subscribers.
See, so little by little, you start.
Yeah,
picking
it will grow. So
Yeah.
I mean, there are many people in this community that you could name off right now that were at that many subscribers, literally like 6 months ago, and now they're knocking on 1,000.
Yeah.
So just it's probably going to happen for you. So.
Or decided to give up. Some of them probably are still sitting at 183 and decided to shut the
Absolutely. I mean, that does happen for sure, right? Like, absolutely.
They don't help themselves,
Right.
You expect to do something and expect everybody to come.
And listen, and it's like anything else. You're going to have days when you're just so discouraged and you're just like, but, just push through it.
Right.
Push through it. Keep going with it, because it's going to get better.
Right.
So.
There's days that you're like, do I really want to do this? You know?
There are days when I'm just like, how much better it would be if I didn't have this on my plate with everything else. But, and some mornings I'm just like, oh my God, I can't, I just don't feel like doing it today or whatever, but I do it. And I ended up being happy that I did do it, especially those days when it's like 20 minutes to showtime. And I'm like, I still don't know what today's question is going to be. I'm like, Beth, what's today's question going to be? And she's like, I don't know. I'm like,
I don't know. Question mark.
Or she'll say something. She'll say to me, I was like, no, I already did that like 2 weeks ago. So give me another one. She'd be like, She's like, I have like a multi-billion-dollar audit I have to review right now. I'm like, okay.
And you're asking me for a cruise question.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I just, I keep going with it and it happens and then it's over and, we're on to the next day and the next day and the next day, so yeah.
Sure.
So my biggest things is that now I'm going to start cruising again more often because I don't typically cruise much in the summer anyway, but I just never did. But now we're going to start getting to the end of the summer. I'm going to start cruising more. My biggest thing is, am I going to be able to do lives from the ship? Because the internet's always a hit or miss, no matter what.
Yeah.
So that's my big thing now.
I regret not getting the Wi-Fi on the bloggers. I would have done a lot more.
Yeah.
And I wasn't doing too many lives back then. And Josh from Moonlight Adventures sent to me, start doing lives. He said it to me a few times. I wasn't listening.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait till the bloggers, then I'll do lives from there. And then in December last year, I decided to let me hop into this live business. And then I realized that I was getting a lot faster watch hours by going live than videos.
Right. Yeah. Like I noticed for me that I was starting, like I really liked the lives. I really liked being able to engage in kind of like, in different, like I didn't have to think it and plan it out like I was with vlogs and stuff. I could just kind of get in and talk about my experience and knowledge and stuff like that or whatever. And then I started seeing like it was a little bit, things were flowing a little bit more better for me on lives and stuff like that or whatever, even though I tend to ramble on about nothing. So, but anyway, so that's what I do. I shut down my voice mod, or I would like play some sound effects right now.
You're picking on yourself too. So, Scott, you any plans to stay in Arizona for now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love Arizona, to tell you the truth. It's I never really imagined moving out here until I did. And even though it's 111 to 119 degrees now, the other 9 months out of the year is just, it's absolutely gorgeous.
That's what I'm saying. It's warm in the summer, or I mean, it's warm in the winter, right?
Yeah, it's like 75, 75 in the winter. So it's perfect. And I also play baseball too. So it gives me more chance to play baseball, 9 months out of the year rather than in New York. It was
What position?
Maybe. Yeah.
What position you play?
Pitcher and outfield. I'm a lefty. So.
Oh, okay. I used to be catcher.
Oh, okay. There you
Until,
go.
I did play AAA, University of Miami. But then in '88, I got into a major automobile accident, and that was it. Done. So I got into 2 years later. I got into almost professional bowling, but unfortunately, my niece decided to finally start showing the damage that I had from before, and I had to retire from that too. So then I got into softball and started catching again and all that. And I did that for about 3 years, and then I have to quit that too. So my body's been, I put my body through a hell. So, but got very close to those major leaguers, but didn't make it. So
Which team were you affiliated with?
down in Miami with Miami University of Miami.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, but I never made it. '88. I had a major automobile accident, and that was it. Done. Yep.
So listen, I know that we're still here because of me, and I really apologize, but I am about to click this leave studio button down here and go.
Hold on. Let's. We got 3 minutes. Let's hit the 7 hour straight. And
Okay.
No worries.
All right, I'll hang out.
I still got everybody above the chat. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people up there.
So those are the people who are waking up and saying, "Wow, look, Eddie's still on."
Oh, it's the morning quickie with Eddie. Oh wait, no, it's
No.
Saturday.
It's 8 people watching. The 8 people are still on the in the chat, but from you guys that are streaming to your channels, I still got 7 people here. So whoever is streaming to their channel still here.
Let me look here. I only have one person watching my channel, and it's probably
You.
Controversial Cruising.
It could be. They can't be for me.
Yeah. So hey, who knows? It says that we have 7 people watching. So Jan just came in. John came in. There's a few people here from the Philippines also. So they might be a couple of people lurking, or they just forgot about that they're on the computer and fell asleep.
What I thought was interesting is when I went in here, it looks like in my list, it looks like Orange Cone, or according to my YouTube stats,
Yeah.
Orange Cone Vlog, JNS, Mike and Rihanna, Clock are all still showing as being live.
Yeah. That's why I'm telling you that all these things that I got on top, that means that they're still here.
Yeah.
They're still collecting time. Even though they're not here, they are collecting hours.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they just put us on in the background or something.
No, I think
Until I'm the host, until I end broadcast, nobody goes anywhere. So that's
it's saying that they're still on live on the panel.
yes.
Oh,
No, they're still.
when I look at
time
them,
still
because
going.
I'm subscribed to all of them, so when I go into my YouTube and I look down along the side here to all, I see they're all still have the live symbols next to their channels.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, they show up in various orders, but if you're live, you always show up at the top. So
That's right. So 30 seconds. So hopefully we might be on tonight at 10 o'clock tonight if Clock wants to. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be in it.
I'll still be sleeping.
That's like 10 hours from now.
Yeah. Yeah, you got that right. And then I'm gonna be on the South Shore tonight at sometime at between 7 and 8.
But you're not going to be on Sherry's morning show, right?
I doubt it. That'll be up in the morning at in about 4 hours. I really doubted that I'll
See
be
what
on.
Randacita said.
Good morning. Like,
Oh my God. Good morning, night.
good night.
Hey, Eddie.
We never went to bed.
And she just came in and we're about to go.
Oh.
Hi, good morning.
All right. Well, listen, it's been really great hanging out with you guys tonight. So
100%. Definitely next week for sure. I'll be here, and I'll see you
Next
guys.
Friday, 10 o'clock Friday. So, and we'll be on during the week in the morning, 7:15 till 8, and then we're all together at 9 o'clock Eastern till 10-ish time, and then who knows what happens to do that? Yeah. Oh my God.
I know I keep blanking my camera out so nobody sees me yawning.
All right, guys.
I just have to smack myself. Everybody have a great now. Randacita,
Awesome
thank you for
talk.
coming in. Love you for coming in at this time. But we're about to go. We've been here 7 hours. So it's time to hit the hay. Sherry from Destination Fun will be on at 9:30 in the morning. If you want to check him out, please do so. And we'll see you later. I'll be on the Sell of the Straw later tonight. So, Randacita, hope to see you then. 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So, guys, good night, fellas.
Good night.
Stay out of trouble, right?
Good night.
I got no money for bail, so I know what I'm talking about. Good night, Randacita, John, and Nancy, and whoever else is still in the chat. Good night.
Good night.
We'll see you later. Stay out of trouble.